war, but it will be shorter than people think, or certainly people thought. At least that's my view as looking at what's happened so far. But some people disagree with me. Around 8 p.m. UK time, 3 Eastern, on this stream, which will continue until then and beyond. We will be joined by Michael Kaufman, Nikos, and Jim Brown, and we will debate whether or not this war will end as decisively and quickly as I think it appears. That's at least going to be the position that Michael and I will take, and Nikos and Jim will take the other position. It'll be fun. It'll be interesting. It'll be cut out into a separate clip, but we're busy here, and I can't guarantee how quickly that's going to be done. So if you can, watch it live or watch it late or scroll on through into it. Okay, let's start with some updates. What I think is the major update, the biggest update, is what's happening in Lebanon, specifically in Beirut. So the IDF has issued an evacuation order for four whole neighborhoods in the Dahia quarter, the quarter which is the home of Hezbollah. I don't remember this ever happening. I'm almost certain it didn't happen in 2024 or in 2006 or in the 18 years that Israel was in Lebanon with the IDF on the ground. So yeah, as far as I can tell, that's unprecedented, and we've been talking ever since Hezbollah made the decision. I'm very happy they made to fire into Israel a few nights ago. Couple of rockets that caused zero damage, and Israel just waited for the opportunity to fix what is one of its biggest problems for the past few decades. Hezbollah that decides from time to time to kill Israelis, and then they're successful, and then Israel fights back a bit until the international community condemns it, and then it pulls back and allows Hezbollah to grow in strength. That didn't happen in 2024. 2024, Israel all but destroyed Hezbollah, was very close to actually getting rid of that threat once and for all. And of course, Joe Biden demanded Israel stop. Uh, in the time in between, Israel has been operating whenever Hezbollah violates the ceasefire. They have been, making sure they fight back. But at this moment, when war is happening, when Israel said in advance, if Hezbollah joins this, it will be the end of them, and civilians in Lebanon will suffer. And this is an important point. Remember, Lebanon is not Iran. I fully support attempting to avoid civilian casualties in Iran because much of the population, and we don't know how much, is going to be on our side when the time comes. We know this because millions of them were protesting, risking their lives. Tens of thousands gave their lives in an attempt to remove that regime. We know the people of Iran want something better. We know the people of Lebanon don't because they've had all this time, and there are no protests because they maybe don't like Hezbollah very much, but they hate the Jews more, and Hezbollah is fighting against Jews, and they're okay with the occasional discomfort. It's mostly in southern Lebanon, a little bit in Beirut, but in Dahia. So unless you live there, it doesn't really matter. And if you do live there, you're not going to stand up to Hezbollah because they're the people in control there. So the people of Lebanon hopefully are going to learn a very harsh lesson. What exactly Israel is planning is, of course, unclear. There's ground operations right now. It is very much my hope that a chunk of southern Lebanon will, at the very least, stay in Israel's hands for a generation after this, because we've seen what Lebanese sovereignty means for Israel. It means Lebanon is a training ground and basically a operations launching ground for attacks on Jews, for attempts uh, to uh, um, to destroy the Jewish state and kill everybody in it. So good to see Israel operating in Lebanon with more intensity than we have seen in the past. Again, if at the very least Dahia, but certainly the rest of Beirut ends up looking like Gaza, maybe the people of Lebanon will reconsider if they want to allow that kind of stuff in the future. And maybe some of the other people in the Middle East who fantasize about finishing the job that Hitler started will also reconsider whether that's their best move. Then again, how much of the people there actually care about what's their best move is really in question. If you look at Iran, we talk about this every day, and we'll continue to talk about it every day of the war. They're firing on everybody. And today or overnight, Azerbaijan joined the long list of countries that Iran has fired on. Azerbaijan is not the UAE. They don't want to mess with them, and they obviously issue a statement of we have a right to defend ourselves and so on. But I very much hope that Israel and the U.S., can say to these countries at some point, the U.S. especially, let's leave Israel out of it, although Azerbaijan is somewhat of an ally, or it is an ally. But the U.S. can say to these countries, look, we have bases here. We're protecting you right now. We expect something from you. That's a perfectly valid request for these countries to not defend themselves on their own, but to participate in their defense. I hope that demand is coming. We obviously hear from the elements in the media in the West that want to demoralize the war effort of the West about how we're about to run out of interceptors, we're about to run out of precision weapons. Okay, we're about to run out of precision weapons. It's sad for the enemy, for maybe any innocent people on the enemy's side, which in Iran is unfortunate, but it is not a reason to stop the war, okay? It's not a reason to say, okay, these people are so good at killing, so let's let them off the hook and maybe revisit this when they decide to go back to killing, which will, of course, be immediately. That is all that regime exists for. Okay. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Jonathan says, enjoyed your debate with Mark Pellegrino about constitutionality of the conflict. Thank you. I enjoyed that conversation as well. Mark, I'm hoping will be with us in the coming days for not debates, but to join us for our coverage and commentary, which is happening throughout the day, every day, for as long as this war continues until total victory is achieved. Daniel.
I mean, Trump ended the conflict between Albania and Azerbaijan, so I think it would be very welcome of them to now unite and join. By the way, again, this is not even. Hey, there is this concept. I tried to look it up. Something interesting about almost every single country is like every single country has like irredentionist, arguing for more territory. So apparently there is a concept or of whole Azerbaijan, which includes uniting all supposed Azerbaijani territory, which of course includes also Iranian Azerbaijan. So yeah, whoever, this is a free real estate as far as I'm concerned. Anybody who wants to come in, unite their ancestral lands or whatever, I think should be absolutely encouraged. Similarly to we saw, or we rather heard, I'm not sure how far along are the confirmations there? Yesterday, at the end of the show, me and Yar talked about that supposedly Iraqi Kurdistan or militias are crossing the border and going into Iran. Now I've seen also Jerusalem Post talking about this. But so far, the officials say that nothing's happening. And I mean, the Prime Minister of Iraqi Kurdistan, as well as Iran. Uh, but I think we will start seeing it soon, and now is the best opportunity. I mean, there still is a question, right? And we'll most likely publish. Yesterday we talked about potentially getting involved. For example, the Iraqi Kurdistan. So we'll try to publish that probably later today. Um, and there is a question if you get these involved, if because obviously once ethnic groups start rising up and claiming territory or uniting different lands, of course there is no new administration of Iran that would come in that wouldn't include either war with those territories or something, right? It's not like Azerbaijan or Iraqi Kurdistan go and take over the lands that they either say they belong to them or they want to take over. And once there is a new government in Iran, they'll say like, okay, you can have it back. We didn't actually care much for it. So I think it's going to be a lot of strategic. I think this is in some ways the most scary or sort of uncertain potential future of how or what exactly is going to be taken, what the route is going to be taken. Are we going to get these militias involved? Are we going to basically turn it into an ethnic conflict, or are we still hoping that the Iranian people will rise up and take over the regime and basically in a sense, keep the Iranian borders intact?
Yeah, we heard those reports. Then today I'm hearing reports that they're fighting Iranian militias in Iraq. And look, again, this is the fog of war. I don't mind being fed false information because if Iran hears, and they did hear what we hear, they hear. If they hear that they have an invasion from the West, they're gonna send some troops there, which kind of makes them easier to fight wherever they are, as long as the more stretched thin they are, the quicker and easier and more decisive this will be. And uh, that's important. Deeper with Diego says, hopefully today's chat will actually have something intelligent to say, or at least entertaining. First of all, people do have intelligent and entertaining, intelligent things to say every day, and it sometimes kind of gets hidden in between the trolls. Probably in part because it's my fault because I find them entertaining and I read it sometimes. But yeah, chat has been very good to us in the last few days, as have super chats. Huge thank you to everybody who's been super chatting these past few days. As we always say, we do this with a on a shoestring budget, and we love it. We're gonna keep doing it, but we love to do more and improve what we do and improve the reach of what we do. And super chats, becoming a member, and other ways of supporting us help. And of course, likes also help. We have 68 people watching. We have 27 likes. Unless 41 of you support Iran, I don't understand why we don't have more likes at the very least. But anyway, thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Um, Daniel, and thank you, Jonathan, for another super chat, super sticker.
Um, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much there is to say when it comes to news. What is this? Oh, Jesus. Hamas commander killed in Tripoli in naval. What?
Yeah, wasn't that yesterday, or is this a different one? I saw
Maybe
yesterday.
this is just confirmation final from the IDF spokesperson. Oh, no, no. That this morning in a strike in Tripoli eliminated
Tripoli,
Wasim.
Lebanon, not Tripoli.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that will make more sense. Wasim Atala Ali, Hamas commander and head of training and drills in terrorist organization military wing in Lebanon. Okay, I didn't know there was a Tripoli, Lebanon. That makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, and yeah, remember Hamas people. First of all, there too many of them are alive and well in Gaza, and we've been over that, and we'll keep being over that until Israel hopefully wins the front that they are least winning on. Let's put it that way. But yeah, Hamas is in Lebanon, it's in Qatar, it's in Turkey, and it should be targeted wherever it is. And again, all these operations um, help kind of, I think, make these countries maybe also reconsider. I mean, I go back to that strike in Qatar, which I thought was beautiful. Unfortunately, Netanyahu apologized, was forced by Trump, but um, yeah, wherever they are. And again, Israel will take out people who murder Jews and and have safe harbor in different countries. Whoever these countries are, you should not harbor murderers, even if they murder Jews, and you're cool with that. Know that the Jewish state now exists, unfortunately for you, and it is not cool with that, and it will hunt these people down wherever they are. I'm really hoping, by the way, that Mossad is preparing for additional operations that are going to be needed maybe after this war is over. But yeah, nobody, no murderer, period, should be safe. But when as long as there is a Jewish state, no person targeting Jews should be safe anywhere on the planet. Abschmidt, I think the minimum for a super chat is 99 cents, but I'm not.
But if you wanna send a message, it is $2. Uh,
Oh, and Deeper with Diego correct me. He said, hopefully today's chat trolls will actually, yeah, sorry. There are so many words. I can't read all of them. All right, Daniel.
just quickly, somebody says Trump's aiding Israel in taking down Iran. Daniel must be upset. I don't know if the person like hasn't watched for the last 5 days or something, or maybe it's because I made a joke about Albania and Azerbaijan. Look, with all the good Trump is doing now, doesn't erase all the bad stuff that he did before. Similarly to Netanyahu, all the good stuff that we've seen, even in the aftermath of October 7, doesn't erase the fact that it did happen under his watch, and a lot of problems that Israel has today are because of his inaction when it comes to it. So again, just to put things into frame. But I'm not gonna criticize Trump for like doing this. I'm still gonna make fun of, especially in the context of Albania and Azerbaijan, which I found
Yeah,
appropriate.
we were on for over 45 hours in the first 5 days. So, and Daniel has been on for the vast majority of those hours. So, but hey, you could go and check out and see if what you're saying is actually true, or you could just say it because, you once heard somebody criticize Trump. You don't need to know anything about that person beyond that. I mean, Daniel criticized Trump more than once, but still, this is something with Trump supporters. Uh, that's unfortunate, but again, these days, as you have seen on this channel, we understand context, and we understand that right now this current administration is doing something that needed to be done for half a century. One of the greatest things done, if not the greatest thing done in our lifetime, and done so far in the right way, and we will keep praising it.
We should mention that the Senate vote did happen yesterday when it comes to basically Senate Democrats wanted to pass war powers resolution about ending this or limiting Trump's actions when it comes to Iran. This motion was, or measure rather, failed 53 to 47, which I think is. Oh, wait, did one of the Republicans vote? Because I know there's 47 Democrats, but one of them is Fetterman, who said he wouldn't vote for this. Um, I'm trying to figure out who was the Republican. Oh, okay. Oh, Rand Paul. Okay, Rand Paul voted for it, and Senator Fetterman voted against it. But it's still missing. No, no, that makes sense. Okay, so this still didn't pass. So at least the Senate vote failed. I think House also wanted to have a vote. So we'll see. We'll see there. And I think in the House, the margins are a bit tighter. And I think there's more Republicans that would vote for this measure, especially the Congressman Massey. I think I would assume he would most likely vote for it.
Oh, he's definitely gonna vote, against this. And is Ron Paul still around? I don't even follow the crappier part of the Republican Party, which is a big,
Rand Paul.
yeah. Has his
Uh,
dad retired?
I think so, isn't he?
He's ancient, but he was always ancient. He was born ancient, I think. Anyway, not interesting. Let's move on to are we watching Tucker? Wait, do we have anything we can do that's not Tucker before we get to that?
Yeah, Ron Paul hasn't been in the House of Representatives for like 13 years. Okay, I know I'm going crazy. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, nothing from me.
Anyway, okay. Azerbaijan has closed its airspace close to Iran. They've also, I earlier read, they called the Iranian ambassador for a reprimand. I mean, seriously, you know. Anyway, uh, okay. By the way, I see this in Hebrew, and Trump says a lot of things. Did he call Mamdani an Islamist cockroach?
I think that's a Hebrew translation. There's no way.
Uh, I mean, it wouldn't be an incorrect statement, but
I mean, and I think a little bit maybe too much. At least from what I've seen from Mamdani, gave the basic line like, "Oh yeah, Ayatollah is a terrible guy. He's not good for the world, but we should also think about the long-term consequences." Blah blah blah. Like that's sort of like standard answer. Like,
who, Mamdani?
yeah.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, in a sense, I wouldn't get like why like Mamdani would get outside like special treatment, but his sort of response, or even I mean, after he got elected, from what I watched from Mamdani, he like the left has abandoned him pretty much. He's like he's now full on like a corporate
Well,
Democrat.
no, from what I see, the Democrats are condemning what Trump said and said it's Islamophobic. So, um, but
Uh,
anyway, you know who isn't Islamophobic and will never be accused of it unless he gets paid to promote Islamophobia, whatever that is? Tucker Carlson.
um,
Accused
I
too.
mean. I know, but like we have to. All right. Do you want to do it as in we publish this later for people to see? So like we hard focus. I have about like 4 clips, so we could make a whole video out of this. Basically,
Uh,
like if we want to do what's his name? Takar Carlson. If we want to do like his clips, we could do them at once. Get this out of the way and then publish it for people to see.
or we can do each one separately, give ourselves like a non-Tucker breaks in between to regain our sanity, and we can pick and choose which was the best of ours and release that into the wild. Yeah, 4 clips of Tucker. How long are they?
I think like 2 minutes tops.
Yeah, that is like 3 hours worth of content. So let's start one. Let's start one and see how it goes.
Okay, let's do this one. Wait, do you want to do introduction? Because when I publish these clips, it's kind of unfortunate because like I don't have an intro.
Sure.
So
Tucker Carlson said some crap. Let's listen and see what he had to say and try to decipher it as best we can.
Honestly, kind of articulate clip from a couple of years ago. This is from August of 2024 from an Israeli rabbi, Joseph Misrach, describing how Israel should take advantage of a then ongoing conflict with Iran, much less intense than the current conflict we're seeing with Iran, to destroy the Dome of the Rock in Al-Aqsa. Watch this.
If it was up to me, the last time when they shot hundreds of missiles, I would pretend that one missile came from Iran and shoot it down. You know, then all the Arabs will go against Iran and it will be the end of the problems. You make them fight with each other, this bunch of lunatics. Never too late, you deal with a bunch of cowards.
Shoot it down into the Dome of the Rock in Al-Aqsa. Destroy what's on what the Israelis call the Temple Mount on the foundation stone. Destroy it and blame the Iranians. And that has the effect, as you just heard him say, of turning our enemies against each other. Turning our enemies against each other. Although they've refused to recognize it for quite some time, the Europeans are the enemies, the mortal enemies of the
Let's
Israelis.
pause.
That's the Israeli.
Let's pause. Okay, this again, this is what these people are grasping at right now. Some Jew said some stuff years ago. Therefore, therefore, we should side with the people who say "Death to America" in their official government slogan. That is Tucker Carlson reasoning, and it's reasoning that resonates with millions. So remember, when this war is won decisively and the regime in Iran is removed and hopefully replaced with a Western freedom-loving government, we still have the enemy within, and that's the Tucker Carlsons and the Candace Owenses and their friends and the people on the left. Look, there's nobody actually fighting for Western civilization, pretty much. So we have a lot to be afraid of even after victory. But hopefully, nobody who in the decision-making process is listening to Tucker. At least now, I don't know what's going to happen 3 years from now, but yeah, that's Daniel. Your thoughts on what we just heard?
Yeah, I mean, just to remind, this is straight up. Hey, here is a Jew who said something. That's what the car did. Like I looked up this guy. He actually seems much more on like the car side in some ways. Apparently, during COVID, he said you should take like hot, what you call them, hot like the air, like blower for like hair, and like put it down your throat, and that will like cure COVID. So he seems much more on the conspiratorial like the car side than anything else. This like rabbi guy. And again, what is it like? Like I cannot wait for Tucker Carlson to like play Raka's music on like one of his shows to like look what they look how they make fun of Khamenei or something. It's like this is the type of thing we are at. Okay, so he said, Arab states will go to war with Iran, right? But why are the Arab states, the Gulf states, technically not at war with Iran yet, but engage in a conflict with Iran? It's because Iran dropped, like, or are we saying that it was Israel that somehow dropped all these bombs on the Gulf states? Like somehow Israel acquired the Fahid drones and is sending them to Cyprus that were recently shut down. Like that's what's happening. Like this has absolutely no contention outside of. I mean, it's really easy to be like conspiratorial, right? Because you can just say, "Hey, look, a Jew said something," and somehow that like justifies everything.
I mean, every part of that is next level retarded. First of all, the rabbi, I don't know if he understands how missiles work, how interception works. But yeah, if you intercept something above Al-Aqsa and it falls, it's also gonna fall on your favorite wall. So just bear that in mind. It's right there. You do realize that. And yeah, it's you don't actually like you have a ballistic missile. You're thinking, how do we prevent this from killing lots of people? You don't think, how do we also use this as some sort of anyway? I'm not going to explain this to the rabbi. His imaginary friend is the final authority as far as he's concerned. But yeah, Tucker is. I say this whenever we talk about these people. What what is their audience like? What is an actual Tucker Carlson fan looking at that? What do they think? Oh, wow, more proof that the Jews are everything that Tucker says they are? Or why is this guy plucking out Jews who said things that he thinks he can use against all the Jews at a time when America is at war with a country that has death to America and its slogan that has killed Americans for half a century?
Uh, Yeah, but somebody asked about the character. So the watermark or the character watermark is from the person who posted this. Who, by the way, he said it as plays disturbing video of an Israeli rabbi openly plotting to shoot a missile into Al-Aqsa Mosque and blame it on Iran. So even he cannot put it into Tucker Carlson's sentence because the rabbi didn't say shoot a missile into Al-Aqsa. He said yeah, basically something like intercepted. Like I don't know. Maybe you send like a small rocket that like only bumps it, and it like flips the trajectory and goes into Al Aqsa Mosque. Um, and something reminds me. Yeah, hair dryer was the word I was looking for.
Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Jonathan says Tucker is a phony. I mean, phony is an understatement, but because it's with a super chat, it's elevated to the status of statement. Okay, let's watch more of Tucker.
So this clip has still a bit more. So let's see if there's something more.
Perspective, obviously. Look at the effects. And so if that were to happen in this conflict, it's not the Israelis who would bear the brunt of it. It's the Europeans, it's the Canadians, it's the Australians, and it's us and it's the Russians. 20% of Russia is Muslim. All of those countries would be in for serious turmoil.
No. How can that be the case? I watched Tucker Carlson on the stage at America Fest, Turning Point USA's conference in December, telling us that no Muslims want to kill us. So how are we gonna bear the brunt of what? Of, strongly worded statements? I don't understand.
By the way, we call this crazy, but we listened to Leonard Peikoff on Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly was saying absolutely the same thing, that if you fight, although it's a little bit different because he's saying if Al-Aqsa Mosque was destroyed, then all the Muslims in the West would rise up. But by the way, Israel has no Muslims, just a reminder, which is what I think Tucker seems to imply. Because like he's saying, it's not Israel that would pay, it's European nations and Russia and America and Australia. So yeah, or maybe he thinks like just like Candace, like all the Muslims are in the Arab quarter in the old city. Maybe that's why. So and those would be hid, right? Because Al-Aqsa Mosque is right there. So apparently that will be taken out. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Like this is exactly what like Peter O'Reilly was saying, right? That like, oh, if you fight against Iran or if you fight against the proper enemy, then all the Muslims would rise up, all the states would rise up, because this is what we're seeing, right? We're seeing Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Iraq and Jordan, and I'm probably missing something, like rising up to Israel and America. No, we're seeing them actually either fighting for their lives in some extent, like Qatar is running out of interception missiles. Apparently UK is sending more, I think either more planes into Qatar just to defend it. So it's those states that are actually fighting for their lives right now. And again, when you fight evil, they do not rise up. We are not seeing, again, where are the biggest like anti-Semitic attack? It's the countries that are the most anti-Semitic. It's Australia and it's the UK and it's the Netherlands and it's Spain. The countries that encourage hatred of Israel and hatred of Jews, those are the ones who actually get that violence. It's not countries that fight against it. It's not countries that are willing to fight against Islamism.
Yeah. By the way, in his long list of countries where non-Muslims will bear the brunt of the backlash from the super peaceful Muslims he was telling us about a few months ago, he didn't mention the massive Christian population in Qatar that he was telling Ambassador Huckabee about. Anyway, Bonnie says Dearborn is normal people going about their business. In a sense, I think the uh, Arab Muslim communities in the West are going to be the safest places, because that's not where I mean, they might, there might be protests, but uh, the places where they if anybody from Dearborn is going to commit a terrorist attack, it's going to be in a not like Dearborn place, if you know what I mean. All right, let's watch more.
So that's it with this one. Let me do. Okay, let's do this one. I don't even know what this one talks about.
So how exactly did the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, a military that the U.S. taxpayer pays for, that lots of wealthy Americans send money to friends of the IDF, how did all these guys wind up wearing patches suggesting the point of this war was the destruction of one of the holiest places in Islam and the rebuilding of a temple that is totally anathema to Christianity? Like, how did this happen? Well, there are a lot of ways it happened. The main way it happened is because no one in the United States noticed, because it's such a secular place. And as noted, we have eyes but can't see and ears and can't hear. But this has been going on a long time in public through, in part, the efforts of a group called Chabad, Chabad. And you may know people who give money to Chabad or run into Chabad, super nice people, engaged in all kinds of charitable activities, drug rehab. There's a lot about Chabad that's really good. But what is Chabad exactly? Well, Chabad, you can look it up, is a very old organization, about 250 years old. And it's a branch of Hasidic Judaism. It's an organization that was overseen for many years by a guy called Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who was famously in Brooklyn, considered the Messiah by some of his followers, who was a friend of presidents, or certainly someone presidents visited. He was a very powerful man in the Orthodox and the Hasidic community. And he was the overseer of Chabad, which predated him and outlasted him, but he was its most visible ambassador. And Chabad has been pushing in a pretty subtle way, unless you look carefully, for the reconstruction of the Third Temple. And it seems like, from the reading we did recently, that those patches actually came from Chabad. In any case, Chabad is pushing for the building of the Third Temple.
I have to say a couple of things. First of all, Tucker, I guess one of his researchers was Googling bad things about Jews, came up with Chabad. Tucker is now aware of Chabad. Good for him. With Tucker, obviously so much of what he says is bullshit that I don't know to what extent it's, it's necessary or even advisable to try to separate the bullshit. But yeah. That is really, really far-fetched. I don't know if Chabad is actually calling for building the third temple. I know many in Judaism, religious Jews think that the temple should be built when the Messiah comes, and yeah, don't hold your breath, but at least that's the plan that I'm aware of. But look, people in the chat who are maybe more familiar with Chabad can let us know. In either case, Chabad is basically pulling Trump's strings, if I understand correctly from Tucker. Daniel.
So yeah, I don't know much about Chabad, but yeah, I'm just trying to chat ChatGPT, and it looks like maybe some within want to build it. But again, so he's like, well, his first starting course of action was that IDF, some in the IDF were patches, supposedly, something about rebuilding the third temple. Which again, I don't even know, like, has like Tucker ever like been like talk to soldiers or been in the military or just anything? Like, that's usually the people. Well, you have the people who are actually fighting the war. There are people who definitely are more keen to like have something building up the morale, something building up the propaganda. Again, at the end of the day, it's the civilian government of Israel, it's Netanyahu, it's the defense ministry that actually set the policy of what's going to happen. It's not some I don't mean to say, but like nameless, basically, right? Like somebody just within IDF, just an infantryman, or just somebody on the lower ranks of the military. That is like not even like on the hierarchies. Even if you're a general, you're not deciding if the third temple is going to be built or anything in those regards. So yeah, I'm sure there are people who do that. There are people I know within Ukrainian military who, yeah, if you look really closely, it's like, oh, this is like dehumanizing of Russians or something. Well, don't start a war from the other side if you don't want to be dehumanized. Russians shouldn't start a war. Iran shouldn't pose a threat. Shouldn't kill Americans. Shouldn't kill Israelis. Shouldn't threaten the lives of Israelis and Americans if it doesn't go into war. But yeah, let's focus on what patches the IDF soldiers are wearing so we can like figure out what is actually happening. Yeah, and same with Chabad. Like, I just wish like Tucker Carlson like straight up came out and said what specifically like he wants to see or he doesn't want to see, because this is such a roundabout way of like, okay, so we have Chabad here who wants to build a third temple. Here we have some random rabbi who doesn't, I don't think even has anything to do with Chabad, but he said we could use one of the Iranian missiles to drop on the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and then we can build third temple. Like, and again, then third temple gets built, and what? Palestinians are still there. Like, you haven't solved anything. You haven't actually, or Iran is still there, right? Like, you haven't solved any of the issues. And I understand, if we are talking about religious or mystical people, we are not really talking about rationality. So, building the third temple might be the end in itself, right? James says there are Christians who want a new temple too. I mean, everybody wants a new temple.
I don't really care, but if somebody wants to build it, pay for it, sure. Thank you, Roman, for the super chat. Roman says, have you considered streaming to all platforms available? Get rid of the 2 black bars over and under your webcam streams. Make everything colorful. Yes, we have. The day will come. Your support with a super chat makes hopefully that day come sooner. But yeah, we are not there yet. And again, in the coming days and weeks, that we're doing something we've again never done before. We did one 7-hour live stream in June of last year when the war started. Other than that, the longest was, I think, just over 3 hours for a fundraiser. And we're used to 30-minute to 1 hour, sometimes going overtime streams. So all day, every day, or throughout the day, every day is a new thing for us. It is likely to end after the war, although in some senses we're enjoying it. So we'll see. But yeah, I agree with the comment, and that is on the to-do list. What unfortunately is sooner on the to-do list is listening to more of Tucker.
Just quickly, because somebody said, aren't there temples in Utah? Well, if anybody knows how to build temples, it's the Mormons. I don't know if people like ever saw like a Mormon temple, but it's insane. Like it's like a different world. Like if you just drive past it, it stands out so much. I don't know why, but it's very. I think if I ever wanted to build a temple, I think I would go to Mormons to do so. From anything we have so far, at least from what I've seen. All right, let's do. Wait, did we do this one? Yeah. Okay, let's do. Wait, no, we did this one. Okay, can you filibuster for a little bit?
Yeah. Roman says, just saying, I think Twitch might be still the #1 for live streaming. Yeah, we've talked about that in the past. I have to say, I am I don't want to blame my age, but I'm of an age that I've never watched Twitch, but luckily Daniel is of the Twitch generation. So yeah, I
We're never going to that anti-Semitic platform. I would never do that. We can definitely do other things. I'm good with even X to some extent, or even Rumble. I'm more favorable to Rumble than Twitch at this point. So
I mean, X would be top of my list just because there's more people there. Like we want to be on platforms where we're seen, and also with the advantage with X, when we watch when we do these streams, you'll notice I say, comment, like, become members, and subscribe. Share is also something I say sometimes, but I understand sharing YouTube videos. You click the share, you put it on a different platform. That platform is not gonna, the algorithm isn't gonna like the fact that you're sending people to a different platform. So whereas on X, a retweet by the right person with a big audience, or a retweet that you don't have a big audience, but somebody with a big audience will see, could get a big, much bigger audience. So but yeah, we'll talk about that some more. Well, we can talk about it during the long live streams, but let's go back to Tucker if you have something ready.
yes, let's do this one.
West Side. Here's an IDF soldier, apparently an American by his accent, describing why he's at war. Watch this.
They call this operation the Swords of Iron. But what are we really fighting for? We're fighting for the right of the Jewish people to exist, be Jewish, practice their religion, and be free. And one day our true leader will come and we'll be united as a whole Jewish nation, so we can rebuild the Beit HaMikdash.
Bet HaMikdash, probably mispronouncing it. That's the Hebrew term for the temple, the third temple. We are doing this so we can rebuild the temple. Now you'll notice he's pulling off patches on Velcro on his IDF uniform. These are not civilian clothes. This is the uniform of the government of Israel, of its military. And he has patches on that uniform, one of which is a symbol of the temple, the third temple. So it just couldn't be clearer. Why are we doing this? To rebuild the third temple. Now, if you think we're just cherry picking this off the internet, one guy wearing an unauthorized temple patch, paid for, by the way, a uniform paid by us, armaments paid for by us. The U.S. taxpayer pays for all this stuff one way or another. The U.S. taxpayer pays for the military of Israel. Boy, does it. If you think we're being unfair,
Stop.
just like found one guy.
Okay, stop. No, first of all, no U.S. taxpayers do not pay for IDF uniforms. U.S. taxpayers pay for weapons that Israel buys from U.S. companies. That is what aid, military aid to Israel is for. And as you can see, those weapons are used, and then America benefits massively. Again, Israel yesterday, an Israeli pilot, we might show that, we should show that video later, even if we showed it yesterday. I don't know if you did, but an Israeli pilot shooting down a plane in the air for the first time in decades from an American plane. Yeah,
An Israeli pilot on a stealth jet shoots down a fighter jet. Stealth jets are not equipped, their purpose is not to fight other jets. Their purpose is to bomb. That's the historic first. The fact that F-35, a stealth jet, shot down a fighter jet.
Yeah, and again, but it is an American jet that did this. This is of all the things that the U.S. taxpayers pay for, this is in the top 1% of things that are absolutely worth it. I think it's idiotic for Israel to demand that or to ask for the aid to be reduced. I think it's idiotic for America to agree to that. America is seeing now what giving aid to Israel means. It not only is weapons that are being used, and then America can understand, the manufacturers can understand how they're used in combat. It's not the same as how they're used in simulation. And they are used by Israel also to defend Americans. This is America's war against America's enemy. So, but Tucker is also America's enemy. So of course he is unhappy with that. Look, the content that the Tuckers of the world are putting out there right now is the same as the news coverage that you see in CNN or elsewhere, or the BBC, where they tell you, like we said at the beginning, we're running out of interceptors, we're running out of precision ammunition, we're not going to be able to win this, we're not going to be able to defend ourselves. This isn't reporting of the news. It is selective reporting to demoralize the troops, to turn the people against this absolutely just war, which is also, and this is a first since World War II, being fought in the right way. As Hegseth said yesterday, without all these shackles that we've been used to fighting with. And by the way, that's another thing. These militaries aren't used to fighting like this. They weren't around last time this was done. So it takes some adjusting. It's good that it's done for the first time in a war against Iran and Lebanon, and not in a war against Russia or China. So yeah, Tucker is just so despicably anti-American. Remember, his hatred of the Jews is what has turned him, at least in his public facing persona, into one of the biggest anti-American propagandists out there, anti-American and anti-Western.
Yeah, and again, just to go back to the video itself. So he says like US, and that's also he says like US pays for it in one way or the other. Like, does it like, okay, how much of the like Israeli yearly budget does like Tucker Carlson thing that like America fills it up? Like, I believe if you account for all the aid, and I think my numbers only go to like maybe 24, but so let's say I add up a little bit. I think it's like $350 billion of aid that went to Israel. And with that, we are talking, especially more recently in the last few decades, all of it is military aid, and all of it is, as we said, coupons. So Israel buys American-made weapons. Pretty much all of Israeli weapons, especially when it comes to jets or anything, is American-made. all of that, all of the information, all of the combat experience is given back to America. Israel can, I don't think, I don't think Israel can even like share that information to anybody else. Not that they would even have a desire to, right? So America is like, just imagine America, like when it comes to fighting a war, knowing how modern war is fought is a very important part. That's why American Civil War was very important when it came to learning the new doctrine. That's why pretty much every European nation had somebody in the American Civil War to learn how the new sort of emerging trench warfare is going to be fought. Same with the Spanish Civil War as a precursor to World War II. The Soviet Union had people in the in the Republican Spain, and Germany and Italy had people in the nationalist Spain. Everybody was interested in how new war is being fought. Same with the modern war in Ukraine. Everybody wants to know how drone warfare is fought. Ukraine manages to figure out how to fight. I mean, they've been fighting against the Fahid rockets, sorry, Fahid drones from Iran for some time. They know how to fight them, and that information is very important to the Gulf states right now, who are getting hit by those drones and are very interested in learning how they work and how to figure it out. So information when it comes to warfare is, I mean, like, okay, let's take the number, right? 350 billion went to Israel. How many American lives that sent? How much would you pay to preserve American lives when it comes to fighting a war because you have information that you wouldn't have otherwise? I mean, can you even put money on that? Not to mention how much it gets that Israel is fighting American wars, that America has this ally. And so all of that together, I think, shows that this has been very self-interested from America. That's why no matter if it's a Democrat or Republican, all of them want some relationship with Israel, because I think once you understand the benefit America is getting, it's a no-brainer of why you should want to sustain that relationship, unless you have some complete ideological hatred of Israel that you want to get rid of. And then again, I think Tucker Carlson was like jumping a little bit because he wanted to say, "Oh, Israel is like pay or like America is paying for these uniforms, and then Israel is buying these uniforms." And for a little bit, he seemed to want to imply that like Israel is like handing out the patches of Third Temple to like every soldier rather than those soldiers picking. And again, imagine being a commander. You have your soldiers, and imagine telling them, "Hey, you cannot wear that patch that again has absolutely no influence on like anything they are doing. It's simply to bring up their own morale." I mean, you would probably get killed as a commander, or not really, but you would probably have like absolutely no authority over your unit if you told them what patches they can or cannot wear. So yeah, I end that shows.
Yeah,
I-
and of course, Israel has soldiers in the IDF who are secular Jews, who are Christian, who are Muslim. They would not do something like this because it makes no sense. Now, Tucker won't tell you about this. He's actually going to lie to you and say that Qatar has more Christians than Israel, which is, does Qatar has more people than Israel has Christian? Actually, it probably does. Yeah, no, sorry, it does. But
what did you say?
no, I was thinking out loud, but no, Qatar definitely has a bigger population than Israel has Christians, but it does not have a bigger Christian population than Israel,
Oh,
which
well,
is what Tucker was claiming.
Technically it does, but maybe because mainly because of temporary workers. But no Christians in Qatar are actually citizens of Qatar because you cannot be a citizen if you're not
Yeah.
Muslim.
But apparently you can own property, at least if you're Tucker Carlson. Anyway, in conclusion, Tucker is a lowlife. And scene. Okay, now you can cut that and share that with the world. Let's go back in a minute. We're about an hour into the show, so I think it's time for some news updates. But before that, I want to continue a little bit the conversation that Roman started earlier. First of all, he's saying Rumble is definitely making inways. Yeah, when we do get to that, which I hope is sooner rather than later, that's something we're going to look into. We actually technically are on Rumble, right? And we used to put the daily objective up there, and it just was, didn't justify the effort at the time, but it was years ago. So my first, if we're gonna go platform by platform, my first one would be X, which actually we do post the Daily Objective and the reality show on X. We haven't been posting these live streams, but we do post those. And well, I made my case for X earlier. Cats for Capitalism says, if Twitch is anti-Semitic, then even more reason to get on there and bash in the anti-Semitism. I don't know, because if
But
our
I don't mean anti-Semitic as if like people that are anti-Semitic. I mean straight up the leadership of Twitch taking anti-Semitic basically actions when it comes to their moderation, when it comes to who they ban, when it comes to the type of content they allow. Again, Twitch has like a policy against terrorism, against showing terrorist content, which again to some extent we would even be in problem for, because we do show some of the Iranian stuff. So it has like policy against that. But Hassan Piker, one of the biggest Twitch streamer, never gets banned for it. Like he can go on tirades against Zionists or against Jews or against anything, and he never gets banned. So again, we did a couple episodes on Twitch, so people can check that to make the claim, to sort of substantiate the claims I'm making, because I'll be much more articulate in those since I prepared for those. So I recommend checking that out. But I think that would be my main thing. Just simply that I don't want to sanction that kind of company, especially if I don't have to, and there are better alternatives.
And we do have a history with sanctioning such companies. I mean, TikTok, I've seen recently, with the change of ownership of TikTok, people complaining that their anti-Semitic content is suddenly being banned. We were banned from TikTok before it was cool, like early in I don't remember the exact month, but it was shortly after October 7th when, we were doing pro-Israel stuff, and they didn't like it. So TikTok banned us. We haven't attempted to go back. By the way, we're also banned on Facebook, so we are familiar with bans. We can, whether or not Twitch bans us, I don't know, and it doesn't look like we're gonna find out anytime soon. Okay, Abschmidt asked, I'm wondering how many of these reports that we are running low on munitions are deception. I don't know. It's possible, but what kind of deception? It doesn't make sense to me. But again, I want things, not to make sense to me. I want to be as confused as possible, because that means the enemy is also as confused as possible. So, but yeah, I would think, that would give them sort of the idea that they if they hold on for a while, then again, deception is important in war. So yeah, if that is what's being done, then good. If not, again, I go back to my what I said at the beginning, which is that Israel and absolutely the U.S. should demand of the countries that are being attacked by Iran and defended by the U.S. and Israel to participate, do something symbolic even. I mean, I don't know how the Spanish prime minister, by the way, after taking a brave stance, I saw social media yesterday filled with like all these left-wing people who, the greatest moment in their life, I guess, was when Iran killed tens of thousands of its own people who were protesting, really celebrating Sanchez and Sanchez Martinez, what is his name? Anyway, that asshole who was running Spain, and all of a sudden uh, he's surrendering within hours, but he's surrendering only on the use of bases. He still doesn't want to take his part in NATO to 5% of their budget. And remember, if Spain, if 5% of their budget is spent on defense, Spain is still really being defended by the U.S. Okay, because if there's anything serious going on, because 5% of Spain's flourishing tourist industry and third-rate olive oil is not is not gonna compete with what America can bring. And I think also in America, it's probably the dollars that are spent are better spent than what Spain does.
Yeah, just quickly, people are still talking about Twitch. Somebody says, "I understand if you hate what Hassan says, but I wouldn't require to ban him for that." Hassan Piker is a scam of the earth who is an anti-American, anti-Western. He doesn't stand for anything good. If he had it, he went to China. He was paid by the Chinese government to make propaganda in China. He had a Houthi pirate on his show. He celebrated like Hezbollah, celebrated Hezbollah. He actively wants like Israel to be destroyed. He supports every single part of like anything bad you can think in the world. He supports. It's his free speech, and he shouldn't be put in prison for that. Although with some cases, we could even talk about that. But he should absolutely be banned from every single platform. I think every supermarket that is should stop selling him food. I think that person and the kind of abhorrent views he has should um people shouldn't interact with him. Let's just keep it at that.
Yeah. Unless they interact with him in the way we interacted with him yesterday, which also wasn't very fun. Yeah, I see that one of the trolls is trying to go after me, and Susie says, "Get in line, buddy. Razi has loads of admirers on here, trolls and otherwise." First of all, thank you for that. Yeah, I think although the good people hopefully admire me for my mind, I think the trolls only like me for my body. But anyway, they're not gonna get it. So. Uh, Daniel, let's go to the news. All right, yeah, this is it's
Yeah,
time to get it together.
just quickly to wrap up, because somebody says they are a free speech absolutist here. This has nothing to do with free speech. People getting banned from platforms for being as anti-life as Sam Piker is has nothing to do with free speech. Again, I don't think, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think he did anything illegal. But I think he definitely did something that goes against any decent ethic system in the world.
Okay. I want to go back to by the way, the conversation about us and platforms and stuff like that, and maybe open up a conversation that Daniel and I had behind the scenes, or are having behind the scenes. But yeah, let's get some news updates first. So there's more fire from Iran to the center of Israel. Uh, 90 Israeli Air Force jets have attacked in Tehran. More than 300 launchers have been destroyed in Iran since the start of the war. That is very, very good news. There are we'll show video later, but there are many people escaping Dahia. Again, as we mentioned an hour ago, the IDF has issued, the IDF spokesperson in Arabic has issued evacuation orders for 4 neighborhoods in the Dahia quarter, Hezbollah's part of Beirut. This is highly unusual. I don't remember it. I've asked, and I'll ask again, anybody in the chat who remembers something like this. I mean, they do evacuation orders, and they do them in the south. I think, oh yeah, yesterday we talked about how Israel has an evacuation order for the whole of South Lebanon, but South Lebanon is Hezbollah. So it's not, it's all terrorists. Like, it's terrorists. If there are innocent civilians, they're the families of terrorists. So it's very, very different when it's in the heart of Beirut. And part of why it's in the heart of Beirut is because they know the Jews go out of their way to avoid civilian casualties, even though those civilians are part of the warfare, the war effort. And this time, the IDF really, I really think Hezbollah didn't expect this, any of this. They got an order from Iran. You have to participate in this war. So they shot a couple of rockets, they shot a couple of drones, and they thought, okay, look, from October 7th until late September 20, October 7th, 2023, late September 2024, we were shooting at Israel all the time, and they did very little. So right now we're going to shoot this, and they might bomb some launcher somewhere or a couple, and that'll be it. And Israel is gone in guns a-blazing, dropping bombs everywhere, a ground operation, and really it looks like they're finding out the hard way, which is very, very, very good to see. So yeah, people in the Dahia quarter are escaping in droves, and why there's an evacuation order is a different story. I'm not a fan. I will go back to what I have said about Gaza, the idea of letting people out of their buildings, calling them and letting them know before you bomb their buildings. Buildings don't kill people. Palestinians kill people. Lebanese terrorists kill people. Yeah, people kill people, and the people who kill people will no longer be able to kill people if they're dead. So let's target them and not tell them we're coming. That's my advice, but it's I've offered a lot of advice to Israel's leadership over the past 2.5 years. They've taken more than I expected. I'm not sure if they actually were listening to us or just observed reality. But we'll take what we can get. Iran has bombed a oil facility in Bahrain. Um, an oil refinery in Bahrain. Lebanon says that 102 people have been killed in the Israeli strikes since Monday, and 638 people have been injured. The Emirates say that they have shot down drones and missiles from Iran. Yeah, the Emirates are really getting, getting a lot of Iran's ire. Um, Okay, and in Israel, they're saying that the goal is for
You
Israel
know what
to
this reminds me of? You know
what?
how sometimes you have like bully movies or bully shows, and it's like because like a kid is getting abused at home, it's like taking it out like on like people in their school because they cannot speak out to their parents. I think Iran is scared about actually responding to Israel and America, so they're taking it out on the Gulf states. Because like recently, apparently now it's blaming Israel for attacking Azerbaijan. With Azerbaijan responding that apparently Iran wanted help with some evacuations or something, and Azerbaijan said they cannot, and afterwards were attacked, like Azerbaijan was attacked, and I think this is straight up like Iran is having like a fit. Like it's just attacking a bunch of like I think straight up to like recover some face. Because they cannot do anything to America and Israel. They're trying. They've tried in the past, right? They've tried during the 12-day war. They tried during the strikes, like the missile launches before. They weren't able to do anything. So now they are trying to, blow up either Bahrain or United Arab Emirates or Qatar or Kuwait or all those other nations because that's the only thing they can handle.
Yeah, and them lashing out, at everybody, it makes me again go back to, and none of this is based on the last few days of statements from the US and Israel, which have been as close to perfect as I've ever heard in my life. Um, but there is always the fear of, okay, maybe, if we harm them enough, they'll want to go back to the negotiation table. And I hope nobody allows that to happen. Like all these countries that are being attacked should understand what kind of neighbor they have. So and I'm very much hoping that is what it's such an irony and a disgusting one, by the way, that I'm hoping that the Arab Muslim dictatorships of the Middle East convince Trump to do the right thing, while in his other ear, Europeans are trying to convince him to do the wrong thing. Remember, this is the continent that did the Holocaust recently in America, saved it, and now this is how they're repaying it. Thank you, VR 1977 AD, for the super chat. VR says, "Dear trolls, show some appreciation and donate." Yeah, that is unlikely to happen. It happens from time to time, but it's pretty rare. But if as I always say to trolls, socialists say to rich people about taxation, we will spend that money better than you trolls. So you should absolutely contribute. Somebody said capitalism is not ethical. Marx showed what capitalism is. and I see that that person has found out in the chat. Daniel.
So we also have, I guess, just to wrap up the news, we also have Smotrich saying that Dahiye will look like Khan Yunis. Yeah, absolutely. There should be a response to the Hezbollah attacks. And
I like it, but remember Smotrich, as much as he seems to be the leader of Israel, if you listen to some of Israel's biggest haters, is finance minister. So he doesn't decide what Dahiya will look like, but
is he not in the war cabinet?
yes, but he is not, he's not the person. If Dahiya is going to look like Khan Yunis, he's not the person to say it. It's Israel Katz, the defense minister, who should be saying it. But if you don't want to say, don't say it. Let's see it, and let's see it now. They've issued the evacuation order again. I don't like it, but I like it better than the alternative of doing nothing or just bombing launchers. So yeah, let's make it happen and make Lebanon pay, make Lebanon regret it, and make Lebanon an example for anybody else who is thinking of doing the same. Okay, I expect we will soon be joined by James Valiant. Before that, I want to go back quickly to the conversation. Daniel, actually, you know what? Let's open this up. You know what conversation I'm going to open up, right? But I'm going to wait until James is here and see what he has to say on it. Do you know, or should I? Then you talk for a second, and I'll text you on Slack.
I mean, James is joining.
Great. Then he can talk for a second, and I will text you on Slack.
No. Hey, James.
Well, hello. Salutations and greetings, gentlemen.
Anything? So James didn't join us today, but he did join us on the other day, so we appreciate that. Anything you'd like to point out, either from yesterday's news or while you were gone?
Well, the Senate did fail to pass any war powers limitations on the president, and so that's at least tacit approval under our current understanding of things. The House is taking it up today, but it really doesn't matter because if the Senate doesn't pass the resolution, it can't even get to the president's desk. It must just get over his veto, which would require 2/3 of each house to overcome. But the Senate has just given its tacit approval for what is going on here. And under the current understanding of the law of these matters in the United States, that in effect gives the president a green light to go for the next 2 months without any congressional authorization.
But
Further,
he still needs like an actual authorization when the 2 months
he
run up,
does.
right? Yeah.
Needs to go back to Congress, and Congress needs to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down then at that point. And of course, Congress all along, they control the purse strings. One thing people, miss, they seem to think as though the Congress doesn't have oversight over what a president does. They do have significant powers to limit what a president is doing at any time they want. The Congress can attempt to limit what the president is doing. I just don't think it politically will fly. And we just saw there, all but one Republican voted against it. All but one Democrat voted for it. But that means that, in other words, Congress is given the green light to go forth under American law. Let me put it that way.
James, welcome. A couple of things quickly. Well, a couple of comments quickly, and then I want to open up that discussion. Daniel, I told you what it's about, so if you have any objections, let me know, and then you people will have to never know, but guess what it may have been about. He has no objections, so you will soon find out. The person who was promoting Marx here was saying, try reading Marx if you can. It takes thinking. Of course, how do you make an argument without making an insult? And then he recommends starting with Das Kapital. I would actually recommend starting with the essay on the Jewish question if you really want to understand who Karl Marx is. That is a good place to understand who you're dealing with and who Marxists are promoting. It's not an accident. I urge people again, after this stream is over, maybe go find Yaron Brooks' talk, Anti-Capitalism and Anti-Semitism, and understand that those two are not accidentally joined together at the hip. It's not an accident that all the people who protest against Israel also hate the idea of humans being free anywhere. They particularly hate the idea of Jews being alive, but they also hate freedom, and there is a reason for that.
And also I want to just throw, because like people who say like read Marx,
And
like
and he's saying now Marx is Jewish. By the way, are you saying that essay wasn't written? I don't know what that statement is. He was a Jewish anti-Semite, but yeah.
Yeah, but also like, why is it always like Marx? Don't you have like any more contemporary like neo-Marxist like things to recommend? Like, why would I go like Marx? Sure, he played the role. I just don't get it. It's like, oh, do you want to know about 21st century like economics? Go read like Frederick Bastiat. It's like, I think Frederick Bastiat is a great writer, and he had a lot of influence on the development of economics. But like economics developed like above or like beyond Marx and like Frederick Bastiat. Like we have contemporary like writing on economics. Whenever somebody recommends Marx, it feels like that's somebody who like doesn't know anything about economics, and is simply just like, oh, just go do that. It's a different if it was like philosophy, but if you are putting Marx forward as like an economist, well, it's an old economist. Like economics, like more, it's. I mean, it would be same like bringing up Keynes. Like economics moved beyond these economists. Like we have new economists who like are trying to develop, take something like modern monetary theory. Like that's something to discuss in a sense, because that's something new. I mean, completely wrong and bad, but it's at least something new that can be discussed. Like we are developing.
Magical thinking is very old, and so I think modern monetary theory is just a revamped medieval magic. It's not economic science, so I make a distinction between economic science and economic mysticism.
I guess just in a sense it would be like studying like modern physics and using like Newtonian like understanding of like physics to like study like recent
events. But there's been a clear anti-Semitic undertow on the left, but also on the right. On the right,
I'll just say, can I just say, and this is the last thing I think I'm going to say from this troll, but he's now saying a Jewish anti-Semite, okay, Razi, LOL. So he's not yet answering if he thinks I made up the essay by Karl Marx, which you can find online for free on the Jewish question. There's no comment from this person, and this is what they do. Their problem is, I was thinking about this, by the way, when we do these Owen Jones videos and we go word by word, tearing them apart. Imagine Owen Jones trying to do, he's not going to do it because we're not a big enough channel, but he wouldn't do that anyway, doing the same thing to us. Imagine him trying to go through a video where we're pointing out the lies of Owen Jones. That will never ever happen, because somebody like that relies on his audience living in the world they're trying to create, living in this sort of intellectual North Korea where all the info you get is from Owen, and that's it. And if he ever hears a challenge to his claim, for example, from a couple of days ago, that Israel deliberately targeted a girls' school, something we don't know was bombed by Israel. We don't know really happened. We assume it did. And we know, again, what regime this school is within the jurisdiction of and what they did to people earlier. So yeah, these people can only lie. Sorry, James. I'm like, I see this stuff and I don't know why I reply. And this troll, as you know, the policy on banning trolls is Razi's whims, and this troll might actually get it. Although, of course, he is now silent, or at least he's silent on the one question I asked him, because he knows it's true.
And I just want to finish one quick thing, because somebody said something like, I said it's more modern, so it means it's more right, or something like that. That's not my point. My point is like, you have like neo-Marxists, like if you wanna like even like get a certain understanding or certain viewpoint of economics from even, let's say, Marxist perspective, you have like modern Marxists who like try to apply that thought. You don't have to go to Marx who lived 200 years ago to like get an understanding of like how Marxists are viewing. In a sense, I would recommend more this, Jim Brown's A Black Hole in Economics, because it's actually modern. It's something that's taking the last few years or the last few decades of understanding of economics and trying to apply a certain ideas. The ideas might be wrong, let's say from the Marxists, obviously, but at least it's like updated.
Yeah, well, the fact that Marx had some Jewish heritage is a strange kind of thing to focus on, because there have been self-hating, anti-Jewish Jews for a long time. I mean, the 1st century AD, there was Josephus, who went over to the Roman side during the first great Jewish war of the 1st century. This is this sort of, you're Jewish, therefore you can't be against the Jewish people, or against, Jewish nationalism, for lack of a better term, is just nonsense. We've covered so many Jewish intellectuals that are anti-Israel, alive and breathing today, as you point out. There's been an undertow on the left, certainly, but also on the right, mind you. This was mostly until the Tuckers and stuff. But before World War II, man, you ever heard of Father Coughlin? There are all kinds of anti-Semitic voices on the right in Western countries, all kinds of anti-Semitic voices on the left. And if you have any doubt that the father of communism, Karl Marx, was anti-Semitic, just read his essay on the Jewish question. It's really interesting because, poor Friedrich Nietzsche became, Hitler's favorite philosopher, but he was opposed to anti-Semitism. He was opposed to German nationalism. He was opposed to socialism. And yet he gets all that hung on him. Karl Marx, the father of communism, actually was an anti-Semite. But, you point to your own book. Yeah, look, what Dr. Brooke points out there is something very, very important. Jewish people have come to be, because of ridiculous Christian rules from the dawn of time. Now, Christianity loosened up on charging interest and stuff, but it was Christian rules that prevented them from, in fact, being bankers. And if the guy you owe money to is Jewish, it's going to build up all kinds of resentment and hostility. And that resentment and hostility extends into the modern world. Jewish people are associated with capitalism. Jewish people are associated with secularism. And that makes a lot of people anti-Semitic. Their association with capitalism, their association with just, let me put it this broadly, material prosperity here on earth, right, has really been a main cause of why anti-capitalists very frequently tend to be anti-Semitic. The two go hand in hand. I mean, Christianity itself, not to plug my own book, but Christianity itself, all the way back to the New Testament, is filled with anti-Semitism. I mean, it is, one way of looking at the New Testament is that it's anti-Jewish agitprop during the period of the Jewish wars of the first 2 centuries. And so Christianity is sort of founded on this idea of blame the Jews, they killed Jesus. See, it's right there in the Gospels, et cetera, et cetera. And within the Gospels, mind you, you can see as you go from the traditional dating, Mark to Matthew to Luke to John, a rising anti-Semitism within Christian literature that is considered canonical. So this goes way, way, way back. And but you can see it throughout the 20th century. You can see that the forces of socialism, and by the way, the forces that were sympathetic to Adolf Hitler in the West, all shared this common anti-Semitism, because they were, in effect, both sides were to that degree anti-capitalist, and the Jewish people are associated with capitalism. And that is an unfortunate tribalistic way of looking at capitalism. They can't, back up and see what the great glorious thing that capitalism done for every people, for every religion, for every race that is touched. To the degree that a nation or a people have experienced economic freedom is precisely the extent to which they've experienced prosperity, growth, progress. So it's very unfortunate that people look at this through an anti-Semitic lens. But believe me, on the left, Karl Marx is a great example. I mean, there you have the father of communism himself. Even if he had some Jewish heritage, because God knows there's been all kinds of self-hating Jews, there are still anti-Israel Jews today, and we've featured them on this channel over the last couple of years because unfortunately they have gotten in the headlines for various. See, we have our token Jew, and he doesn't think Israel ought to exist. He thinks Israel is engaged in genocide or whatever in Gaza, outrageous, lies like that. But it's this conditioning over centuries, mind you, in the West of anti-Semitism that makes those lies so much easier to go down in Western media. I've been critical of places like Ireland and Spain, and increasingly in the United States, my own country. But in places like Ireland and Spain, the anti-Semitism goes deep. I mean, it's centuries old. Yeah, unfortunately.
Daniel.
My history lesson for the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have much to add on this one, but I mean, just imagine if like Hitler had like distant Jewish ancestry. I'm wondering if they would they probably would try to excuse it, like, hey, Hitler couldn't do that. Hey, he's
He was
Jewish. Like
Jewish,
that's the
right.
same. That's the same kind of thing. Like I don't know how. Like oftentimes, especially if you go into history, when it comes to like the worst people, maybe it's like they are like the traitors, and that's what we view as like the worst thing, right? It's like traitors to their own kind or whatever. It's like they are viewed as most people. We don't say, oh, that's impossible, right? It's what's the Norwegian guy name in World War II?
Quisling?
Yeah. It's like, well, he couldn't do it. I assume he's Norwegian. He is Norwegian, right? Like he was like a local collaborator, I assume.
Yes, that's exactly what he was.
Yeah, or like Pétain. Hey, Pétain couldn't go against France. He's French. How could he do so?
Exactly. That's exactly right. Benedict Arnold, he's an American. You could go right down the list of, yeah. When you have a large group of people, guess what? They're not all going to share opinions. The thinking and not thinking, evading, is a capacity of the individual. And when you've got lots of individuals, you're going to have lots of different opinions. But when you look at the success of Israel, when you look at the fact of how Jews have been under violent assault in the Christian and Muslim world, subject to incredible discrimination, it is particularly disheartening to see that Jews themselves, in some cases, can't recognize the need for a state like Israel. I mean, if recent events haven't underscored that in everybody's mind, why we need Israel, why I am a Zionist. Look, my ancestors were Christians who probably persecuted Jews in Europe, okay? But if you can't see the necessity for a Jewish state, then you're simply blind to the anti-Semitic violence that is once more, unfortunately, on the rise throughout the world. I mean, just look at what happened in Australia. Just look at the violence that's happening in Europe or America today. Unfortunately, it is still with us. And part of that is because Jewish people are associated with capitalism and secularism. And in my mind, that's a positive. It's not a negative, frankly. But it's unfortunate that there are Jewish, quote, intellectuals who will join in the anti-Israel crusade.
We have updated. Apparently, Donald Trump, he's attacking President Isaac Herzog of Israel for not pardoning Netanyahu. Quote, I don't want anything to distract Bibi except the war with Iran. And he called Herzog a disgrace. Herzog is a disgrace. Tell him I'm exposing him. I told him I wouldn't meet with him. He's been holding this over Bibi's head for a year. I think that's a very unfortunate thing. Again, the purpose of Israeli president is not simply to like pardon Netanyahu. And I believe for a pardon to happen, don't you have to actually admit you did something wrong? Isn't that like the big part of it?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure how Israeli pardon law works.
I think I've read something.
Why the hell is Mr. Trump intervening? Well, my question is, why the hell is Mr. Trump having an opinion on this at all? And
this is not the first time, by the way. I think this. He like mentions it every time he's in Israel or like talking to Netanyahu. He's like, "Hey, can't you pardon him?"
Yeah, and notice that's Trump's attitude towards pardons in the United States. he's president, he has a pardon power, and if you're a friend of Trump,
Yeah.
if you
Favor.
scratch his back, he's willing to pardon you, whether you admit guilt or not, or whatever the facts of the case are. So with Trump, it's a personal thing, and that is unfortunate. We see Trump psychology, we've seen it more than once, but Trump psychology coming out and dictating what comes out of his mouth. But surely that's a matter of Israeli law, Mr. Trump, and none of our goddamn business, frankly.
Yeah, and again, I can think that some of the cases against Netanyahu are a bit not appropriate, but and
I'm
maybe
not
even politically
evaluating.
motivated. But yeah,
Yeah, I can't evaluate the cases. I'm not familiar with the cases, nor am I familiar with Israeli law on the subject of either what the prime minister is accused of or what the Israeli president's pardon power consists in. So, but it's none of America's business what happens under Israeli law. The fact that America and Israel, let's go back to the positive. Mr. Trump, just shut up. America and Israel are working in splendid cooperation and coordination. It is breathtaking to behold the spectacular cooperation and coordination in this war that's happening right now. It is most impressive indeed what the armed services of two of the greatest militaries on the planet are doing right now to destroy the Iranian regime. Leave it there, Mr. President, leave it there. Israel can attend to its own legal matters. And it's just because he's working well with you right now, and just because this is working well so far, that's not an excuse for you to jump in and say, oh, and by the way, don't blame him for that, whatever incident over there. Leave the irrelevant out of it. Okay? You don't have to go there, Mr. Trump. Israeli and American forces are working with splendid cooperation. This does not mean that Netanyahu should come to your defense should Democrats take the House and want to impeach you either. I know you'd want that. I know you'd want world leaders to come in because, gosh, you're a great guy and you've done them favors, and as if the world likes Mr. Trump. But gosh, my friends out there should come in and support me if they ever try to impeach me. That's ridiculous. The world does not work by friendships and loyalty in that personal loyalty in that way, nor should it. Nor should it. It distracts from the key policy issues and the real goals of this war in protecting both American interests and Israeli interests right now, which are very seriously on the line. And it should be the exclusive focus of your attention, Mr. Trump, not trying to do your buddy a favor, when he's got legal issues in his own country. My view.
yeah, and somebody says today they learned Israel has an actual president. What does this guy do to twiddle his thumbs? So just a heads up, basically every parliamentary system needs a president because you still need a head of state that can officiate the new government. Otherwise, you would be in this weird scenario where yeah, basically it has to be somebody appointing the actual head of government. You cannot now you could create like a position just specifically for this, but usually president is the most convenient way people do it. Now, if you're a monarchy, oftentimes, for example, Great Britain, you don't
King
have a
Charles.
need for a president since you already do have a head of state, which is the
Technically,
Queen
King
or king.
Charles is one who allows the winning party to form a government, right? I
Well,
mean,
it's His Majesty's government still.
yeah, it's by permission of the monarch in the United Kingdom that the winner of the election gets to select the new government, right? But they come in and formally ask, the monarch, may I form a government, Your Majesty? And it's largely a figurehead position. And in many parliamentary systems, it is. In other systems, I mean, the role of the president in parliamentary systems varies. I think we've had this discussion before, varies from country to country. America, we don't have that. We have a powerful president who is both head of state and head of government, but elected in a very specific way by an electoral college every 4 years.
Yeah, and even different parliamentary system, since you don't have national elections, you have local elections. So in a sense, even if technically, I think even if America did have a no, I think you would still need somebody to officiate it. Yeah, I think you would still need somebody to officiate it, because you need somebody to actually pick the head of government. So that you need a process for that. And I think anything automatic is probably never a good idea. I mean, Iran is finding that out, right? It's like, oh, what do we do now? It's like,
Right.
our electors are gone. Well, what do we do now?
Right. What happens when you run out of clerics to elect a, we're running out of mullahs and clerics, so who selects the next Ayatollah? So you see those clever memes on social media these days, wanted Ayatollahs, it's like, well, help wanted ad. But that's the way it should be. I mean, we should be going down the list. I think that is part of Israel's focus in this war, is going right after the leadership and going right down that list of potential new wannabe Ayatollahs. Yeah.
So Diego says, I'm used to non-American countries having their heads of states called prime ministers. Well, fun fact, actually, a prime minister is almost never, or at least I don't know example of a country where a prime minister is a head of state, exactly for this reason. They are the head of government and sort of what would we call like leaders of countries, but head of state is usually a very specific role, and it usually means the president or a king or a queen, some sovereign, and is almost always symbolic or representative, unless again you have like a different system, like either American presidential system or the French semi-presidential system, where the head of state is Emmanuel Macron, but he's like half head of government, because they also still do have prime minister. So and I think Russia is ironically kind of similar in that, because they have powerful president, but also they still have prime minister.
Right. Right. Aren't constitutions interesting things? Yeah. And on that score, I know that there's a debate raging. I mean, we heard from Mark Pellegrino, and now that I understand that's a separate video. And Mark acquitted himself, I thought, very well. But I think that we do have to, in the United States, it is the Constitution that governs, and we can't disrespect the Constitution. But we've wandered over the last century, especially, very far from our original constitutional system. And to that extent, we have to sort of do a two-column analysis. We have to say, is this policy good? Or in my dreams and my fantasies, what would I want the constitutional system to be? Because alas, America itself has wandered from, I think, the correct interpretation of its own constitution when it comes to these things. And we sort of have to live in a world, unfortunately, a world, especially over the last century, that has wandered very far from America's founding constitutional ideas. Every president since World War II has claimed the authority to engage in the very sort of thing that Mr. Trump is doing right here. And most of them have actually engaged in military action. I mean, most recently, one example that really comes to mind, and you can see the hypocrisy on the American left, they let Mr. Obama engage in a months-long action in Libya that took out the leader of Libya. And it went on for month after month after month, mind you. And when you asked the Speaker of the House at the time, or the Democratic leader in the House at the time, Nancy Pelosi, they have the tape, run the tape. She said President Obama does not need to go to Congress to get authorization to do this. One thing at least we've got here is the President of the United States is still operating within the War Powers Act, which allows him, at least for 60 days, to engage in these kind of actions. And after all, Congress can, and look, we just saw it yesterday, it failed in the Senate. The Senate failed to prevent the president from going forward. A majority of the Senate said, green light, go, Mr. President. So we operate within the constitutional system that we currently have. And we have to evaluate, in America, we have to evaluate that policy independently, it seems to me, from what we might believe is the correct interpretation of the Constitution, because alas, that's water under the bridge. I myself, as an trained American lawyer, have lived in a world where whether it's from the right or from the left, I've had disagreements about how to interpret the Constitution, and I've had to operate in a legal system that I strongly disapprove of from a constitutional standpoint. But that's the reality as an American lawyer I've had to live with and work within. But here, it's not as though Congress has no power. The Senate just rejected any effort to stop the president from engaging in this war with Iran. Does that
We
make
have
sense?
we have a super chat from Matt. Thank you so much. He says, "How hopeful can we be for Iran's future if the protesters want to return to monarchy rather than install a constitutional republic?" I mean, generally, I don't think it makes that big of a difference, depending on what type of monarchy it is. Again, I don't have a big. I mean, generally, I guess on the face of it, I'm anti-monarchist just because I don't like
Yeah,
any
I'm a
kind of
Republican.
inherited titles.
I am absolutely a Republican. I don't believe in hereditary monarchy. On the other hand, my friends, don't be afraid of a symbolic monarch. I mean, see, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, Monaco, and of course Great Britain all have monarchs in Europe.
And
And in
few
all
more.
of those, I'm sorry?
And few more, yeah.
Oh, I may have forgotten Liechtenstein and Luxembourg.
Spain, yeah.
Oh, Spain, of course. But think of it, all of those European countries are technically monarchies, but the power clearly, all of the policymaking power is clearly with the parliaments in those countries. But I just rattled off a whole list of monarchies that are basically liberal democracies compared to the
Also,
rest.
technically, Jesus is a king of Poland. That should be said, but that's a separate point. I'm not joking. Parliament did pass it. I think we should recognize it.
Okay, Poland's got a king too, but he's not around to talk. So, except I guess through the Archbishop of Warsaw or something. I'm not sure who speaks for Jesus here, the monarch. But the point is that the monarchs very frequently these days, and the monarchs of Europe these days, are figureheads. If Iran were to have a figurehead monarch, and mostly a liberal democracy, then okay, if you want to be like Great Britain or Denmark, okay, go for it. That would be, if he could be a symbol, a figurehead that unites enough people. The question is, would that unite the people of Iran? That's the question. It's not a question of whether they have a symbolic monarchy or something. It would be, in my mind, it would turn on the power that the monarch is granted. I'm not expecting a Jeffersonian republic from Iran. What I am expecting is this, hoping for at least, is a dramatic step in the direction of liberalization, where the rights of individual Iranians, free speech, the women of Iran have some rights, rather than being abused and killed and arrested for simply wearing the hijab improperly. I want a significant step in the direction of liberalism, and I'd be happy with that, whether there's a symbolic monarch or not.
Yeah, and I would also say, I mean, this should matter again for Iranians, but when it comes to what matters to us, which again, when it comes to Israel and American policy, the main thing is protecting the Israeli and American lives, or, broadly, if West is involved, protect the Western lives. I don't think it's our job to, make sure Iranians are living in peace for the next decades. We should simply eliminate the threat. And, they should do whatever they can to
That is the
change the
thing.
regime.
If a government does arise again in Iran that becomes a dictatorship that threatens its neighbors, then we should just take them out. I mean, in other words, America shouldn't dictate the details of a new Iranian government, and I don't think we have to. But I think we can have a bottom line about what we will find unacceptable. Another aggressive dictatorship will not fix the problem, and we will have to fix that problem should it arise again. Should be our attitude. Now, within those bounds, it's up to the Iranian people to decide what their government shall be, in my view. Not that we can't encourage and help out that process in various ways, but it should not be America picking their government. I think that would be a very bad perception given America's history, and in the current context, that's what makes an occupation, the American people just simply don't have the stomach for the sort of occupation we did after World War II. of Japan and Western Germany, where we basically compelled and enforced a whole new system on, but that what we did is we said we're going to occupy and we're going to stay here as long as it takes to enforce a system that we are going to, in effect, foist on those people. The American people don't have the stomach for it, and given America's history in selecting governments for other countries, it's not feasible, it seems to me. Nor should the American people altruistically suffer and die for the sake of a perfect government somewhere else where we, it's an absolutely alien culture. Politics is downstream from culture. But we certainly can enforce the idea that we will not tolerate an aggressive dictatorship, another aggressive dictatorship, simply replacing the one that we're getting rid of now. What we don't want, there should be a list of what we will not tolerate, but within those bounds, we should pretty much leave it up to the Iranian people, in my view.
We have another quote from Trump. This is apparently from an interview with Axios. Trump said that the son of Ali Khamenei, who was killed, is indeed the most likely successor, but he is not acceptable to me. We want someone who will bring harmony and peace to Iran. He's saying he wants to be involved in choosing Iran's next leader. Which, based on how it's interpreted, well, he said, okay.
Well, if it's just
okay,
like
just quickly, because it says
no, then
yeah,
that,
it says
I have no problem with it.
it says just as in Venezuela, but I don't know if this is Trump saying it or the news putting this in there. So maybe we'll know more about it. Because I don't think it should be like
I
in
think one can be
Venezuela.
for, quote, regime change and still not be in favor of regime foisting on a certain people. I think there's a distinction, an important distinction to draw between this is what we find unacceptable and, well, within that bounds, go for it. It's your country. I think that there's no contradiction there between seeking, in effect, regime change and dictating what that new regime looks like.
I think we are joined by Jonathan. Any thoughts from you?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear James' perspective, and also just to hear so much of Miss Rand's perspective being applied to current day events. And James, I don't know if you and I have been on in recent days, but I always have loved Miss Rand's answer on that famous, wonderful Donahue moment, where she makes the point of, if we didn't go in the first 2 days, we were going to be, and I can never quote it verbatim, but in effect, we were going to be lost for decades, and we have been for decades. It's amazing how much stronger Iran as a military threat to the West has gotten over those subsequent 40 some odd years. So I'm some level, I wish she was around to see this, what was transpiring today.
Yeah, and I'll be back in a few and I will quote it verbatim.
Okay. Yeah, boy. And she was so right. If we had done it within the first couple of days, or at least few days of the Iranian Revolution taking our embassy, there really would have been no constitutional issue, by the way. Presidents can act when it comes to sudden issues that come up like that.
Was
I mean,
Jimmy
no
Carter's
Khobar
rescue-
towers, no 9/11, no
Think of
first
well,
all of the
Jonathan,
all of
love
the
this.
Islamic terrorism over the years.
Let me tell you the story of having dinner with Leonard Peikoff last night. My wife and I took the Peikoffs out to dinner last night, and we were talking about Dr. Peikoff's End States That Sponsor Terrorism essay that he wrote 25 years ago. And I had to say to him out loud, think of the thousands and thousands of lives that would have been spared if the world had paid attention to you. If the world had paid attention to your call to do something about Iran in the wake of 9/11, and people say, oh, Iran had nothing to do with 9/11, yada, yada, yada. But whether it was on Bill O'Reilly or whether it was in his essay, End States That Sponsor Terrorism, Dr. Peikoff had called for the end of the Iranian regime. and we wouldn't have had October 7th.
Oh no, and O'Reilly was like, "No, hey, slow down here, Dr. Peikoff. You know what
Dr.
are you talking?
Strangelove.
Yeah, like what are you
Right.
you're so crazy, and and Islamic Iran, what are you, crazy?"
But think, October 7th wouldn't have happened, the atrocities on that day. Or think of the Iranian people themselves, tens of thousands slaughtered in the street by their own government in recent weeks. Think of I said it out loud to him over dinner last night. I said, Leonard, think of the thousands upon thousands of lives that would have been spared had the world listened to you 25 years ago. And he was kind of taken aback by that assessment, that he's such a modest guy. But it's true, isn't it? If we'd listened to Miss Rand in '79, or if we'd listened to Dr. Peikoff back in 2001, thousands upon thousands of innocent lives might have been spared.
Well, just in recent weeks, the images I have seen, and I've mentioned this before, but of these like a sea of black body bags and family members having to search through one to the next to the next to the next, just looking at all these dead, people. I'm guessing probably presumably younger people who've been massacred in the streets for protesting, for holding up a sign, for speaking their minds. Something that is so benign here in the first world that it's outrageous that kids are getting shot in the street for that. I mean, it should be, every college campus should be in outrage about this.
Where are the university protests? Where are the violent Columbia University protests right now, Jonathan?
These are young
people. Who came
people.
to the defense of Iranian women? Who came to the defense of Iranians wanting free speech or a better government? No, they come to the defense of Hamas, the perpetrators of October 7th, and the atrocities on that. That tells you everything you need to know about Western intellectuals these days, and the crap that's being taught at American universities, and the finest, all these, fancy private universities in America. You're sending your kids to get a very expensive education on how to hate your own civilization. But yeah, I mean, if we'd paid attention to Miss Rand in 1970, Leonard Peikoff, obviously in 2001, but 79, think of the hundreds of Marines whose lives might have been spared in the early 1980s rather than be blown up in Beirut, or Khobar Towers, or. I mean, I could go on and on. The world
and everything inspired by it. It's like so many wannabes, loser wannabes over the years have been inspired by, people who grew up Midwestern, nothing to do with Islamism at all. But they're inspired by this. They say, oh, wow, these guys are getting a lot of attention. They're getting fame. They're getting notoriety. And they get sucked in, to what is essentially a death cult. And that is not uncommon. So, it needs to be made clear that, choosing Islamism, certainly political Islamism, is death. And the sooner they understand that, the sooner they can, start to live their lives productively. And I think so many Western-minded Iranians, from what I understand, want to. And this is their opportunity. I hope they're able to take it.
Yeah, I think the largest Iranian exile community in the United States is in Southern California, around LA, where I come from. And so I've met a lot of Iranian exiles. And I know it's a skewed sample because they're exiles. They fled the new Islamic regime. But man, they are Western looking. They are people who want a good life. They are people who just want to build a business and some prosperity, and take care of their families. Many of them are good, secular, Western people who want something better than the nightmare that they've been experiencing for the last 47 years. Absolutely. This is why this war makes a whole lot more sense as well. There was cheering on the streets of Tehran when this happened. Cheering on the streets of Tehran, celebration, and all over the world, Iranian exile communities were celebrating this. Of course, in Times Square, right after this happened, we had the perfunctory anti-war demonstration. I didn't see a lot of Iranian faces there, But then what was replaced? Another bigger demonstration where Jewish people and Iranian people are celebrating together on the streets of New York. What a glorious thing that was to see. And that tells you a lot about the Iranian people themselves and how they have longed for a chance for something better for the better part of 50 years.
Well, and just, you know, the power of ideas when it comes down to one like person's actual life. I happen to be good friends with a young woman who is around my age, and she was on one of the last planes out as Iran was falling in the revolution, the Iranian Revolution. And her family got to America. They came as total classic immigrant stories. And her father was very industrious and was successful here in America. She's become this really successful lawyer and works in government in a very prestigious position. And they're about as American as apple pie, you know, and that's the magic of the American dream, which still exists. You know, it exists, I think, in effect, anywhere where you respect people's rights. And that's just the opposite of, I mean, think about it. In Iran, she'd be walking around with her face covered, you know, tending the children at home. I mean, you know, not having, it just would be a total waste of a life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's the mutual friend we have, and then until you described, and I realized it wasn't. But yeah, our mutual friend who also escaped Iran might be on the show tomorrow. So make sure you tune in.
That I think is a really great idea, Razi. You know, the Iranian people, we think of the Muslim world in a sort of blockish kind of way, and we ought not to. It's quite, and for the last 2+ years, we've been observing that the Palestinian culture, for example, is hopelessly mired in anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, anti-civilization attitudes. They've been brought up, educated, trained by Wahhabi clerics, or perhaps by the United Nations through UNRWA, to think that martyring yourself, giving your life for the cause of destroying Israel and killing Jews is a good thing. That is going to take generations to retrain out of many segments of the Arab Muslim population. But the Persian or Farsi speaking Muslim population is very different because it's very diverse, and many of them do not share the same crazed, fanatical religious attitudes that we see, for example, almost completely in control, 100% among Palestinians, for example.
Okay, there aren't many news updates. There's one, again, I'm reading this in Hebrew. It was originally in English. So Trump was interviewed by Axios. So I'm going to guess in this case, Axios is actually probably not misquoting him, even though when it comes to their news, sometimes it's accurate and sometimes it isn't.
We read that.
Oh, okay. Well, then do we have the video ready?
Yeah.
All right. James, you want to watch a video?
Sure, let's watch a video. I
It's
will
an
have
old
to
one.
in a little bit, but hopefully I can come back if you're still going on. But
when do you need to leave?
let's see. Excuse me for 1 second.
Well, that's sooner than I expected, which leaves me.
No. Within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
I'm still with you. I'm just navigating as I'm with you.
Okay.
Some
Let's
other
start
factors
watching
of
it,
life.
and we can pause and get some commentary from James. And look, this is an old video, but I was reminded of it earlier today when I saw Dave Rubin share a video of Obama speaking. We might share that Dave Rubin video as well. Obama speaking in about the deal and how great it was, you know, and this is from, actually, now I want to share that Dave Rubin video. Daniel, if you can find that, let's do that first. And I saw it on his Instagram. The video we're gonna watch is from a press conference or one of those photo ops in the White House with Obama and Netanyahu. It was when Netanyahu that was a troubled relationship. I mean, it's got to be difficult to be. It's got to be difficult to be the Israeli prime minister when you have an anti-Israeli president in the White House,
Obama
like
was
Obama.
actively trying to intervene in Israeli elections.
Yeah,
And
yeah, actively and openly, just as Biden was. We remember Biden because it just happened, but Obama was just as bad. I think I consider Biden to be worse on Israel just because October 7th happened,
7th happened.
and Biden's policy on Israel
But
was.
Americans so resent it when foreigners intervene or try to influence their elections. And here we have Democrat presidents openly doing that when it comes to Israeli elections and who Israelis should have as their prime minister. Pretty outrageous.
Um, yeah, so let's see. So this is really Bibi schooling Trump on history. I remember it from back when. I haven't watched it recently, but I remember it as being worthwhile. Let's hope my memory serves me right. Daniel, do you want to show if you have the Dave Rubin clip, you want to show that first? If not, we can start and then we'll show it later.
That if Iran lives up to its commitments, it will gain access to roughly $56 billion of its own money. But the notion that this will be a game changer, with all this money funneled into Iran's pernicious activities, misses the reality of Iran's current situation. Iran's leaders have raised the expectations of their people that sanctions relief will improve their lives.
They've noticed she's not covering her hair, so they grab her. "Leave me alone," she screams as they haul her into the back of a police van.
Even a repressive regime like Iran's cannot completely ignore those expectations. And that's why our best analysts expect the bulk of this revenue to go into spending that improves the economy and benefits the lives of the Iranian people.
What a nothing in a suit. How he did it, it'll be studied for years to come. How he got-
Well, where I have a problem is nothing in a suit. All I'm thinking is evil. This is such an evil man. He knew that he was arming Iran with the ballistic missiles that are now being rained upon the entire Middle East, country after country being added to the list of countries that Iran is attacking with missiles that it has because of Barack Obama.
Yeah, American
Okay.
soldiers being killed in the region. He has the blood of Americans on his hands. Iran and its proxies have been killing Americans since then, too, Mr. Obama. But think of it as well. I mean, God, every Arab nation that they can reach, even all the way up to Azerbaijan now, in their field of reach, they've been hitting. Of course, Israel. I mean, October 7th, Mr. Obama, you got to look at yourself in the mirror and consider the rapes and the slaughter of babies that occur, mutilations, the hostages taken that day. Mr. Obama, your sending of billions helped them support Hamas. More than 90% of Hamas's resources came from one place, the evil regime you sent billions of dollars to before October 7th. Absolutely despicable. Obama should go down as one of the worst world leaders of our time. He has blood dripping from his hands, in my view.
Yeah. And Nate asks, was Obama naive or just didn't care? I'll take door number 3. I think he wasn't naive. He did care. He knew what he was doing, and he did it on purpose. That's my assessment.
And the American left has been coddling the Iranian regime for 50 years now. Since Jimmy Carter's failed attempt to rescue our diplomats, and it was a disaster. But since that moment, the left has been pretty much coddling, protecting the Iranian regime, and it's despicable. And you can really see it in Obama and Biden. Ah, man.
Wait, I know you're aiming to go before we even start playing the clip, but you have 9 minutes if you were going where I think you're going.
Yeah, I'm going where you think I'm going. Yeah.
So okay, so let's play a little bit of this, and we can pause. You can ask Daniel to pause, and so can I. So let's start playing it.
Welcome. Great to see you.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well,
Mr. President, first I want to thank you and the First Lady for the gracious hospitality that you've shown me, my wife, and our entire delegation. We have an enduring bond of friendship between our two countries, and I appreciate the opportunity to have this meeting with you after your important speech yesterday. We share your hope and your vision for the spread of democracy in the Middle East. I appreciate the fact that you reaffirmed once again now and in our conversation and in actual deed the commitment to Israel's security. We value your efforts to advance the peace process. This is something that we want to have accomplished. Israel wants peace. I want peace. What we all want is a peace that will be genuine, that will hold, that will endure. And I think that we both agree that a peace based on illusions will crash eventually on the rocks of Middle Eastern reality. And that the only peace that will endure is one that is based on reality, on unshakable facts. I think for there to be peace, the Palestinians will have to accept some basic realities. The first is that while Israel is prepared to make generous compromises for peace, it cannot go back to the 1967 lines. Because these lines are indefensible, because they don't take into account certain changes that have taken place on the ground, demographic changes that have taken place over the last 44 years. Remember that before 1967, Israel was all of 9 miles wide. It was half the width of the Washington Beltway. And these were not the boundaries of peace. They were the boundaries of repeated wars because the attack on Israel was so attractive from them. So we can't go back to those indefensible lines, and we're going to have a long-term military presence along the Jordan. I discussed this with the President. I think that we understand that Israel has certain security requirements that will have to come into place in any deal that we make. The second is echoes something the President just said, and that is that Israel cannot negotiate with a Palestinian government that is backed by Hamas. Hamas, as the President said, is a terrorist organization committed to Israel's destruction. It's fired thousands of rockets on our cities, on our children.
Let's pause here only because I can keep listening to this, James. I know you have to go. There's something amazing about how Netanyahu, calls Barack Obama out to his face while presenting it as complete agreement. I'm echoing what you just said and telling you how full of shit you are. The world, James.
Well, yeah, that is clever to see. I mean, and Barack Obama, I mean, you just look at his face, you can just see this smarmy look of smug superiority on his face. I mean, there is a hall of shame of videos and speeches from President Obama that we could go through as well on this very topic. Peace with Iran, trying to, like I say, coddling Iran. But on the issue of the Palestinian, there was no way that Obama could have, in good faith, been a broker of any kind of peace deal between, which is, well, of course, the fantasy of most American presidents and has been the fantasy of most American presidents. They don't appreciate the nature of Palestinian culture, what I was just talking about. They exist, but what the concept Palestinian really has, the essence of it is being anti-Israel. And that has to be recognized. The Palestinian culture, is just simply hopeless, okay? The Palestinian cause is not a cause of, anything that would represent, the valid claims of people who just want peace and self-determination or whatever crap you hear from left-wing media. No, they exist. Their raison d'etre is one thing: destroy Israel. And therefore, we must destroy Palestinianism for all time. That'll be my parting thought there for y'all.
All right. We'll see you back here, hopefully, James, later today. Daniel, Jonathan, any comments on what we saw so far, or we can. I have comment from the chat, but yeah, Daniel.
Nothing from me.
Jonathan. Okay. I don't know.
No, just apologize about that. No, I was just listening to Obama. Mr. Rand studied history, and I often think about how wise that was to study history and to really know history, and to now have some time from his presidency and to see what hath his policies wrought is gives one a lot of perspective in terms of the importance of ideas and the wrong ideas applied.
Yeah, let me quickly. There's a comment in the chat. Somebody says Israel is going to have to start drafting the Orthodox and the gay Tel Aviv kids. This is the same person who won the comment of the day a couple of days ago, calling me gay in a kind of a nice artistic way. What is your obsession with homosexuality and gay people? I don't understand. But just so you know, gay people already serve in the military in Israel. You're maybe confusing Israel with all the other countries in the Middle East, but that's what you people do, I guess. Okay, should we go back to Netanyahu schooling Obama? And I don't know if it comes across again because he's so respectful and overly respectful and actually bullshitty respectful. Like he's again claiming to agree with Obama in the same sentence where he's tearing Obama to shreds on this issue. This was much more obvious at the time because this was right in the midst of Obama pushing Israel to make all the wrong decisions that really brought us to October 7th and brought us to Iran's current strength with which they're fighting. So, but yeah, it is still, I think, impressive even without the full context and the moment in which it was delivered. Let's watch some more.
It's fired thousands of rockets on our cities, on our children. It's recently fired an anti-tank rocket at a yellow school bus, killing a 16-year-old boy. And Hamas has just attacked you, Mr. President, and the United States for ridding the world of bin Laden. So Israel obviously cannot be asked to negotiate with a government that is backed by the Palestinian version of Al-Qaeda. I think President Abbas has a simple choice. He has to decide if he negotiates or keeps his pact with Hamas or makes peace with Israel. And I can only express what I said to you just now, that I hope he makes the choice, the right choice of choosing peace with Israel. The third reality is that the Palestinian refugee problem will have to be resolved in the context of a Palestinian state, but certainly not in the borders of Israel. The Arab attack in 1948 on Israel resulted in two refugee problems: Palestinian refugee problem and Jewish refugees, roughly the same number, who were expelled from Arab lands. Now, tiny Israel absorbed the Jewish refugees, but the vast Arab world refused to absorb the Palestinian refugees.
Okay, let me pause here because Netanyahu learned his lesson on the idea of a Palestinian state, but anywhere between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea on October 7th, and I have not heard him advocate for it again, and I don't expect to ever hear Netanyahu talk about a Palestinian state as something that should happen. Even here, he's talking about this refugee problem, which is, of course, a fake manufactured problem. Being resolved for some reason within that state, but he's talking about all these Arab countries that expelled their Jews. I don't understand why here he was still delusional. I unfortunately don't see him actually fully understanding this issue and understanding that Israel's long-term survival is incompatible with allowing the Arabs to continue living in Gaza and ultimately in Judea and Samaria on the west bank of the Jordan River. I don't know what has to happen for Israel and specifically Netanyahu to shift his policy on this, and I really hope we don't find out if it's the kind of thing that I think it is.
Yeah, and it might not necessarily be delusional. Again, Netanyahu is somebody that I think for a long time knows what needs to happen and understands the nature even of the Palestinian people. I think he's playing it, right? I mean, what have we heard in Gaza? I mean, like recently after October 7th, we need to free Palestinians from Hamas. Like, come on, give me a break. You know that it's not just Hamas. You know that it's the Palestinian people and their support of Hamas that is the problem. Like even the way he's talking to about Mahmoud Abbas, I'm wondering. I mean, to some extent, this almost seems like straight up deception. Like this idea that yeah, Palestinian Authority. If Palestinian Authority was not allied with Hamas, which they were let's say a bit closer. If not for that, then everything would be good. Then we can make peace with Fatah. Then we can make peace with Palestinian Authority, and everything will be nice. And then it's only the Hamas that is like being very annoying and very, not accepting of the peace. But all the Palestinians in Judea and Samaria, they just cannot wait to have peace. And again, maybe they would accept. Well, no, because we had there was an offer on the table when what's the guy's name? Who's the first leader of PLO?
Arafat.
Thank you. When Arafat was still alive, right? They had a deal on the table that basically included almost all of the 67 borders with some land exchanges, right? Where they would pretty much own the whole place, and they rejected it because it's not about peace. It is about the destruction of Israel. It is about constant fighting against Israel because that's the goal of the Palestinian people. It's not a culture, it's a ideology. Somebody says we need a native president here in America soon. Well, since the closest thing to that we have is Elizabeth Warren, thank you, not.
Okay, I think I had more, but I don't remember what it was, so let's go back to the video.
The Palestinians come to us and they say to Israel, accept the grandchildren, really, and the great-grandchildren of these refugees, thereby wiping out Israel's future as a Jewish state. So it's not going to happen. Everybody knows it's not going to happen. And I think it's time to tell the Palestinians forthrightly, it's not going to happen. The Palestinian refugee problem has to be resolved. It can be resolved. And it will be resolved if the Palestinians choose to do so in a Palestinian state. That's a real possibility. But it's not going to be resolved within the Jewish state. The President and I discussed all these issues, and I think we may have differences here and there, but I think there's an overall direction that we wish to work together to pursue a real, genuine peace between Israel and its Palestinian neighbors, a peace that is defensible. Mr. President, you are the leader of a great people, the American people, and I'm the leader of a much smaller people. A great people. It's a great people too. It's the ancient nation of Israel, and you know, we've been around for almost 4,000 years. We've experienced struggle and suffering like no other people. We've gone through expulsions and pogroms and massacres and the murder of millions. But I can say that even at the nadir of the valley of death, we never lost hope and we never lost our dream of reestablishing a sovereign state in our ancient homeland, the land of Israel. And now it falls on my shoulders as the Prime Minister of Israel at a time of extraordinary instability and uncertainty in the Middle East to work with you to fashion a peace that will ensure Israel's security and will not jeopardize its survival. I take this responsibility with pride, but with great humility, because, as I told you in our conversation, we don't have a lot of margin for error. And because, Mr. President, history will not give the Jewish people another chance. So in the coming days and weeks and months, I intend to work with you to seek a peace that will address our security concerns, seek the genuine recognition that we wish from our Palestinian neighbors, and give a better future for Israel and for the entire region. And I thank you for the opportunity to exchange our views and to work together for this common end. Thank you, Mr. President.
Daniel, you're a poker player. I'm looking at Obama's face, and I remember looking at Obama's face when I first saw this, and I'm thinking, you know, is it a good poker face? Like, because with Obama, he's not often sitting like that, not moving for minutes, staring Bibi dead in the eyes, trying to communicate to him, stop this. And of course, Bibi is not going to stop it because he may not be, he may be in charge of a small country and the US is the superpower, but his job is to prevent the many people who want to finish the job that Hitler started from achieving their goal. And even if Obama is standing in his way, he still needs to push it through. Daniel, your assessment of that poker face.
Well, since we are going with the poker analogy, sometimes, and everybody's different, but sometimes when there is this like extreme attentiveness, sort of like almost non-breathing, you just want it to be over. So you just want the other person to, Jesus, just do something so I can breathe out and I know what is the actual action. So maybe we're seeing something like this, sort of out of control. He needed to latch on something, and this is, by the way, hardcore like analyzing of and psychologizing, but sort of when Netanyahu said the great people of America and then talked about Israel, and Obama is like, and the great people of Israel, like, okay, I can finally like jump on something like an empty statement that nobody can like disagree on, because everything he's saying like is going against sort of like even like long-term American policy when it comes to two-state solution, 67 borders, all that, which Netanyahu is throwing out the window. And I think one of the greatest statements from Netanyahu was that we need to tell Palestinian people that you're not getting 67 borders, because this was, I don't know, this was like 13 years ago or something like that, this specific interview or like meeting. And Palestinian people still are getting the same message from even people in Western states. Keep fighting, 67 borders, infinite right of return. Macron put it into new Palestinian constitution, or France rather, not maybe specifically Macron. Like, keep telling them the same thing. Like, I almost feel bad for Palestinian people because like the allies you have are terrible. It's like the people who like your friends who see you being drunk like crazy and keep putting more alcohol into you and not ordering you Uber. Like, that's the kind of allies Palestinians have. It's just the people who just want to see Palestinians crash, keep fighting, keep going into it with no regard for actual reality. And eventually the Palestinians will get wiped out. I mean, either straight up they'll fight until all of them get killed, or at some point Israel will lose patience and will kick out all of them here, because try to kill me once, full on you. Try to kill me 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. That's kind of full on me.
Thank you for the George W. Bush moment. We haven't had enough presidents of the past on the show yet. Yeah. If I pour them the drink, that doesn't mean they have to drink it. It's not my fault. But anyway, leaving that aside, Jonathan. And if Jonathan may not be with us right now,
I recently listened to George W. Bush quotes, which is pretty fun. Now watch this drive.
I don't know if that one was that funny. That one
I
was
think
maybe a bit problematic. The fool me one. I mean, George W. Bush had this amazing ability to say stuff really stupid and forget what he's saying, but somehow recover in a way that made it hilarious. Like I love that because viewers of this channel see me forgetting halfway through a sentence what I was about to say, and if I had the George W. Bush recovery ability, if you fooled me, can't get fooled again. Like, I mean, I can't do that kind of crap. Anyway, well, yeah, I remember the "Miss Me Yet" T-shirts that with George W. Bush's face that people had when Obama won. Who would have thunk that we would miss him? But then again, I keep saying, he's the best president of the first quarter of the century, which is saying something really bad because he was not a good president. But the last 5.5 days have been good, so I am gonna enjoy it. Oh, deeper with Diego. Some things are offensive, like for real. I'm not even gonna read that. So anyway, yeah. Should we? Oh, we don't have a clip, and I was actually gonna say something about. Oh yeah, this is the less funny part of it.
do you wanna finish on Obama so we can have this as a clip?
Yeah, what I was gonna say is about that. So, um, you know, it sometimes when politicians with their rhetoric and their weasel words uh present things in certain ways and also have um certainly in countries like the US as opposed to Iran have limitations to what they can do, we don't really fully understand how um bad they might actually be. And the Democrats, I can only imagine, the people around Democrat presidents of the last few decades on Israel have been so sinister, like actual sinister. I mean, at the point where Obama was president, pushing for a Palestinian state after Clinton did it, and Clinton was the president during the Oslo Accords, and the immediate result was death and destruction on a level uh, uh, of a type that Israel hadn't experienced yet, like regular suicide bombings in buses, in malls, and he kept pushing. Clinton kept pushing. He pushed Netanyahu. Netanyahu made concessions. Netanyahu met with Arafat, shook his hand, said, "I like him." Yeah, you'll never live that down, Bibi. Um, and and then it was Ehud Barak who gave everything. Everything the Palestinians said in English to people like Clinton that they wanted, he gave them. And of course, Arafat was in a bit of a bind because what he wanted was to kill all the Jews. So instead of taking the deal, he just, started the Second Intifada. And still, America was pushing, even under Bush, by the way, America was pushing Israel to make concessions. And at the point where it was Obama, this was after the disengagement. Many years, this is almost a decade after the disengagement, after Ariel Sharon thought the problem in Gaza was the Jews. So he sent in Israel with a kind of force into Gaza that we hadn't seen before or since until October 7th to forcefully remove the 8,000 Jews living there and to take, of course, took the Israeli military out. What Israel got was more of the rockets it was getting before, better rockets, a much wider radius, targeting the center of Israel, targeting most of Israel's population. And this is the point where he meets with Obama, and Obama is still blaming Israel for attempts by people who say they want to kill Jews, successful attempts, and for Israel, doing some half-assed attempts to defend itself. So they really were and are incredibly, incredibly sinister people. By the way, Daniel, I don't know if you can find this right now because I don't remember the guy's name, but this was towards the end of Biden's time in office. I think maybe after the election, some advisor of his was on, I believe, 60 Minutes, and it was somebody who was big enough to be on 60 Minutes, and he was asked about October 7th, and he said, imagine if Israel had reacted to October 7th by giving Hamas a state. And he really thought what he was saying, like what he was expecting to go on in your mind, if you're imagining it, is some sort of situation that was what better in what situation? Again, these people said were happy when Palestinians died. The Palestinian leadership has said repeatedly, we're happy when Palestinians die as part of the cause, and the cause is to exterminate the Jews. And they've said we'll do October 7th again and again. They said the leader, the spokesperson who said that, said it before this person was on 60 Minutes. We're going to kill the Jews again and again. We're going to do October 7th again and again until there are no more Jews left to kill. And this person said, imagine if Israel had given Hamas a state. Imagine if Israel's response to the massacre of Gazans coming in and massacring Jews was to say to Gazans, keep, of course, all the hostages, keep whatever weapons you still have, and now have a state which you can bring in more weapons and you can continue to do this, because at no point has Hamas ever said we want a Palestinian state in Gaza. Not that that would have been justification for doing what this guy said, but it really is. Again, it was one of those moments where how sinister these people really are came out. Daniel, do you have that video by any chance?
Nope, cannot find it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Deeper with Diego, for the super chat. Deeper with Diego says, sometimes I'm like, should I read this? And often I don't. Sometimes I do. I will. People who are offended, email deeperwithdiego@gmail.com. I don't know if that's his email, but try it. Yes, you heard that right, folks. Dan did say to Razi, do you want to finish on Obama? Clip it. Thanks.
And that will be clipped, actually, because
I'm sure it will. And Deeper with Diego actually said something to the point somewhere, and now I can't find it. Wait, I'm confused. The guy said after October 7th, imagine if Israel gave Palestine a state. Isn't that Gaza? Am I huffing paint here? Well, I don't know what you're doing there, but yes, he did say that.
Well, maybe
no,
he meant all of
he said
from river
Hamas.
to the
No, he
sea.
said Hamas. He said, imagine if Israel gave Hamas a state. I remember him specifically saying Hamas. So yeah, that was what he thought the correct response to mass murder was surrender. And if you look at the Democrats right now, they are saying, and they're going to be using any American deaths, any attacks on other countries to say, look, these people are killing us in response. So what we should do is allow them to continue to be, maybe negotiate another deal where we give them lots of money and allow them to build nuclear weapons. And that's how we stop the killing on our side, by emboldening the killers. No, has never worked, will never work in the future. What works is World War II style destruction of enemies in a way that they, for generations, don't even imagine a possibility of doing anything like that again.
Wanna read the news?
Sure.
So have you seen earlier that Donald Trump called Isaac Herzog a disgrace because he didn't pardon Netanyahu?
Didn't I hear that from you?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know if you were listening. But now Herzog responds, at a time when we are all mobilized, the president is not dealing with the pardon issue. For the sake of good order, and as has been clarified several times in the past, Israel is a sovereign nation of law, and therefore the prime minister's request is in the justice ministry, according to the rules, to receive a legal opinion, and after the process is completed, the president will examine the request according to the law, the code of the state, according to his conscience, and without any influence from external or internal pressures of any kind.
Okay, before you continue with the news, we do have actually breaking news. Somebody in the chat is informing us that South African government put charges of genocide on Israel. Thank you for the breaking news update. None of us knew that here. Daniel. And of course, if South Africa says so, we've been rejecting the genocide claim here. We've been trying not to engage with it because, but yeah, now that we know South Africa's government is on board. Anyway, Daniel, continue.
And I had one more. Lebanese president asks Emmanuel Macron to help with Israel in preventing strikes on the Tahrir. So instead of asking Macron to help fight against Hezbollah, let's ask Macron to help fight against Israel.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I know the audience heard it, and I was sorry. Yeah.
Lebanese president asks Macron to help with Israel in Tahrir.
Okay. Help as in what? Prevent Israel from doing what needs to be done.
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, Macron, this is Daniel, you know what? I want to play that puppet regime video again, because not everybody is here all the time, and if you missed it, this is my favorite of the funnies so far. My real favorites are the ones with people blowing up. But before you play it, let me go to the super chat. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, why is the prime minister so anti a free Iran? He said to his Muslim voters he won't get involved. Embassy is still there from that. Embassy is still here from that regime too. Starmer is no good. Weak, weak, weak. Yes. Trump called him a loser, right? And also mentioned that he is not Churchill, which is not a huge statement because we all know it's true. PC also says it's best. Comrade two-tier Kier resigns. Yeah, again, I don't agree with the insinuation that Keir Starmer is a communist because communists are ideologues. First of all, he's not a communist. He's not governing anywhere like a communist. Keir Starmer would support Israel if he thought it would get him votes. I'm absolutely sure of that. He is absolutely spineless and changes his views as the polls change. So that is Starmer. In essence, I don't know who is going to replace him, but yeah, the fact that he is still there. Daniel.
Play the video?
Sure.
Baby, we got a problem. We might have to stop the war.
What? But we've already been...
I know, man, I know, but something happened that we did not anticipate.
Well, how? We've infiltrated every single aspect of...
Because they waited days to do it, man. Days. They really caught us napping this time.
Pull yourself together, Donald. Talk to me.
I don't know how to say this, BB, but there's been a statement of utmost concern from the Europeans.
Those bottle caps better be attached to the missiles, Donald.
They're like, Monsieur President, you violated the Ayatollah's data privacy.
Your aircraft carriers are rated C- for energy efficiency.
I'm screaming. Boy, we could go on for weeks like this.
Oh, we will.
Weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and... Baby, we...
Well said. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Starmer has no policy. He has idea of where he is going elected because people got fed up of Tories. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Starmer. It was the Tories that won this election for Starmer, and their campaign lasted for 14 years. So he won overwhelmingly because that's what happens when you convince people not to vote for you over a period of 14 years, which they have done the best they could to destroy this country, and have gone quite a long way. And now Starmer is trying to wrap it up. And if he doesn't, wait for Prime Minister Polanski.
Somebody in the chat is angry or sad about you cherry picking his comments. Do you have anything to say for that?
Who is that? I can't see it. Name them. Oh, is it a troll? Don't name it if it's
could be, yeah. You didn't read my other comments, Razi. You just
I
focused on one.
first
Never
of all,
mind. I suppose I'm still in troll status.
First of all, I don't actually read everything because I am streaming, looking for news and content to provide. So I, look at some of the comments and I read some of them. But we read super chats. And by the way, we're not guaranteeing reading all super chats either. Troll super chats may or may not be read, and non-troll but problematic ones also may not be read. So there's no guarantee. But there is a guarantee that I will read it at least to myself if you are super chatting. So yeah, I appreciate I appreciate your appreciation for this channel. And if you want to participate in the conversation more, you can do so with a respectful disagreement in a super chat, and then we will maybe read it out and reply.
I wanna listen to Candace.
Is Jonathan here? Jonathan, you are here on the call, but I don't know if you are hearing us. If you are, unmute and let us know. I kind of feel bad for doing Candace without Jonathan. Could clip that as well, because I know he's a fan of her.
I'm a huge Candace fan.
Well, looks
I
wise.
have autographed photos of Candace, and I am whatever. I'm like a ditto head, but for Candace. So people know that about me. I've been very explicit. She is one of the great political thinkers of our time, and I've seen a Twitter feed. She's actually one of the great political orators of our time as well. Her pronunciation of many English words is she's breaking new ground in her
Wait, no
understanding of
spoilers.
the English
You know
language.
what, Jonathan? Whoever made that, was that the account that was made by
Well,
by the
that's the
Daily Wire? Because the
that's
Daily
the
Wire
life.
made a Candace
I
account.
feel like, yeah.
It was so good that we're gonna show some of those Candace clips as a
All
palette
right. Well,
after whatever day.
Candace is a straight up fool. She is literally just missing the clown makeup. So let's all revel in a cesspool of the cesspool of bad ideas that is Miss Candace Owens.
Oh yeah, she mispronounced her own name. By the way, I don't think I can laugh at people for mispronouncing stuff either, but I'll make an exception for Candace. But yeah, first let's watch whatever Daniel is going to show us. How long is the video?
It's like a minute.
Oh, great. After that, please queue up some Candace Owens pronouncing things. All right, let's hear from Candace.
By the way, if anybody knows where that video is, I'm trying to find it now and I cannot find it.
Which one?
Where she mispronounces stuff.
It's not a video, it's a whole Twitter account. It's a bunch of videos where there's videos where like it's all a bunch of mispronunciations of the same word, and then there's different ones. I will find it, and let's watch this first.
By the way, this is like clips from many different videos, but I've seen it like first few seconds and it seemed pretty funny. So let's watch it. It's about her husband. So.
Well, so there was for whatever reason when Grok first got started, it was convinced I was Jewish, which is quite hilarious. That my husband was Jewish. Somebody came at me and said George is Jewish, my husband, and I know and they had a screenshot from Grok. It said George was Jewish. But I read a conspiracy theory the other day that my husband was Jewish. I can't stop reading conspiracies about me and my husband. I've read that my husband is Jewish. So it's nonsense. Yeah, people were arguing with me online, telling me that my husband was Jewish. And I was going, but he's not. I mean, it's fine if he is, but he's not. Do you know that, by the way, ChatGPT once gave somebody the answer and then they tagged me and they were like, what ancestry is George? And it said George Farmer was a Jew, like that your family was Jewish, that your father's father was Jewish. Which is crazy. And then but the internet is a strange place. If it's on the internet, then suddenly people believe it's true. Well, so there was, for whatever reason, when Grok first got started, it was convinced.
Oh, we almost did like a full loop.
First of all, I thought I will not be able to get past Russell Brand in whatever the fuck he was wearing there. But luckily, the George Farmer, that is her husband right at the end. Oh my God. Jonathan, you get the first word as always when we discuss Candace.
I mean, when I think of Candace, I think of Dr. Peikoff's line that the arbitrary has no standing. And I consider her arbitrary and, not that interesting. I mean, she's found a new horse to ride. People don't remember that in 2015, Candace actually ran an anti-Trump blog. Look it up. She is an opportunist, and I think she senses that a anti-Semitic programming has legs, and in fact, it has catapulted her to influence, and it's all just a big Jewish cabal, all just a big conspiracy framing her and her poor husband, just the innocent bystanders amongst all this conspiracy around her.
By the way, I did found a 2.5-minute video on YouTube of Candace mispronouncing stuff, so we have that. Chandler asked in the chat, wait, is her husband Jewish? I mean, the way he was looking, it was like,
I think it was a general look of what the hell did I get myself into, which is probably the look
there is no way you could still have that look. That you don't suddenly wake up and realize who you married. Like,
look, with I don't know. Yes, I mean he's been listening to her. Unfortunately, he listens to her, I'm sure, more than we do. But yeah, you never know. You never know when somebody suddenly realizes what's going on. Anyway, I have no sympathy for him. So, but is it the same clip that I sent you? Because I also can't find the account, by the way.
I have a different one, but this is, I think, the original video I've seen. What?
Yeah, let's hear some Candace.
Right. This one is 2.5 minutes long, so maybe we
I think we can handle it.
Instagram, you see she has millions of followers, and you think, okay, this is an illiterate person. Kind of read books. I'm just fascinated with learning real history because I think that truth is kind of, what actually has happened, the events of our world, is obviously, as the expression goes, way stranger in fiction. To do it again posthumously, Charlie Kirk, the founder of TPUSA, will be posthumously honored a posthumous award. They've decided posthumously, cordially accepted those posthumous terms. SCIF, which stands for a sensitive, compartmented, if you can't compartmentalize, and a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. The IDF even dropped napalm 12.5 miles off the coast of the Sinai Peninsula. Is that correct when you arrive into the Sinai Peninsula?
Sinai.
Illiterate person in Portland, Oregon. The Hamptons debacle came out. The Hamptons, okay? Remember that whole debacle? We knew a kerfluffle happened as this dress kerfluffle causes this whole race kerfluffle. Ways that you can honor Charlie. Stop telling us that it has to always be Miss Macabre, like retired Green Beret, allegedly a heart attack. Normal passion, not this like chat GBT. At last I checked, everybody uses the terminology blitz. Blitzkrieg. Everybody uses the term blitzkrieg. And so I called it Blitzkrieg Week. You can't even say blitz means lightning. Krieg means war. Even and the NFL football team say blitzkrieg. Like, God, like, no, he just liked the architecture. Smells and the bells, he loved the architecture. It was about the architecture. Like, yeah, no, like he loved the architecture. I think this may have been about more than the architecture. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it. Buried the Charlie Kirk story. What about his burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial? Alex Jones was just burying himself. And Alex Jones jumped into the foray. Mock me and Tucker Carlson. It's always got to be Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. And of course, the world is quite literally a stage. By the way, I always wonder where that expression comes from. Can you look that up, Skylar? The world is a stage. Where is that from? I actually don't know where that's from originally. That would be interesting to see. Totally like insane Alice in Wonderland. And then like all of a sudden there's like a Cheshire cat who's like smoking.
Night by Elie Wiesel.
Night by Eli Weitzel. Mentioning Elie Wiesel. Elie Wiesel. Oh, it's Shakespearean. All the world's a stage. Interesting. Very interesting.
You have a favorite book?
I read a lot. I don't know if I have a favorite book. Oh.
Nothing favorite? All right, I'll take it.
Because that's what she is. She's illiterate.
How do they not say the Bible by default? I don't understand that either. Again, not my favorite book, but she doesn't have to read it in order to say it. I don't think telling the truth is something Candace cares about, and I'm sure she understands not being able to name a single book is not a good look for a public commentator, intellectual, whatever it is she's pretending to be. Actually, no, we once got a $20 super chat where somebody asked not to refer to Candace as an intellectual, but I think that that has run out. So yeah, anybody wants that policy back, you know what to do, Daniel.
I mean, it would be funny if you only listen to mispronunciations and not the fact of what she's saying behind. Because, like, while she says, I'm not gonna kerfuffle, and then she goes, and Jews are controlling the slave trade. It's like, it is funny, but then you realize what she's actually saying in between those funny things, and it's actually, I mean, we've covered most of it. Like, this is. Actually, although I did appreciate that some of these went really back, like to when she was on Joe Rogan, which is a long time ago.
What? No, wasn't that Dave Rubin? She was on Dave Rubin at the end.
She was also on Joe Rogan.
Oh, there was a Joe Rogan one. Actually, I'm surprised these two aren't getting along better. Yeah, it is, funny, but remember, it's a really sinister human being. Once again, let's not forget, we can laugh at them, but we should also pay close attention and remember the danger. Yeah, I thought our architecture was a special one because it's a pretty common word,
Yeah, and I think
she mispronounces it a bunch of times.
And
it's
I
actually
think
there could be a word architecture, but she needs to come up with it and use it as such rather than use it for architecture.
I mean, it's like when I talked about, what was it, documentarians, or was it veterinarians, or what was it?
Well, let me just say, for the record, I have always maintained for years that she was literally nothing more than a pretty face, and I stand by that. She is not an intellect. She has no original thoughts. She is not an expert in any subject matter. She is just a pretty face. And when you think about it, it can be now replaced by AI. Just get an AI to sprout out some, anti-Semitic BS and conspiracy theorist, and you've replaced Candace Owens as it is.
Jonathan, I take issue with the idea that she has no original thoughts. Where did you hear before her that Brigitte Macron has a penis? Or that ARCUK killed her husband? Or that,
Or that Michelle Obama has a penis. There seems to be...
Wait, Michelle Obama also had a penis?
Well, I know there is, like, conspiracies that Michelle Obama is trans. I'm not sure if it, like, originated with...
I wouldn't call
Candace.
it conspiracies. I'd call it shit people throw out there because they kind of feel like they don't like the Obamas, but they don't have an argument against the Obamas because their ideas are just as bad.
Yeah, she has broad shoulders, that's it.
Yeah, it's ugly, racist, misogynistic bullshit that has no realm in the discussion of ideas.
Well, is it misogynistic if they think she's trans?
Daniel, I don't know. I don't know.
One thing, I think she straight up, like, doesn't read books. Because, like, imagine any of your favorite subjects and somebody, or like let's role play, right? Like, hey Daniel, you like video games, right? What type of video games do you like? Oh, I like all of them. There's so many. I just love them all. It's like, how is it hard to pick? No, nobody answers like that when they are actually interested in it. Like, if you ask somebody who enjoys books, what's their favorite book, they'll probably give you like 10 from different genres, depending on what genres they'll give you a lot of different options, right? And that can be anything: video games, art, plays, or whatever. Let's say somebody likes cooking, their favorite recipes. Like, they probably wouldn't shut up about, like, their favorite hobby, or even something they like. Like, for me, reading is not even that big of a thing when it comes to all my hobbies. And again, I would have, like, several things, and her answer was straight up like, I like all of them. a lot.
I don't remember what exactly it was that Paul Ryan once said, and maybe somebody in the chat remembers, but it was something like either Ayn Rand was his favorite intellectual or Atlas Shrugged was his favorite book. And then, of course, he was running for vice president, and his favorite intellectual became Jesus, and his favorite book became the Bible. But yeah, that can happen. You right off the top of your head, or being asked a question, you don't remember the answer, but not remembering a single name of a book. By the way, today I think she'll have an answer. It's probably that book that she's holding up by that person who said how Jews did slavery or whatever the hell it was.
Wasn't it like How They Lied to You or something like that? Something. It's not the Torah. What's the other thing?
The Talmudic Jew was the name.
The Talmudic Jew, of course.
Jonathan, do you remember what Paul Ryan exactly said in praise of Rand or a Rand book?
There's video of it. There's video of it.
It's a few minutes long. Oh, Jesus. On the Young Turks, Paul Ryan and Ayn Rand.
Well, I'm sure the
years
Young
ago.
Turks really tried to blow it up, but there is somewhere video of Paul Ryan, and I don't think it's from necessarily the House chamber. There was some point during a filibuster that I feel like he mentioned Atlas Shrugged.
No, I think you're confusing that with the filibuster that Ted Cruz did, where he read Atlas Shrugged from the Senate floor.
You're right. Thank you for correcting me. I stand corrected. You're absolutely right.
It was a great moment, made some of us completely, blind to everything wrong with Ted Cruz, thought he was great, then thought he was great when he wouldn't endorse Trump in 2016. And since then, of course, he's been going after social media companies. He's, those.
Do you ever think, Miss Rand's opinion about men with beards? And I know this isn't formal objectivism, but I remember reading that, she disliked men with beards. She disliked aesthetically. And for some reason, I remember reading like she felt like they were hiding something in somewhere in the corpus. It's interesting because Ted Cruz.
I don't think it's in the corpus. I think it's just a comment.
A comment that was made. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Somewhere is and I always think about that with Ted Cruz is like he really effing went to the dark side once he grew that beard. No offense, Razi.
None taken. I am hiding something. I remember what my face looks like without a beard. That's what I'm hiding. But yeah, had something else to say, but I decided the joke was more important and I pushed it out of my head. Daniel.
You're just like Trump.
Thanks.
Yeah, what's up?
Actually, so yeah, we can. Oh yeah, I remember. We can play that video by the Young Turks, but the mention of the Young Turks reminds me of something I promised a couple of hours ago. We still haven't delivered on, which is to discuss. And unfortunately, I don't see in the chat. Forgetting names, but the person who brought this up. But we were talking behind the scenes, Daniel and I, about these last few days and streaming all day long. And we don't know how long this is going to go on, but we know it's going to go on the channel for as long as it goes on in the Middle East. And we have been thinking of, maybe in the future. Well, we've been talking about maybe in the future.
No, because he said for as long as it's going on in the Middle East. Oh yeah, once there's peace in the Middle East, we'll stop. Okay.
As long as the reason we've been streaming these last few days continues, we will be streaming all day. Yeah, if we do this for as long as there is no peace in the Middle East, then the topic doesn't need to come up. But yeah, we have been thinking about seeing if we can do these streams as a regular thing, like being just online much of the day. Then cutting out clips. So let us know in the chat what you think. Now, don't be offended if we end up not doing that because there's so many logistical things.
We can also start Q&A.
I know what I think, but
I know what you think as well.
We want to hear from the audience, I suppose.
Well, Jonathan, I know, isn't a huge fan of the idea, but Jonathan, you've made a career on channels that are 24/7. So if we
the best thing Roosevelt had was a line about giving speeches. The line was, be honest, be sincere, be seated.
Look, a news channel that broadcasts 24/7 doesn't expect its viewers to watch 24/7. It expects, people to tune in to a certain show, a certain block, and if we do that, that'll be a part of it. We'll do it much more organized than we have these past few days. Again, because the decision was made on the spot to stream all day, every day. If we do it,
I mean,
more
TYT is live all the time.
That's why I was reminded of this. Like the Young Turks, despise their content as I do.
By the way, they only have a little bit more live viewers right now than we do.
Well, people, that's a good time to like and share and to comment. That's a good time to also comment on what you think about this idea, because it will help with the algorithm, and maybe we will have more viewers. How many do they have right now, Daniel?
They have 150.
We can get there, people. Let's do it. We've definitely exceeded our record is over 1,000. I don't think we'll get there, but why not? Yeah. Somebody says it would be a good opportunity to promote an energy drink. Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I very much hope. Oh, you mean right now? No, I don't mean right now. I mean, if we were on all the time, it would be a good opportunity also for more sponsorships, which is something I absolutely want to do. And yeah, it'll give an opportunity for people. Coca-Cola is not sponsoring this show.
Well, but they are welcome to.
Yeah, call me, Coke. Big fan, so we can do business. But yeah, Jonathan, cutting out segments for people who just want to watch a segment, having an ongoing live stream for people who just, one day can tune in at noon, the next day can tune in at 5. Jonathan, unfortunately, you don't like it, but we'll talk about it. I'll convince you.
Well, I'll just say that, to echo something that James said earlier, I mean, when you look at the acts of heroism going on in the Middle East, and not just that of American and IDF and some European soldiers as well, but of so many of the Iranian people who have been out in the streets in recent weeks, and, thousands, could be tens of thousands, who lost their lives in the most, ugly and murderous way possible. And I kind of, again, think about James' call to action from a little earlier in the stream of, where are the universities? Where are young people who believe in freedom of expression, freedom of sexuality, freedom of choice, everything else? And when it comes to young Iranians, who are literally dying in the streets, their voices are silent, and ours are not. I don't believe Miss Rand's would be. And I think it's important that our voice is being heard and that people support what we're doing. So thanks to those who are.
Oh, apparently, and I'm just saying this on X, if you take Candace's husband's full name, apparently he has a Jewish German last name. So maybe that's where some of the thing, just like I do. So maybe that's where it's kind of coming
Has
from.
anybody been just asking questions about that? Well, apparently they have. So,
well, Candace said it's okay if he is, so I'm sure it's all gonna be good. I should say, because Bonnie says she has a hard time to follow up when she tunes in. I mean, again, that's why we will try to post more segments from our shows. Technically we could do, in 10 minutes is where the reality show would start. Theoretically, we can always have the main topic. I mean, this is what TYT does, right? You always, every day, at some point, you have Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian discussing the main topic. I assume that's where most people tune in. I assume that's where they get most of their clips from, but they still have things running at different times. So
yeah. And by the way, today I think is the first day where we have that, where we know in advance what's coming, and at 8 p.m. UK time, just over 2 hours, 3 Eastern, we will have Jim Brown and Nikos versus Michael Kaufman and myself debating whether or not this war will end as quickly, as decisively as some of us think and all of us hope. So yeah, make sure you tune in for that, and of course that will be cut out as a separate clip as well.
And Nikos and Jim say it won't, and you say it will.
Nikos and Jim say it's not going to be as easy as you think, and yeah, Michael and I think. Well, Michael will say what he thinks. I think it's it can and should end quickly and decisively if the U.S. and Israel continue to do what they've been doing. And again, it's not fantasy level. It's not like late October 2023 saying, oh yeah, Israel is going to win in Gaza in a couple of weeks, because obviously at that point it was clear. Had Israel wanted to win in Gaza, it would have been turned into a parking lot in the evening of October 7th. So we knew when we woke up October 8th that that's not going to happen. And of course, we knew earlier on October 7th already when Netanyahu said that Hamas will be destroyed rather than the Palestinian people will pay for the war that they started. Here, it is looking very, very good. It's looking good in Lebanon as well, where Israel has said, if you enter this, before it even started, if you enter this, we will hurt not just Hezbollah, but we will hurt civilian infrastructure. And they didn't listen, and they got what they had coming. So yeah, I think it's gonna turn out well. But hey, let me just save my arguments for later. On the Young Turks, yeah, doing what they do, just from a rational perspective, is absolutely something that I hope this channel will become. We don't have anywhere near that capacity, that those abilities financially just yet. Of course, we will work towards that. And of course, your support helps us get there. Another way you can support us and support yourself is coming to the Irreplaceable Spark Conference 2, October 17th, 18th in Austin, Texas. You can watch all the talks from Spark 1 if you become an Inner Circle member on this YouTube channel. And I think if you do that, you will be convinced, if you are not yet, that you should come to the Irreplaceable Spark Conference. Jonathan is here, voice only, but he will be there in person, as will many other great speakers. Objectivism.co.uk, link in the chat. Get your tickets now before prices rise at the end of the month. All right, Young Turks with Paul Ryan.
Sure. Or we could watch live Young Turks.
You know what? Play it, and I will probably very quickly ask you to pause it, and we'll play one segment, watch a little bit of it, and then go back to Paul Ryan. And I'm guessing that's a clip of them talking about him.
Well, just chunk.
Okay, even better.
Oh my God, they even have an Ayn Rand clip. We're in for a treat. So just in case we turn into this segment, we'll take a look at Paul Ryan and politicians, talking kindly about Ayn Rand. And our great, I shouldn't say that, Cenk Uygur has actually covered this 13 years ago. Let's take a look.
Let's talk about the ideological...
Wait. I thought we were watching them live first.
Do you really want to?
Yeah. Let's watch. Let's just tune in
and
pause when we feel like it, and that'll be it. So it'll be one segment that I don't know how long it's gonna be. Either they're boring and we tune out, or they're talking a lot of shit and we have to tear them to shreds on it.
Well, they have a break right now for 20 more seconds.
Okay, then let's watch Young Cenk. I like it. The actual Young Turk before he became whatever he is now.
Let's talk about the ideological North Star for Paul Ryan, the person who has guided him in his career and his ideology. Well, it's Ayn Rand, and it's not me saying that, it's Paul Ryan saying it. He said, quote, "The reason I got involved in public service, by and large, if I had to credit one thinker, one person, it would be Ayn Rand." Paul Ryan also said, Rand makes the best case for the morality of democratic capitalism. I'll get to that morality in a second. And in 2005, he also said, I grew up on Ayn Rand. So who is Ayn Rand? Well, she's written Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead, and a ton of conservatives and Republicans idolize her. Well, she thought that all the government programs, Medicare, Social Security, etc., were for the weak, and that being selfish was the best thing you could do. Being altruistic and helping others, she thought was evil.
Okay. Yeah, if you can find me the quote where she said it's for the weak rather than it's immoral and it's not within the role of government to force some people to pay for the healthcare of others, please enlighten us here at the Ayn Rand Center UK about that part of Rand's philosophy. Until you do, I will keep calling Cenk a lying piece of shit as I would whenever he opens his mouth, whether he's talking about Ayn Rand or not.
Yeah, I mean, as always, a great summary coming from somebody on the left. With again, knowing it, like my favorite thing when it comes to summarizing Ayn Rand's ideas is where they characterize her, and they would have known what to say if they read the first page of The Virtue of Selfishness. That's all you need. You need to read the first page of The Virtue of Selfishness because she specifically brings up a lot of points people are talking against her. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean the left has this kind of in their pocket archetype stereotype of what Ayn Rand is, and it's good business for them. You know, Slate every couple of months has some, you know, right wingers are all Ayn Rand. You know, I mean, mentioning Ayn Rand gets clicks, and I think, you know, Cenk and a lot of the left wing media in particular use it as, you know, just a form of, you know, she's still a best selling author by many stretches of the imagination, read by thousands of people, tens of thousands of people a year. So I think, you know, a lot of what Cenk and again Slate is notorious for this is it's just clickbait. Ayn Rand is clickbait to them.
Are they back from break?
Yes, Anna is.
Okay, great. I don't want to hear any more of them talking about Rand.
So what do you want to do?
Watch them live for a little bit and get back to normal then.
Wrong and you guys want to correct us. We've got Rusty Joes who says Hexit sounded psychotic today. To be fair, he sounds psychotic often. I remember, you know, one of the MAGA journalists, if you want to call her that, asked a question that didn't like completely fall in line with the administration. And the way he addressed her, to me, clarified and reinforced the claims about him being abusive to his ex.
Okay, let's pause. Let's well, we can't pause because it's live. Well, you can pause, but anyway, yeah, I don't like the way the administration talks to journalists at all. I you know, but I you know, that's the thing with these people. Even if they say something that's semi-correct, they have to take it to some level of bullshit that's borderline slanderous. Why is it, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I guess to some extent, we sometimes do it, and I'm trying not to. Sometimes, well, it could be sometimes just fun, you know. You make fun of the opposite sides, right? You're using whatever arguments you can have. But generally, it's probably not a good idea. I'm wondering what Anna would say if she would, in some way, like take this back and say, it's probably not professional. It's probably not something. I just did it to blow off steam, or if she actually stands by it. Yeah, I think those would be my main things. Like generally, I think it's sort of like a funny thing. But this is the Young Turks. I mean, they are like, I don't know how they consider themselves, but you know, they are sort of like a network, a media network. These are the hosts. These are the biggest stars, and they are like making fun of administration. I don't know. Maybe they think they're like Jon Stewart, where it's like, oh, it's also jokes, and I'm also criticizing. Ha ha ha. But no, generally, if you want to be taken seriously, I think you should more focus on the ideas and cover that rather than. I mean, yesterday we heard from the Secular Talk. What's his name?
Kyle Kulinski.
Thank you, Kyle Kulinski, where he was going to, insiders inside the White House who bet on it. And again, that might be an interesting story, but if your whole thing is simply, that's your whole criticism that they make money off it, I mean, that's a good thing for, again, a late night show, where you just make jokes. But when it comes to actual analysis, I think it's not really, you're not really doing anything, right? People on your side will laugh at it because they are on your side, and nobody else will listen. I don't care to hear her criticism of Pete Hexet, especially if it's just is abusive or something. Which again, if it is, go to jail or get investigated or whatever. But it's not the main thing to cover when it comes to the elected officials. Well, unless they actually do it, and get them out if they do it. But if you're just saying it with just for the sake of it, what's the point?
Yeah, a few days ago we were watching Anna shout at Goldie for laughing when Cenk was blaming the Jews for everything, and then she said, "You were laughing at dead American troops." Anna is now actively trying to make sure that as many American troops as possible die because she's in a time of war intentionally promoting and lying, promoting propaganda that is intended to demoralize both American troops and the American people 6 days into a war that America is winning like it hasn't won since World War II, at least up until now. And so she's being dishonest, but of course, honesty is not a thing when your goal is the destruction of the West, which the Young Turks, if you look into their ideology, you don't need to look that deeply to understand that is the goal, and this is why, just like we on October 7th realized things have changed, we're here to defend Western civilization to the extent that we can, to the extent that people listen to us, and to the extent that we have an audience and can get an audience. For them, their audience, all they want to do is explain why the bad side is always us. Of course, Israel is at the top of that list, to the point that we're the bad guys, but we're the bad guys as the US. We're the bad guys, but we're the bad guys for doing Israel's bidding in everything. Again, we're I think months away from Cenk explaining, after he just said, I no longer accept the official line on 9/11, explaining why it was the Jews. He hasn't gotten there yet, right, Daniel? But it is coming any second now. And I think maybe it would be Anna, because as I've mentioned, Anna is the one out there. They're using out there, throwing the anti-Semitic stuff, and to see if it sticks. And I'm assuming they'll do that with this as well. Okay, let's go back to the live stream. Did you pause it? Are we?
No, I kept it live.
Okay, great. So yeah, whatever she's saying, it's crap, and we will.
Well, actually, it's not Anna anymore. It's the damage report with John Ladarola.
I don't know who that is. That's boring. Okay. Is there more Anna that you can show us, or should we start?
Why obsessed with Anna?
Well, I'll take Megyn Kelly if you have any clips of hers, but oh, okay. Some updates. Ooh. Okay, so first of all, there is a risk, according to the Israeli National Security Committee, not committee, but I don't remember.
Council.
What council? Saying that it is that terror cells are actively working to harm Israelis outside of Israel. So pay close attention, be vigilant, especially if you're in an Israeli embassy or consulate, or have to go there for some reason, or if you are flying back to Israel. Remember, you can be a target there as well, at the airport. So yeah, make sure you stay alert. Macron is saying France will strengthen military cooperation with Lebanon. We'll do whatever we can to prevent war.
Oh yeah, how about getting rid of Hezbollah? Wouldn't that be what a novel idea?
I call on the Prime Minister of Israel not to expand the war to Lebanon. I call on Iranian leaders not to involve Lebanon anymore in this war. That's interesting. So he knows
We cannot.
that Israel
What
did
is this,
nothing.
Voldemort? We cannot even name them.
He knows that Israel did nothing, nothing with regards to Lebanon. It was focusing on the goal. He knows on Iran, which is the target in this war. He knows that Lebanon, the country, allowed, as it has been for the past 40 plus years, allowed the Iranian organization in the south of its country to fire into Israel. That is war. Okay, that is the war that Macron knows is happening, knows who started it, and his statement is, I call on the Prime Minister of Israel. And then also, by the way, also, the death to Israel people, if they can do the death to Israel only from that direction and not from this direction, because we kind of like the people in this direction, that dictatorship is friendly to us. What a despicable human being Macron is. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC asked, Razi, would you support official recognition of Starmer as worst prime minister in British history? I cannot think of a worse one, even Chamberlain. He's absolutely worse than Chamberlain, but I don't know how we make it official, and I don't know what that does. And actually, I don't know, because I don't know enough about all prime ministers of the past and what kind of damage they've done. But yeah, Chamberlain, remember, Chamberlain, sacrificed Czechoslovakia, but then, when he saw the Nazis weren't actually just interested in Czechoslovakia, and they went further and, started a war with Poland, then he actually, he didn't wait for Britain to be attacked. Starmer waited for Britain to be attacked and is still not getting involved. So yeah, much worse than Chamberlain.
I mean, probably whoever was prime minister during the American Revolution, that guy must have sucked and kind of screwed up.
I'd say he should be remembered fondly. But anyway.
All right, what do we do
now? Did we have Anna or Megan?
I cannot see. Well, I see Anna, but that's when she was on Piers Morgan. We already saw that. Unless you want to do it again.
Not particularly, but let's see. Okay, Nate says he posts in the chat, there's a BBC headline, Iranians tell the BBC life is, quote, tiring, and they feel, quote, trapped. After 6 days of U.S.-Israeli strikes, one man says it's, quote, frightening when his house shakes. Yeah, this is so disgusting that this is how this is what the BBC focuses on. We saw this, we've been seeing it for 2.5 years in Gaza. Now in Gaza, they have reporters on the ground, which are Hamas. They claim to have reporters. It's all Hamas. The BBC actually released a Hamas-produced documentary and then said, oops. And the documentary was about children suffering. The absolute, lowest hanging fruit possible for the, unthinking crowd that takes the BBC news coverage at its word. So, yeah.
And again, look at the moral standard, right? Because Jews are not suffering enough, somehow this war is not okay. Like, come on, Israel, if you want to fight this war, make sure you let some of those rockets go, make sure some of your children die, make sure some of your Israeli, some of your people die, and then we'll consider it okay. Then we'll consider this action okay. Instead of viewing it as a moral achievement, the fact that Israelis are celebrating. I mean, my algorithm is broken right now on Instagram, so all I'm seeing is like Israel is running to shelters, and it's all like, oh, I'm just cooking and I cannot cook because a rocket is coming. Yeah, I see this guy. Oh, I'm cooking. I'm not going because I'm cooking. Then he comes up and sees the cluster, that it was actually the cluster bomb. Oh, it's this one. I'm going.
Did you see the one where a drone hits a US base, I think in Qatar, and they're filming it, like, and they see the drone and it lands and the guy goes, "Dude, that's my truck," or something like that. So, yeah. Yeah, and in Israel, you know what? A video in between all these horrible figures. Let's do some positive stuff from time to time, and let's see what I think is the most positive video we've seen so far of the people in the shelter. Not the one from the news report of the guy saying what exactly he's doing there in the shelter, but the one where they're singing and yeah.
Do you remember where you sent it?
I'm guessing it's in Slack, but I'm not 100. Oh, I put
Oh
it
yeah.
in
No, I have
one
it.
of the ARC UK members WhatsApp groups, which is a good time, Daniel, for me to remind people that if you are not an ARC UK member through the website, you don't have access to those WhatsApp groups, and those WhatsApp groups are on as WhatsApp groups are all the time, and we're there, we're active. Daniel, myself, Alex, many others from the channel are active on those groups. So make sure you become a member. And if you can, and again, those memberships start at £10 a month. That is about, Jonathan maybe has the exact number, so like 13, 14 bucks a month. It fluctuates, but not by too much. And yeah, I think it's more than worth it, just for those WhatsApp groups, probably, but also just for James Valiant's sessions, study group on Leonard Peikoff's Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, or just for our book club on Atlas Shrugged. But you get all that and more. So yeah, consider becoming a member. And of course, yeah. If did I mention liking the show? In any case, Daniel, have I filibustered enough for you to find that clip?
Yes.
Great. Let's watch it. James Valiant is back. James, am I the only one who can't handle that video? I mean, they have ballistic missiles raining on them. They're in the shelter. They're, singing, dancing, and they're dancing, uh, what is essentially the worst threat they can issue to the enemies of Israel, and to the enemies of Israel in the Middle East, and to the enemies of Israel in the West that we see marching in the streets. They're chanting that the one thing these people don't want will happen, and they will survive.
How can you not be moved by that? That is the attitude of an unconquered people and an unconquerable spirit. My basic understanding is that, the world of Islam is a death cult. And here you see just the opposite. People celebrating life and what that survival itself at stake. And here they are as in a bomb shelter as missiles are coming down upon them, understanding that the price of liberty is a real one. And as Thomas Jefferson said, one of the founders of my country, the tree of liberty has to be watered, and sometimes with blood. And understanding that life and liberty are worth fighting for, and sometimes dying for, risking your life at least for, These are people who are unconquered and unconquerable. If you're not moved by that, I don't know what could possibly move you.
Yeah. Thank you, Gail, for the super chat. Gail says, in Canada, sadly, what I don't remember what it's in reference to, but Daniel might. And thank you, Gary Menard, for the super chat as well. Daniel.
Not sure. Probably some context, but that we're missing.
Oh, but any comments?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's great to see. It comes from, and again, the fact that we mentioned BBC. BBC is focusing on the story of like Iranians that you know are fearful in the war. And again, I can like understand it to some extent, but still, they are. This is a just war, and and the fact that that's what you're focusing, like instead of again focusing on the fact that Israelis are handling this well. Again, this comes from like unless Jews are killed, you cannot fight this war. Like Israel basically has to let some missiles go through for it to gain some moral legitimacy when it comes to fighting.
Tens of thousands of Iranians have been slaughtered in the streets just this year, in recent weeks. I mean, you talk about insecurity, you talk about, okay, they have the natural fear and tensions that occur when you have a government that is obviously going to need to be changed. That is a stressful thing. It's also a stressful thing to live in a dictatorship where women protesting for their rights disappear into Iranian prisons to be tortured and killed. It is also stressful to live in a dictatorship where tens of thousands of civilians can be slaughtered on the streets. It is stressful to live in a dictatorship that's causing war and terrorism around the world. And so the stress of finding a new government, a better government now, is what we're going to get hung up on. That is absolutely insane, upside down and backwards. Talk about a perversion of things. Oh yeah, things were just swell for the Iranians before this, but boy, the Iranians are facing the stress and tension of having to form a new government. Yeah, that's the kind of, I will happily take the stress of having to form a new government and not knowing what my immediate future holds for me than living under what I know we've been living under for the better part of 50 years, a theocratic totalitarianism that oppresses its own people ruthlessly. And those are precisely the kind of governments that start wars. It is totalitarian regimes like Iran that are a perpetual threat. Why are they the ones that cause war? Why is it dictatorships of that nature? Read Ayn Rand's article, The Roots of War and Capitalism, the Unideal. It is the more authoritarian countries that inevitably start wars. There's a reason for that. And if they can treat their own people like that, like we saw in January, if they can treat their own people like that, think of what kind of contempt they would have for everybody else. Look at the nations they're attacked, all the different countries that have come under attack by Iran. If they can act that way to its own Muslim, I know they're a different flavor of Islam, but their own Muslim neighbors, they can treat like that. How do you suppose they would treat Western nations in Europe or North America, much less Israel? Obviously, we know they hate Israel. But my gosh, the way they behave has to condition the way we react. Only a violent end to this regime can bring peace to the world. And if their recent behavior hasn't underscored that and put it in italics for you, I don't know what possibly could, BBC. You were wrong, BBC. You were wrong, Guardian. You were wrong. All of these other Western media outlets that have been doing the propaganda work for the Islamic world, they should be eating their words when they see how Iran has behaved just this year. They must be eliminated.
James,
I hate to sound like Cato the Elder, Iran delenda est, but I've been saying this for more than 2 years now. In fact, I've been saying this for more than 20 years, more than 40 years now. Iran must be eradicated in its current form, eradicated, for there to be any safety or peace in the world for civilized people.
Thank you, Jonathan, for the super sticker while on the call. That is very impressive. Thank you. And James, this is a behind-the-scenes question, but we don't have time behind the scenes, so I'm going to ask you live. Are you sticking around for a bit? Because I have to take a break. somewhere around this time for about 30 minutes. I don't want to leave
Take your
Daniel
break.
alone. I know Jonathan can jump in and out, so I'll do that in a few minutes, and I'll be back. And then Daniel, I will try in my break if I can to find some clips of people we can go through. And of course, at 8 p.m. UK time, just over an hour and a half, we will be joined by Michael Kaufman, Jim Brown, Nikos for a debate. It's, some of it is going to be also a discussion on the war, I think, but much of it will be our conversation about whether this will be won as quickly, as decisively as all of us hope. Gail clarifies her comment in the super chat. Canada should have dumped the monarchy long ago, if for no other reason but to protect individual property rights. The Crown owns all the natural rights under the ground in Canada. Yeah, that is unfortunate. By the way, I think your super chat you're probably watching us in a delay of a couple of hours, right? Because this was a conversation that took place earlier on the show, but still relevant. And
King Charles is the King of Canada, and not just the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And so much of Canada is owned by the government, and in this sense, the Crown itself. So
and Susie says smoke rising in Lebanon. Let me just quickly refresh the news just to see, and hopefully I'll try to find videos and images. I don't know if I'll be able to accomplish everything I'm promising during my break, but if I can, I will. Yeah, I'd like to see what's happening in Dahia. I see a lot of reports about panic there because, again, they know the people there now were around in September 2024 when Nasrallah, for example, when he was eliminated, it was with 80 bombs of 1 ton because Biden wouldn't give Israel the 2-ton bombs because they're not effective in urban warfare. Turns out they probably would have been effective in urban warfare, but 1-ton bombs work as well. So yeah, those people have, and again, when Israel strikes in anywhere other than South Lebanon, it's usually Beirut, and it's usually Dahia. So panic there is they actually know what's coming and fully expect it. Let's hope it is coming and it is happening, and let's hope Beirut will experience a night like it never has before tonight because it absolutely deserves it. Guys, I will see you in a bit. Thanks, and see you.
Hey James, how are you? How was the discussion with Michael?
Well, it surrounded the Constitution and the constitutionality of the War Powers Act and things of that kind, and we really didn't have much of a disagreement. I just keep a split screen analysis going on with everything, as I have to. The Supreme Court and so forth has interpreted our Constitution in ways that I find pernicious and, frankly, flat out unconstitutional. But I operate also in a system where we have the rule of law. And as a lawyer, I had to practice many years under I had to submit to the Supreme Court's judgment of these things. And so I live in the real world in which the practices, precedents of our constitutional players dictate the conditions under which I analyze policy. The policy here is quite a different question. It is unqualified good that America is finally taking on Iran in what appears to be the right way, finally. So this is the right war, fought the right way, and constitutional issues I set aside while I analyze policy. And frankly, I'm honest enough to admit that that's precisely what I'm doing. If the world were a different world, might we all want and expect something better and different in the way we approach these things? But I think that in a better constitutional world, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan would have been much, much harder to justify, especially as they dragged on to no real point for the United States. And a war like Iran would be much easier to justify. But I can fantasize all I like about how I want the Constitution to be interpreted in my country. I have to live with the policy that is set by our constitutional players like the Supreme Court and the President of the United States. As for the policy, I think everybody on this channel knows my view. We should have taken out Iran 47 years ago. We should have taken out Iran, 43 years ago. We should have taken out Iran 25 years ago. We should have taken out Iran at any point. They've been at a state of war with the United States for their entire existence. We are just now recognizing that state of war and recognizing that, they're going to go on killing. They're going to go on killing us until we stop the killing and stop the killers. So I'm unhesitatingly and in an unqualified fashion in favor of this policy, whatever your view of constitutional interpretation is.
Well, I want to go to Super Chat, but first just one news. Iran, quote, Iran is prepared for the possibility of ground invasion, which would be a disaster for the enemies of the Islamic Republic. This was said by Foreign Minister. We are ready for any scenario. We are waiting for them. We are confident that we can confront them and that it will be disaster for them. I'm sure just like the rest of it, wouldn't necessarily hold my breath towards that.
Well, American Israelis are stepping up because once we get a handle on these missile launch sites, that we eliminate their air power, their sea power, and we get a handle on this missile launching issue, that will open up options, military options for Israel and America, and they can increase, they can intensify. And that's the word we're getting right now from both governments, that we're only at the beginning here, ladies and gentlemen, and they ought to intensify their efforts. And so whatever dude says there, I think he may have, he's the one who should be reassessing what his immediate future might bring.
We have a super chat from Roman Viking. Thank you so much. He says, how finished is the Israel constitution? Israel doesn't have a constitution per se. They have basic laws which sort of work like constitutional laws in a way that they cannot be changed by a simple majority, but require, I believe, 2/3 of Knesset, the Israeli parliament, or maybe even 3/4 actually, now that I'm thinking about it. So one of those.
I can speak to the U.S. Constitution. I cannot speak to Israeli constitutional law. But Great Britain does not have a written constitution, and yet they feel bound by definite legal customs and traditions. But theoretically speaking, the House of Commons can make whatever law it wants and change the basic substructure of the British government. I'd much prefer a written constitution, thank you very much, because it much better assures the rule of law over the rule of men.
And when it comes to how finished is it, well, I don't believe there are any outward efforts to create an actual constitution for Israel. So, and definitely not now.
The current cultural and state of political ideology in the West is not a healthy one. It's not as it was during the Enlightenment, even, where better ideas, were the norm, where the educated Americans and educated British people had a radically different view of the role of what the role of government ought to be and what rights are. This was the period that started ending slavery, which was ubiquitous throughout the world until this period. This was the period of when legal rights started, set off a chain reaction until by the 20th century, suddenly women were getting their legal rights respected and their equality beginning to be respected in both in the British and the American legal systems. It was the Enlightenment that brought that kind of progress, ladies and gentlemen. Today, can you imagine the kind of ideas that would be snuck into constitutions from Western countries if they did it from scratch now? That terrifies me. I know in my country, the Constitution would not be recognizable.
And Well, with that, let me just quickly check if there are any new news. Okay, launches detected from Iran, sirens expected in northern area. So again, anybody on the ground, stay safe and go to shelter if there is a siren, but I'm sure they know it. So let's get back to, oh, actually one piece of news I wanted to check, and then we can go into this just to see if there's anything new. Okay, doesn't seem to. So yesterday we have heard that Iraqi Kurdistan militias are crossing the border and going into Iran. The Prime Minister of Iraqi Kurdistan is denying this, and so seems Iran, and so seems America, as far as I'm concerned. So we don't really know what's going on, if this is actually happening. But I think that is a good question when it comes to, I think the CIA said, or rather CIA, the government said that they might, or they are considering arming, for example, the Iraqi Kurdistan militias. Apparently, even after the 12-day war, America did, or America and Israel did help arm some volunteers inside of Iran directly that might potentially rise up. And I guess there is a question, and I'm wondering, James, what do you think, since you went on yesterday? Do you think we should try to arm certain militias, certain groups in fighting when it comes to Iran?
I think we should be very, very cautious who we arm. And I think we should avoid looking like we're thrusting a government upon the Iranian people. On the other hand, can the United States help arm, let me put it this way, pro-liberalizing forces in Iran to give them, because look, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard are really, and the local police there are really the only ones who have, you know, any firepower, any gun power there that might enforce stuff. And while I'm much more sanguine about local police being taking a better stance on this, the Revolutionary Guard, I'm not so sanguine about any elements of it. Now, the Kurds are an ethnic group that you can find in Turkey, northern Syria, northern Iraq, and northern Iran. You know, we talk about, you know, the right of self-determination. Think about the poor Kurds in one sense. I know under the complex mess of what is Iraq today, there is a sort of an autonomous region of self-governance for the Kurds in northern Iraq. But you know, if all of these, you know, and you know, our leftist, our typical leftist commentator talks about the role of self-determination and the indigenous people's right to certain land. Well, by that logic, wouldn't the Kurds actually be the ones who should be controlling?
But Kurds are on our side. Kurds are on Western side.
I'm sorry?
Kurds are on the Western side.
Well, yeah, that's the problem, right? That's why the left doesn't agree that there should be, you know, self-determination for the indigenous people of the region. Because if that were the case, then maybe parts of Turkey, Syria, and Iran would all be part of a greater nation of Kurdistan. With that specific group, I think the CIA should be in contact and working with them. They could form a buffer, too, between Turkey and Iran, should Turkey want to intervene in Iran in a negative way. So, yeah, that's precisely a group of people that I think the CIA should be working with.
Somebody says Trump has a soft spot for the Kurds since he used them to destroy ISIS in the Battle of Mosul. Didn't Trump abandon the Kurds to a large extent when it comes to the later part of his first administration? So,
frankly, the poor Kurds have been abandoned by American policymakers again and again and again in the course of their history. Yeah, okay. They are pro-Western, and they are, you know, independent people that have been oppressed by the governments that have been ruling them for quite some time. So my sympathies are with the Kurds, who have been fighting oppression from the comparatively authoritarian governments under which they have had to live. You know, liberate Greater Kurdistan, man. I might join up on that, depending on, as I say, a lot depends upon the nature of the government they would want to put in. They are pro-Western, but anything that significantly moves in the direction of a pro-Western government that liberalizes the situation legally for any people in the Middle East is something I'm in favor of.
Somebody's asking, what do you mean abandon? From what I understand, basically, Turkey was planning invasion or attacks on the Kurdish forces, and Trump pulled away the American forces that were serving as a buffer between the Turkish and Kurdish
The Ottoman
forces.
Empire was, yeah, Turkey is a great example. The Ottoman Empire was a giant oppressive empire. Talk about imperialism, you know, and colonialism. The Arab people were dominated by the Ottoman Turks, but Turkey still today, and you know, over 100 years ago, there was a genocide committed by Turkey against the Armenians, a largely Christian population in the east of their country. There are still in Turkey today Kurds and Armenians who are ethnic minorities within this increasingly Islamic state. And I don't know why, but American policymakers have been bending over backwards again on behalf of Turkey's part of NATO. I do not understand it. I do not understand why we continue to suck up, in effect, to Turkey. And that comes at the expense of people like the Kurds.
Somebody says, I think Turkey did an incursion into northern Syria where there are Kurds a couple of years ago. I think that no, that was separate. They're straight up, like, yeah, in 2019, it was Turkey was getting more and more involved in Syria, and yeah, I think they used the fact that Trump did pull away. And again, I haven't followed it closely, so I'm not 100% sure if this was basically Trump knew Turkey wants to do something there, so he pulled away, or Trump pulled away, therefore Turkey did something. I think either way, it's a moot point. The fact is, and again, let's say there is Kurdistan at some point. It might not necessarily be even like super Western, or it might be Western allied, but super like maybe even democratic or liberal. I think a lot of Kurdish factions are like straight up like outward the communist or even socialist. So it wouldn't be really that great to see. But I think what's most important to focus on is what is the actual threat. And I think when it comes to specifically Kurdish forces, I think they pose least or almost no threat to Israel and America, which
or at
I
least
think
a
should be the main
counterbalance
focus.
to, I mean, if they determine their own government, that's one thing, but at least they're a counterbalance to the other forces there in the region. And I think that might be useful. But you make a really great point. I wouldn't recognize, if the Kurds establish a dictatorship, I wouldn't recognize that dictatorship anymore or work with it any more than I would any other dictatorship. It would really have to be a substantial advance in the direction of liberalism. But you know something, add another point here. When people are liberated, they tend to be sympathetic to the folks that helped liberate them. If, for example, we see a more liberal government in Iran, generally, they will have the Americans and the Israelis to thank for it, won't they? And that might lay the conditions for what kind of government the Iranians themselves want to have. And I would echo the same thing with the Kurds. If we were the ones, rather than, say, communist ideologues, who were helping them in their quest for some autonomy or independence, I think that might condition the kind of government that they would be willing to have. Those are all factors to keep in mind, too. It's a fluid situation. Ladies and gentlemen, people, when we're talking about here, everyone says, well, what about the future of Iran? What about the future of Iran? There are huge unknowns. When you engage in warfare like this, we cannot know with certainty what the future will bring. No, we cannot, but we can influence it. And one thing I do know is that the killing from Iran would have gone on and on and on. There would have been more October 7th, more terrorism, more Khobar Towers, more slaughter of their own people, frankly. I do know that the killing would have gone on had there was a 100% chance that the Iranian government would have gone on killing people had we not done something to stop it now. Now, you tell me, what are the odds of something better happening at the end of the day in Iran? Well, that's a chance I'm willing to take. We have to end the killing. Okay, that I do know. I
We
cannot
have
have a crystal ball, though, that can predict exactly what's going to happen in Iran. I wish I did, but I just simply no one can predict those kind of things. We can nudge it in the right direction, and we ought to be.
Sorry, you just gave me a little bit of PTSD because there is this like leftist commentator called Crystal Ball, and Jesus, I'm not joking, by the way. That her name is Crystal with a K, and her last name is Ball.
Crystal Ball. Yeah, there is no human beings are complex creatures with free will. Attempting to, the great baseball manager in America has known for his famous wisdom, and sometimes it's, comes out in an awkward or sometimes eloquent way. He said, predictions are hard, especially about the future. When it comes to, the planets, I can tell you where the perihelion of Mars is going to be 1,342 days from now, down to the second. When it comes to human beings, they have free will, and they're very complex creatures. I cannot predict them. And so the future is very hard to predict when it comes to these things. But we have to take the calculated risk to stop the thing we know is going to continue. Killing, killing, killing from this evil Iranian regime.
We have a super chat from Roman Viking. Viking, thank you so much. Well, just quickly, somebody, also Roman, is asking in the chat, what do you think of denims on Twitch? Well, just try to predict what would I think of denims on Twitch. Which, if it is the girl, I think it is. Yeah, she's like a straight up like Hamas apologist, straight up like full on pro-Palestinian. Another in that Hassan Piker sort of orbit is orbit is what the youth call it when it comes to
people
like that.
when we look back on history with 2020 vision, people think, well, Stalin and Hitler, they're how awful these guys were. No, they had their defenders. They had their defenders at the time. And, as bad as I hope the future will look at all of these people who support Iran or Hamas today they'll look like the monsters the thoughtless monsters that I hope they do. I would just remind people, do a little intellectual history and go back to the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, and you will find overt supporters of Adolf Hitler in Western countries in the 1930s. You will find overt supporters of Stalin even after the mass starvations in Ukraine became known, and his internal policy of paranoia, shooting his own enemies, and the closer they were. Even after the horrors of Stalin, there were Stalinist sympathizers on the left in the 1950s and 60s. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen, in the West. And so there's nothing unprecedented about this. You're going to have loud voices defending evil. And all we can do is hope that they get thrown onto the ash bin of history and get forgotten, like the supporters of Hitler and Stalin have sort of been forgotten. People don't realize that to create an anti-Stalinist left after World War II was an achievement. Men like Orwell had to fight his own leftists to get, even within the ranks of socialists, to develop an anti-Stalinist socialist movement. That's how bad things were back then. There were anti-Semites in my country in the 1930s who were moaning sympathy, at least directly and indirectly, for what Adolf Hitler was doing. Yeah, there are people who defend evil every time. You'll find in that generation there were people defending that evil.
Well, I'm so happy those anti-Semites from America are gone. Unfortunately, I mean, James, maybe you do not watch the internet scene as much, but there are still Stalin defenders here. We call them tankies, because
there are Hitler defenders coming back, denying the Holocaust. Anti-Semitism has reared its ugly head again in such a way that these people can now articulate their Holocaust denial. Yeah, and today, oh, absolutely, there are, of course, but I had thought, I'm coming to age in the last decades of the 20th century, in the last century. I see the white hair here. I come from another generation than, say, Daniel does. I had thought that the West had turned a corner on anti-Semitism. I thought that the West had turned a corner when it came to totalitarianism as I saw the Soviet Union collapse. Boy, was I wrong. Very sad for me to say, but those twisted, savage voices have come back out from the woodwork, and we're hearing them again today.
Jim, I have to just jump in quickly and say, I feel very much the same way about trade and the understanding and benefits of trade. I feel like having kind of come of age in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, like the benefits of free and open trade were so widely studied and disseminated, not just by philosophical thinkers like Miss Rand or Milton Friedman, but by, so many actual scientists and economists who studied the data and studied the reality of the benefits of trade. So in so many ways, I feel like now we're moving backward towards restrictive borders and moving away from trade, kind of turning our back on like a century's worth of demonstrable evidence.
I don't mean to knock Fox News, and I know you still work for Fox Business sometimes, but for me, it's painful to watch, the Fox main news channel and hear some of their talking heads at night when they talk about trade in this way. The globalists and all this stuff are the bad guys, just for advocating international free trade. When you think about it, in recent decades, in the decades that I've been alive, so much of the world lived in dire, desperate poverty, where famine was a regular feature of their lives. Nothing like international trade has done more to eliminate in so many places, or reduce in many places, the fear of literal death by starvation. When I was born, a lot of the world lived under the constant threat of death by starvation. And today that is a relatively small group of people on the planet. And if that has changed for the better significantly during my lifetime, it is only because of international trade and free trade. And yes, those Trump simps on this issue in particular are monstrously ignoring history, monstrously ignoring the benefits that America has had from trade. It is not tariffs and trade restrictions that make us rich, ladies and gentlemen. It's trade that makes us rich. It is trade that can end the scourge of poverty and starvation around the world. I mean, and these people talk about being compassionate. Is just the opposite. Just the opposite. And I, like you, I thought, well, geez, with the end of the 20th century, look at the huge strides we're making against starvation and poverty around the world. Surely we've put to bed the issue of international trade and free trade. Nope, apparently not. You'll have Trump and some of his supporters overtly attacking the benefits of free trade, both to America and to the world at large, which seems, you don't even need a PhD in economics to see it for yourself. Just look at some data on poverty, starvation, wealth, the wealth of Americans engaged in trade. Take this trade deficit crap language out of your vocabulary. Out of your vocabulary. What matters is the actual well-being of the countries involved in that trade. It is a win-win. And I thought we learned that lesson.
Think about it. I mean, Jim, when certainly you and I were kids, if you bought something, you wrote away for it. And they used to say 6 to 8 weeks delivery, 6 to 8 weeks delivery. And you waited 8 weeks for something to come. And now,
thanks mailbox every day.
Oh yeah, you wait 8 weeks. I mean, that's like 2 friggin' months for something to come out, and that was like the norm at the time. And thanks to not just innovators like Jeff Bezos and many others, right, but to the trade that they facilitate. Forget even getting things in 24 hours now. You can have things delivered drone same day. I mean, it's almost
no, Holly will go on the computer. She'll order something, and in 2 hours it'll appear on our front porch. It is astonishing the world in which we live today, thanks to trade.
Yeah.
Thanks to free trade. Boy, what an outstanding point you make there, Jonathan.
Just quickly, earlier Bonnie brought up in the chat, are the Kurds trying to create an autonomous territory? That might be why point one of Pahlavi's transition plan is territorial sovereignty for the state of Iran. Would they fight each other? So we will post the video on the Kurds probably later today, which we talked about yesterday on with Alex. And yes, if the ethnic conflict starts, if the Kurds, the Azerbaijanis, the Arabs in the south, the Baluchis, the Turkmen people in the north start rising up against the government, that also means rising up against the following government, most likely, especially when it comes to Kurds. Again, the Iraqi Kurdistan, they want independence from Iraq. They tried to vote for independence back in, I think, 2019 or 2021 or something like that, and were forced to actually cancel the referendum. So if they manage to go into Iran, if they manage to conquer territory, they wouldn't be keen on giving that up. So yeah, that's why I think strategically we really have to think about, is our goal transition this regime, or is our goal simply to take out this regime? Because I think different paths might be taken based on what we are going for.
You know, we one time, again, Western civilization had this ideal where your religious background, your ethnic or racial background wouldn't matter. Well, one of the great things about my country is that the United States is that it's not defined by any race, ethnicity, specific religion. Okay, it is addressed to mankind, humanity as a whole, qua humanity, their rights by their nature as human beings, as the kind of species that we are. We are creatures whose means of knowing is reason, and therefore our basic tool of survival is reason. And for reason to function, humans have to be free from coercion from one another. That is the basic social condition that allows reason to operate. And this is true for all human beings. So wouldn't it be wonderful if none of these ethnic and religious and racial differences mattered at all? At all. They ought not to. They should create a government in the ideal world. Each of these governments should create a government where it wouldn't matter what your ethnicity is, what your religion is, and you would have the same equal rights before, and it wouldn't, and because the government would be so neutral when it comes to religious things. And we in the United States have a First Amendment that says no established religion, whatever. So it doesn't matter. You can be Hindu, Buddhist, you name it, and what does not matter. You get the same treatment under law, and everyone is treated the same. And there is no religious test for holding office in the United States. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a system like that? Unfortunately, the world, we cannot expect that from most of the world. So I do not want to see, continuous violence going on in Iraq or Iran or Syria or Turkey. The need for an independent Kurdistan is only generated by the fact that there is still racial, ethnic, religious bigotry in this world, and in that region of the world in particular. But if I had my way, it wouldn't matter, ladies and gentlemen, because the government wouldn't be acknowledging that, based on that, recognizing that, and it would treat everyone the same. And everyone would have the same access to the same government, and the government would treat everyone the same, regardless of their race, religion, ethnic background. Unfortunately, the Middle East is nothing like such a place.
We have a quote from the IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Ayal Zamir, who said, "We are now moving to the next phase of the campaign, in which we will increase strikes on the regime's foundations and its military capabilities. We have additional surprising moves, which I do not intend to reveal. We will pursue all our enemies and reach them. Within 24 hours, our pilots paved the way to Tehran. We destroyed about 80% of air defense systems and achieved almost complete air superiority in Iranian skies. We neutralized and destroyed more than 60% of ballistic missile launchers So apparently, until now, they were focusing on limiting the offensive capabilities of Iran, and now we are moving. By the way, so we were defensive until now, is basically what he's saying, and now Israel is actually going on the
Israel and
offense.
America had to open up a safer environment for them to operate in. But as you get a handle on these missile launchers and missile sites, that allows us to, it opens up new options. It opens up, lower, flight level things. It allows us to use, conventional bombers and stuff. So that opens up our options as we reduce their capacity to harm us. It increases our capacity to operate within Iran. And that's why now is the time to intensify, as we're getting a handle on their ability to assault Israel, assault their neighbors, assault American bases in the region. Now we've got bigger options. We have greater power, greater control over the air, and can more safely operate with much more conventional type weapons, for example. Deliver powerful bombs on comparatively more old-fashioned airplanes, if you will, and not rely so heavily on defensive systems and ballistic missiles. So our options open, and we should intensify our efforts as we get a handle on the safety situation, which had to be, of course, the first concern.
We have a super chat from Roman Viking. Thank you so much. He says, or he's asking, are you afraid Russia or China might join the war? For me, not really. I don't think either Russia or China can really afford even a proxy war or outwardly standing us. I mean, I guess for Russia it would be it wouldn't be as big since we are already in proxy war with them anyway. But again, so far Russia has said that they will not, or basically is acting as they will not in any way. And again, how they wanna help? They wanna enforce a no-fly zone over Iran or something? Like they wanna get involved in that way. Like I don't see how they could even help. That wouldn't hurt them much more than us. Again, apparently Ukraine has been doing really amazingly in the last few weeks when it comes to Russian casualties. I don't think they can afford. And I think even China cannot really afford a blunder more than anything. I think they cannot afford like failing in any way. So, which I think they would.
Who do you think has been helping Iran develop their defensive capacities? China. And all of the, and you could see it in Venezuela to some extent too. All of these vaunted Chinese defensive systems have proven most ineffective to the extent that we've seen them in operation here, but broader than that. I don't think that neither militarily nor in any other way, let me put it this way, economically, they can do much to help Iran. They didn't do anything after the 12-day war. I don't see them doing anything to protect the regime. Russia has certainly got its hands full right now with Ukraine. China is separated enough that I don't think they can do anything. And if they themselves have ambitions in the South China Sea, say against Taiwan, they have to really be considering their options there. Also, consider how their own stuff is performing, and it's not performing very well at all. But they've got their own both China and Russia have their own worries, let me put it that way. And there's really nothing they can materially do to support Iran. So any more than they came in to intervene during the 12-day war, I don't see them intervening at all in this one.
We have a super chat from Jonathan, who's also here on the panel, so thank you so much. And a super chat from PC, thank you so much. He says, James, Iran's new supreme leader has made threats. I haven't seen anything recent from him about this, but I wouldn't be surprised if he, goes against the little Satan and big Satan and all that.
Yes. Well, all these people saying America has no interest. I mean, start with what they've been yelling and chanting for the last 47 years, death to America, the great Satan America. Anyway, I got an interesting news headline here. Apparently, Kristi Noem has been discharged as the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Oh.
There's a news item we may want to look up. But
Why?
I'm not sure. I don't have the deets on that one.
Wait, was she impeached? No.
No, I think dismissed by the president.
Okay, fine.
But I don't have the details, as I say.
Wait, where is it from?
I was just handed a note actually by my wife.
Oh. Because I don't see anything. I see, yeah, I don't see anything so far. At least nobody writing an articles about it. Oh, okay. Trump says he will replace Kristi Noem with Senator Mark Wayne Mullen.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, certainly a Trump-friendly senator, but I'm not sure why he's replacing Kristi Noem.
Yeah.
But she's in charge of Homeland Security, which is.
I mean, I could understand getting rid of her because I think she was fairly unpopular, at least.
She's taken a lot of the heat on the immigration matter, for example. Yeah.
So I could see that, but replacing with a senator seems like a risky move.
Well, to get Senate approval, it's much easier. Look at the easy time Rubio had, for example. So senators tend to be kind to their colleagues when it comes to confirmation issues.
Oh, I see. Sure, that could be. Okay, Trump on Truth Social. The current secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to special envoy for the Shield of Americans, for the Shield of Americas, our new secretary initiative in the Western Hemisphere we are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida.
Trump has been active in Ecuador, Venezuela, potentially Cuba, all throughout the Americas. Trump has been quite active, and I guess she's going to be. It's not really so much a firing as it is a reassigning of her to a new task, and Trump's ambitions to influence the Americas directly. Let's put it that way.
We have a super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much. So I guess there isn't much to say because I don't know what the special new envoy would even what would even be the goal. Security initiative in Western Hemisphere we are announcing on Saturday. So again, and a special envoy that could be anything, right? It could be.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't think there's much to say.
But would America like the Argentina model to be duplicated throughout the Americas? Yes, absolutely. But I don't know, what the old socialist government is still there in power in Venezuela, for example. They're just a little more cooperative right now, given the fact that there are military forces right off the coast of Venezuela. In any case, that's only tangentially related. But Mr. Trump, if you voted for peace, and what a strange false alternative. I'm voting for peace president who won't go to war. I'm voting for a president. I wouldn't vote.
You can vote for the peace president who won't go to war with Iran, or for the war president, I guess, who won't go to war with Iran.
Well, exactly. The standard should be something else. You're not looking at it if you're just looking at it in terms of interventionist, isolationist, imperialist versus isolationist. Those are both derogatory terms. When a war is justified, there's a certain moral standard. And again, let's do the split screen on Constitution versus what the morals of the situation are. Is it perfectly ethical to take out the Iranian government? It would have been perfectly ethical to go after them 47 years ago, right? 44 years ago, whatever it was. Yeah, we're decades overdue in this. We're simply now recognizing, in effect, the reality that Iran has been at war with us for this long, and this is long overdue. And if, as I say, the recent behavior of Iran hasn't put that in italics with a big exclamation point for you, I don't know what could.
IDF announces elimination of Zaid Ali Juma, Hezbollah's fire array, head of Hezbollah's fire array, responsible for Hezbollah's firepower in Lebanon. Zamir said his nickname was Fida. Zamir is the Lieutenant General, the Chief of Staff. The IDF noted that by virtue of his position, he was responsible for launching thousands of rockets, missiles, and unmanned aerial vehicles. That's drones. Why do unmanned aerial vehicles are drones? I don't know why they put it like that. Towards the state of Israel from Lebanese territory. He was commander who led the anti-tank attack in which Givati fighters Yochai Klangel and Sergeant Major Dor Chaim Nini were killed. So
Yahoo!
Great going.
Yahoo! Israel, wipe out Hezbollah. Wipe them out. And Mr. Trump, do not let up. Intensify the efforts here. I know that Mr. Trump and Mr. Netanyahu listen to me, but as if they did. But if there's any, if I can send any vibes out there, I'm not a mystic. I don't believe in vibes. But if I could send vibes out there, I would be begging Mr. Netanyahu to utterly wipe out Hezbollah. This is your opportunity, and I would be pleading with my own president: do not relent. Let this go on and on and on until we are sure that this regime is no more forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and sirens. Oh boy. Sirens in Haifa, Golan, and Tiberias and surrounding areas. So again, people stay safe. This might be straight up coming from Hezbollah. Maybe they're doing a gun salute for their chief who has been recently taken out. So
they've lost so many leaders in recent months, haven't they? The job description Ayatollah seems to be, one with a lot of turnover. But leadership in Hezbollah is another thing that's had a lot of turnover in recent months, which is the way it should be. These kind of monsters should fear for their lives, the lives that they treat. They don't treat human life with any respect. Their own lives are forfeit, it seems to me, when they act that way.
Yeah, but just to clarify, this is not Hezbollah chief that has been killed, but specifically the chief of the launching of the...
Anyone in leadership roles in the Islamic Republic or Hezbollah should be taken out right now. Do the job thoroughly, leaders. Please, our glorious political leaders, do the job thoroughly so that we don't have to revisit this again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering, should we... should we check out Anna Kasparian again on Piers Morgan?
Oh dear, do we have to go back to her? What a monstrously evil human being she is.
I'm just trying to... because Razi should be coming back soon, and I'm wondering... So I guess we could do a reminder. People, if you are enjoying this live stream, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. As I've said, also watch, and most importantly, make sure to subscribe. I think I figured out sort of a better system. So if you didn't get a chance to catch the live stream or all of it, we'll start publishing videos. So basically, whenever we are not live, so between, let's say, we'll probably wrap up in, I assume, like 2 or 3 hours. So then for the next 10 hours or so, I'll try to publish many clips. I think I have at least 5 to 6 ideas. So you might straight up get 5 or 6 clips from the show, so you'll be able to check it out.
If you haven't had your fill of Tucker Carlson and Anna Kasparian, more is on the way.
Basically,
and no one takes them apart better than you do, Daniel, with your clips. I mean, it's outrageous what these people say.
So make sure you are subscribed and you ring that notification bell so you will be informed about it. And what else is there? Should we check out some Anna? Or I mean, technically, we still have the Paul Ryan clip on. Were you here when we started playing it?
No, I wasn't.
All right, let's play a little bit of that. So again, this is Cheng Yuger on Paul Ryan and Ayn Rand.
Right.
By the way, did she take Social Security later in life? Of course! She did it on there.
Of course! This is, again, Cheng Yuger doing the classic, she died on Social Security. I mean...
Ayn Rand?
Yeah.
Is that the stupid trope here?
Yeah.
No, Ayn Rand had published that people... Look,
Wait, but sorry, but by the way, doesn't everybody die on Social Security?
I know,
Especially
that's
if you are
that's the
retirement?
ridiculous thing. You're sort of compelled into this system, and she's not supposed to get back what was promised to her legally and what was taken from her by force. Besides, Ayn Rand was very clear about this. She had long before she herself went on Social Security, and by the way, she died a wealthy woman. I mean, the idea that she needed Social Security. No, by the way, if you just put your Social Security, the FISA tax they take for Social Security into a standard, S&P index fund, you would way outperform what Social Security is going to give back at you. Okay, it's a lousy investment. But the point is, they've taken your money by force, promised some of it back, and you're not supposed to take it. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite. I mean, that is absolute absurdity on the face of it. Ayn Rand advised everyone in a published article to do the very same thing long before she ever did it herself. It does not make you a hypocrite to use the public streets, even if you think that the streets should be privately owned. It does not make you a hypocrite to use the United States Post Office if you think the United States Post Office should not exist. Unfortunately, they have been given a monopoly in my country over the carrying of letters. People have tried to compete with the post office, can't do it. So what? I'm a hypocrite if I use the post office? I mean, it's absolute insanity. Cenk Uygur, you are an evil human being. You can't even think straight. Ayn Rand was no hypocrite. She advised long before that. She advised everyone to do the same. Look, many people rely on Social Security. They would starve without it. So agree with us or starve? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Uygur? So in a socialist country where the only medical option, say, is a socialized medicine country, not even a country where they have private options, which many, where there is public health, do have private options. If all your option is the public system, die or agree with us, or you're a hypocrite? That's insane. It's not even correct moral thinking.
You actually gave me an interesting idea. Let's calculate what is actually the let's say you have you don't pay into your Social Security, you just do like instead you invest it. All right. So if you, let's say you make a minimum wage, federal minimum wage, which is $7.25 per hour, which again, probably nobody makes, especially across your life, but let's assume that. And therefore your Social Security contribution would be a little bit below $2,000 a year. If you invest that over let's say 45 years from the age of 20 to the age of 65, you would earn about 1.3 million at the end of it. I'm wondering, even people who make much bigger money, is that the amount of money you get from your Social Security? I mean, what did that mean? $1.3 million would be a Social Security check of I mean, 50,000 a year or something like that, right? If you count it for like 20 years, and that's from minimum wage. That's from
minimum wage.
That's from making $7.25
It
for all of your life, like
Yeah,
making
it is
minimum
a
wage for all of
total,
your life.
it is a total Ponzi pay-as-you-go scheme. It's not an investment fund at all, and many people have this in mind when we call it an entitlement. But at least the government has promised you back part of what they've taken from you by force. And whether you agree to participate in the system or not, they're still going to tax you. You're still going to have to pay the FISA tax. And for what? To get none back? Those who stand on principle and let them just steal from you and not even get back the amount they promised from you. That's the way that's the twisted logic of your ordinary leftist. And if that's look, they can't address Ayn Rand's ideas. And so they attack her as a human being. That's what my first book was all about. The foundation for most criticism of philosophy is personal attacks against a courageous and independent woman and a brilliant writer. So it has to be personal attacks. And because they don't have any argument, they don't read her books, they don't understand her philosophy. So rather than address any of the substance of what she said philosophically, what her positions were. They have to attack her as a human being, which shows just how empty their arguments are. But when you even penetrate the personal attacks, you realize just how empty those personal attacks are. As if someone was a hypocrite for not getting back what was stolen from them in the first place, at least the amount that the government has promised to give it back. But this entire thing has to be constantly revisited because it is an unstable, people have compared it to Ponzi schemes. It is an unstable kind of pyramid or Ponzi scheme racket that's going on. But of course it's, holy writ. It's like Social Security in my country is sort of like the National Health Program is in Great Britain. It's holy writ. You can't touch it. If anyone thinks about touching it, there's some evil monster. Even though the return on just if they just could save it and put it in a normal S&P index fund, they'd outperform anything that they might hope to get back from Social Security. The thing is a joke. The thing is an immoral joke. The thing needs to be privatized. And of course, there are people, as I've just pointed out, there are people who depend on it for their survival. And so it obviously has to be phased out over a period of time, unfortunately. And I would not kick people off who depend on it now, or even people coming close to approaching that. It has to be gradually, in a graduated way, phased out over time. Based on what the government has done. But I guess Mr. Schenk-Uger there, if you disagree with Social Security, the only consistent thing to do if you need it is starve to death. Thanks.
And again, that wasn't even the idea. Like the idea that Ayn Rand wouldn't have money if not for Social Security.
That's absurd. She died a wealthy
and again, like he says. He mentions during the start of the video, so he knows she wrote Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead. Presumably, he knows it was a bestseller that sold millions of copies, but somehow he cannot fathom the idea that she would have money. We just mentioned, I mean, she probably could live off those 2 books alone, but even then, she had her plays. She was getting royalties still from her plays that got into. She was a writer. She wrote a couple of movies.
Ayn Rand died a wealthy woman. Ayn Rand died a wealthy woman. Okay, I'm friends with her heir, with her soul. She had a very simple will. Everything to Leonard Peacock. Really, it was, I think, a 1-page will from a substantially wealthy woman. He inherited vast, very valuable literary properties, her notes, her letters, not to mention the income from her books. And believe me, she died a wealthy woman. It's crazy. They have to make
I mean, it's kind of like when we talked about Anna and her criticism of Big Hexa. It's just so easier, right? It's so easy to just write off somebody as, well, she was a hypocrite, which again, you cannot even substantiate. But it's so easier to say that rather than engage with arguments.
You know something, when I think about the lefty intellectual heroes, the novelists and philosophers on the academic left, who are the ones who typically make these kind of, she was a hypocrite because she went on Social Security. Well, yeah, you want to look into the lives of Karl Marx or Bertrand Russell. You want to look into the lives of the heroes that you guys promote. I mean, take a commie novel. Maybe the most famous novelist of the 20th century was a guy named Ernest Hemingway, won a Nobel Prize in Literature. And he was a commie sympathizer who lied about the communists in Spain, where he fought in the Civil War, by the way. But the man was an alcoholic who, under the influence, would beat his wives, or anyone, because he went through wives he beat his wives, or even the other guy at the bar if he was within arm's reach. If older Papa Hemingway had enough alcohol under his belt. I mean, or consider the skirt-chasing ways of Bertrand Russell, or his own hypocrisy. They say, you're a socialist. Why don't you contribute to charity? Bertrand Russell was an earl who inherited a lot of money. And people would say, well, Bertie, why aren't you more charitable with the poor? He said, well, I'm a socialist. I'm not a Christian, was his response. Think about that. So when they talk hypocrisy, or take Karl Marx, who got the maid pregnant, and his partner, Sucker Engels, had to pay for the maid that he got pregnant. When you talk about hypocrisy, I would ask you guys to look in a mirror, because I happen to know a little bit about the lives of your intellectual heroes on the left.
Yeah, but again, when it comes to that, like, I don't like, in a sense, I want to be positive. I don't want to, let's say, Bertrand Russell, like, not donating to charity, right? My criticism wouldn't even be like,
I agree.
no, but like, I want to do the opposite. Like, my criticism, even if we are talking about the hypocrisy, the criticism for me isn't like, hey, this is something you should be doing and you're not doing. My criticism is, this should be your value. Why are you not pursuing your values? Like, when I read, I'm sure you and many people have read Les and know about the bishop from the start of the book, right? It's like, you almost want to be an altruist when you read about him, because of how genuine is he when it's his values. Like, for him, charity is not a compromise. It's not like a sacrifice of him.
Right.
It's his value, so he's pursuing it. And that would be my sort of like expectation of like socialists. Like, if you are like an actual socialist when it comes to, let's say, unionizing or like local organizing local actions, if you are true to your values, it shouldn't be like hard. It should be as easy as for me pursuing my values. Like, so.
And you need to separate the work and the ideas of the person from the person themselves. It is the classic logical fallacy ad hominem. The person could be a total hypocrite and their argument could still be valid. Just let that idea sink in. We have to evaluate the person's argument separately from the human being themselves. And it works in both directions. You can't say good person, therefore his argument was good. Okay, that would be the fallacy ad verecundium, or argument from authority. Or you can't say bad person, therefore his argument is wrong. That would be the argument ad hominem. And you can't count the number of people. Do a poll. A billion Chinese people can't be wrong. No, that would be the fallacy ad populum. And each of them is what objectivism calls an example of the primacy of consciousness. Consciousness is what has to conform to reality. Reality doesn't conform to consciousness, whether you like that consciousness, hate that consciousness, or add up the total number of consciousnesses involved. It is existence that has primacy over consciousness. That's where Ayn Rand's philosophy basically starts, with the primacy of existence, that existence exists. And so arguments have to be determined apart from the character or lack thereof. I mean, Ayn Rand may have made mistakes, for all I know. That would not, in my mind, even if she had poor character, which I don't think she did. I mean, they have to make up crap and lie about her, actually, to even get their personal attacks off the ground. And that is worth noting. But on the other hand, our criticism of Ayn Rand is over here, if we have any, and our understanding of her ideas has to be over here.
Yeah, but I think it could be fair, and I don't know if criticism is the right thing, but the sort of, like, if you have a philosophy for whatever, right, and you do not live by it, I would question, like, okay, so are you like serious about your ideas, or do you like care about what you say?
There's two ways you can look at it. For example, altruism cannot be consistently practiced. It really can't be. Utilitarianism, you can't make the calculation at all. It just can't be done. Sometimes you have
Well, I mean, you can practice
you have to be selfish and keep yourself going. Okay, you cannot be a consistent altruist, or you would be dead in short order.
Yeah,
now,
I was about to say, like, you can, right? You kill yourself. That is what you're doing as a actionable altruism.
And maybe hypocrisy is built into your system of thought. Maybe the mind-body dichotomy. Many religious approaches to ethics recognize human beings are just rotten, sinful beings, and they can never really live up to the ideal, but it's still our ideal. But at least tell me that the hypocrisy is built into your system, and that no one could really live up to this philosophy. But other philosophy, you simply can't live up to it, and it is worth noting in those cases that it simply cannot be lived. And that should tell you that there's something wrong with the philosophy itself, because it cannot actually be implemented in reality. You're right if it cannot be implemented in reality, that is a fair argument. But that is a separate argument, I would argue, from the logical fallacies I was talking about, or hypocrisy, because they might actually, like I say, they might actually build in the idea that people are imperfect, they have to be hypocrites. Christianity, in effect, does that. We're all sinners. That's why you have to forgive everybody, because we're all rotten sinners anyway, and you really can't live up to this perfect ideal. So maybe they've built in hypocrisy as an element of their philosophy. But it should be worth noting, though, if you don't believe in some mystic supernatural realm, if you cannot implement your ideas in reality, that should at least point you in the direction of questioning those ideas. Could they be, by a non-hypocrite, actually lived in reality? That is a separate question, but an important one, as you point out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't call it an argument, more like something to watch out for, or something that should inform you. Like one of my favorite clips on the internet is there's this guy called Mike from PA who's a socialist, and at some point somebody asked him like, why don't you do like local action? He's a live streamer, right? And why don't you do like local action live streams, right? And he's like, well, if I did like local action, that only people in my like town would watch me, and I would have very little viewers on my channel. Instead of if I do like national thing, a lot of people watch me. And it's like, okay, what? So like you have to do like a national thing, otherwise you yourself are not getting like money from other people like watching you. It's like, so okay, so you don't care about your values, you don't care about socialism, you don't care about organizing labor, and again, you can call it like calling out hypocrisy, but for me it's more like genuine, like why don't you pursue your values? Like and again, but when you have like socialists, you know, buying mansions or something, again, I never want to call out like I want to be genuine and talk to them like I don't even understand, like if you are a socialist, I don't understand how you even gain like happiness from like buying a mansion or something. Like if those are truly your values, how can you like it would
Billie
be like
Eilish thinks
yeah.
that her mansion is on stolen property. She can easily return that property to the Native Americans she thought it was stolen from, eh?
And again, this is
how do they live with their, you know, or these environmentalists who take private jets? How do they live with that sort of cognitive dissonance and incoherence in their own heads? You got to wonder.
And again, that might be why when it comes to this, I mean, they are probably unhappy, right? They are probably feeling this contradiction in themselves. Like, I believe in these things, but I cannot live by it. Because at the end of the day, like, you know, what I like to say is like, there is objectivism and there's everything else, right? There is the right way to live your life, and then there's everything else. And the fact is, when there is all the everything else, you will always be contradicted. You will always, you know, feel guilty for not being Mother Teresa. You will always feel guilty for.
Yeah, you see, there's something to that. Objectivism is the one code of morality that actually claims it can be lived on Earth. Ayn Rand called her philosophy a philosophy for living on Earth. And there is no theory-practice dichotomy in her philosophy. People have been conditioned to believe that the moral ideal cannot be achieved. And religion does that, right? If you posit a supernatural dimension, this world will always be lesser, inferior, can't quite live up to it. Whether it's Plato's, you know, world of forms versus this corrupt material world, or all the way through to all the Neoplatonic forms of it, like Christianity, religion and religious approaches to philosophy have conditioned people to believe that a theory-practice dichotomy is inescapable and that hypocrisy to some extent is inevitable. Like I say, an altruist in general, whether you're secular or religious, has to recognize that they can't really be a consistent altruist. Self-sacrifice, altruism, not in the, you know, be kind and nice, you know, sense, but the real self-sacrifice way, the altruism, what it really means to sacrifice your life to that of other people. You couldn't consistently live that, and they know that. And so they expect there to be some, well, you know, I'm part-time selfish, you know, even as I advocate altruism as the, you know, moral ideal. It's objectivism that uniquely says, no, No theory practice dichotomy. You should be perfect. You can be perfect. You can live up to this philosophy. And it's really remarkable. And people out there, the government takes so much of your money as it is. Get back what you can, would be my advice, just like it was Ayn Rand's advice. They've taken it from you by force already. They've screwed up an economy to the point that you're behind the eight ball in the wider economic sense. So get back what you can from this government that has, can, and will in the future steal more from you. It's not hypocrisy at all. As we work to change the system, Ayn Rand actually even said, when in this context, only those who oppose Social Security can take it without being hypocrites. Heck, think about that for a second.
Somebody in the chat says Buddhism is for living your life, but reducing suffering in others and yourselves. Well, you actually like contradicting yourself. It's not about living your life. It's the reducing suffering, right? That's the focus of life. Isn't that what Jordan Peterson even says? It's like, oh, the purpose of life is simply to like reduce suffering, and it's like, no, and that's not a happy life. That's not a life because again, what is when I was 18 or 19, I started like traveling the world and going to USA. Was that reducing suffering? No, there was a lot of potential suffering if things went wrong. But so you would never do such thing under Buddhism or somebody says Stoicism. You would never do that under Stoicism. The purpose of that, although people are sort of reinterpreting Stoicism in many ways, but sort of avoiding emotions.
The Romans understood Stoicism is learning how to be a happy slave. Okay, that's really the thrust of Stoicism, putting up with suffering. The Jordan Peterson approach to life. That's not living. That's dragging your bones through existence for some other cause.
And by the way, you can see that with Peterson himself. Like you see him on stage and he's crying there for hours. He really is not a happy person, and he's not the kind of person you would look to as a somebody to look up to in life, unless you really are in such a low spot where life sucks and then you die. From there, it's a step up to life sucks and here are 12 rules to reduce the suffering.
Reduce the sucking.
Assuming that that's the ceiling is a really sad existence. Really
that is a pathetic existence. That is not a benevolent approach to life. And if you really, the point is, Ayn Rand made the point over and over again. If the left cared about poverty, they would have embraced capitalism, laissez-faire capitalism, long ago. The only economic system that has done a damn thing to improve the well-being of the poor. Okay? There is no conflict of interest here. But our focus has to be on living a positive life, allowing people the freedom to achieve great things. That and that alone can have any benevolent impact on others anyway. But that's a side issue. Each of us has a right to live for our own sake and our own happiness.
James, Roman threw me off course saying left in China embraced capitalism. No, they didn't. It's not capitalism. But it's some free market as long as you work within certain guidelines, and then if you don't, you might disappear even as a multi-billionaire.
It's sort of they embrace the mixed economy of the West, right? As long as you're not too big, it's all good. Because if you're like a small time businessman in China, I've heard that it's relatively like free for operation. But once you get big, you might disappear if you say.
James, I wanted to touch on a point because you said you talked about if the left really cared about poverty, and I think Yaron Brook and Don Watkins talked about this in Equal is Unfair. The left doesn't really talk about poverty anymore. They talk about inequality, because inequality, if a poor man, I don't know, somebody on 20 grand a year goes up to 30 grand a year, and somebody on $1 million goes up to $1,050,000, inequality has grown, but the condition of the poor person has improved, or relatively poor person. 20 grand a year, historically speaking, is
it's really about resentment. It's the fact that someone has more than you do. And that's what really bothers them. But capitalism is not just any old system. It is the system that defends and protects individual rights, including property rights. No, you have to have the full-on system of individual liberty being respected, a separation of state and economics for the same reason, basically, that we have a separation of church and state in my country. The same reason why we protect civil liberties is the same reason why we advocate capitalism. It's the only moral system that has ever been devised by humans, where we trade voluntarily, where coercion is banned from society, and where trade and human interaction is a win-win for both sides. All these compromises, you know, Lenin had to make compromises to the market system when his 5-year plans weren't working out. That's not capitalism. That's a badly mixed economy. And if you want, you can point to, you know, people say, look at the American healthcare system. No, if I would point to the mistakes of a mixed economy, the American healthcare system would be one of my first exhibits, maybe exhibit A. That's not capitalism. Capitalism is not a system that subsidizes and protects certain industries through tariffs and subsidies either. Capitalism means individual freedom, a respect for individual rights across the board, including property rights.
Okay, thank you, Roland, for the super chat. Roland says, helping you guys reduce your lack of Swiss francs. Thanks. And if we were suffering, that would also help us reduce the suffering. Luckily, we don't believe in the Petersonian way of life. Okay, I sent Daniel a clip. I don't know if he's right now behind the scenes, but before that, there are news updates. Did you give news updates when I was gone? Because
he gave some, but
okay. Well, well, stop me if I'm repeating anything, but so
maybe I'm repeating.
So yeah, in the head of the Israeli army says we have destroyed 60% of the rocket launcher missile launchers in Iran, and the next step is targeting the foundations of the regime. We still have some surprises left. Is a quote here in the media.
Good, good, good. This is the time as things get safer. Obviously, the missile launching capacity, as I say, had to be the main focus of the concern. That's what's it's killing Israelis and killing American soldiers in the area. So no, we have to get a handle on their capacity to launch missiles. But once you do get a significant handle on it, that increases your military options, your ability to fly, you know, regular planes at lower altitudes and not rely upon, you know, the really sophisticated and expensive stuff. It'll open up options for the Israeli and American military to operate more freely in Iran, over the skies of Iran and so forth. So step it up. This is the time to step it up and intensify efforts. And that's what seems to be going on. So 3 cheers for the Israeli military forces and the American military forces that are doing such a magnificent job. And so far, I have nothing but praise for. So
some of the travel warning specifics for Israelis are apparently there was a shooting that I didn't know of because you know we're focused on other things, but there was a shooting on the 3rd of March, so a couple of days ago, in towards Jewish targets in Toronto, and the shooter has yet to be apprehended. And again, there's a warning that Israelis will be targeted. Look, people are targeted anyway. I mean, these sleeper cells, at some point, if and when the Iranian regime realizes that this is, hopefully, Trump is planning to go all the way with this, they will, you know, they will do what they can. So I think the really bad stuff, maybe in Israel, in terms of the missiles, is over. But for the rest of us, I would really stay. I mean, Israelis should stay vigilant, but they are. We really should look closely at what's going on and take that.
But you make a great point. Were Jewish people safe in Australia on the beach? Were Jews safe in Washington, D.C. as they come out of an Israeli event and get mowed down? No, they're already doing violence. and these Islamic terrorists are already doing violence against others as well. I mean, in Texas just the other day, there was this guy, property of Allah on his shirt and a Iranian flag, and he took out a gun, a semi-automatic, and slaughtered 3 innocent young people randomly. No, they're doing what they can, but batten down the hatches. They're going to do everything left in their arsenal that they can do. Frankly, I'm unimpressed so far by what they're able to do, but they were already killing us. They were already killing us. The only prospect for ending the killing is to end the Iranian regime. So, what? We just shut up, put up with that government and keep getting killed, keep having terrorism, keep getting shot at? No, you eliminate the shooter.
I'm going to repeat some of what the warnings are, and some of this is common sense, but it still needs to be repeated. Don't share personal information in real time, like your location, where you're going to hang out, where you're staying, if you're staying in a hotel or wherever you're staying. Nothing that will make it easy for somebody who wants to kill you for being Israeli or a Jew to find you. There's also a specific warning. There's obviously a warning for synagogues and so on, and any Israeli-related places, but specifically for Chabad houses. And I wonder how much of that, I don't see any mention here of Tucker, but Tucker specifically sent people to, in a sense, to Chabad, saying this is Chabad's war because they want to rebuild the Temple Mount.
Can you imagine the twisted, weird state of mind of Tucker Carlson, who really thinks that does he really think that is the building of the Jewish temple for the third time, that what we would call the third temple, played any significant part of the motivation of Mr. Netanyahu and Mr. Trump to do this war? It's insane. It's really insane. I see.
Michael has joined us, but James, we still have time before the debate. So if you want to stick around,
I'll hang out for a little while longer, but I have been going continuously now myself on 2 different forums.
So let me read a comment, and of course, James, when you are when you want to leave, we will bid you adieu and see you tomorrow. Somebody says, "I'm scared of Razi. He likely works for Mossad." I love these comments saying, because again, we've been repeating this, but it still keeps coming. These people really think that a Mossad agent is somebody who does podcasts in favor of Israel. And
Razi, you and I are owed such back pay from Mossad. We've been being Mossad operatives so frequently. I just want the pay that we're owed. If we've been Mossad agents for the last 2.5 years, I want the back pay.
But the beauty of this is once a week when this person leaves their mom's basement and goes on the street and chants from the river to the sea, they're not realizing that the person next to them chanting Palestine will be free, that is probably the Mossad agent, and they know all they need to know about you. So yeah. All right,
sir. Okay, be well and be safe, my friends. This is a very dangerous and delicate time. So especially to my Jewish friends out there, take care and be safe. It's not safe out there. Frankly, it's not safe out there for Americans either. But especially to my Jewish friends, please be safe. You will be targeted. Be well.
And the person is telling me they're just joking, but come on, I needed to use it for that. But glad to know. Although, again, we do get these comments, and they are serious. Like, some of these people are serious and truly think that. Michael, any updates? Welcome to the show. Hope you're ready. We are about to debate 2 heavyweights who are heavily wrong on this. So it will be the tag team match of the century. But in preparation, as a warm up, any news?
Yeah, look, it's been very quiet here today. I mean, we've had a couple of sirens, a couple of interceptions, but nothing. I mean, less than yesterday, probably less than half of what yesterday was. It was an annoying night. We had at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., but other than that, it was Okay, so it's very clear what the direction of this is going. It seems like some of these have been either double Lebanon and Hezbollah plus Iran, because we get a lot less time when it comes from Lebanon. So sometimes the siren will start literally within about 10 seconds. We'll have the anti-missile missile. And I think that the defense has done, knock on wood, has done a great job, because for 10 seconds we would, it's hard to get in your missile safe room in 10 seconds. But great job. I think the attitude, people are up and about. Israel relaxed the restrictions. Today, you can have groups of up to 50 people, quote, as long as they're close to a safe place, and which is a little bit ironic because there's been people out all week walking their dogs and bicycling and jogging and so forth. So those people are nowhere near a safe room, and I was guilty of that myself with my dog, but he provided some cover to me. So, life is returning to normal. We went out to a restaurant tonight. Stores are mostly open in Tel Aviv. Restaurants are not quite up to par yet, but it's coming back to normal, and we're starting to get flights into the airport. And mostly it's flights coming in because Israel has one of the unique countries that when there's a war, people want to come back. Which is opposite to nearly every other country where people want to escape. So it's all going in the right direction, I think.
Yeah, and of course, Iran today shot towards the airport, and they released a video of it, and released a video of them shooting, which is not what you do when you're successful. Like if you're successful, you release the video of like the airport blowing up, but that didn't happen. So.
No, it's they said, it was like a big deal, and it's really ridiculous. I will just remind folks, if you've ever heard me talk about it, the last time Iran sent missiles to Israel, I was literally on a plane on the runway, and there were 18 or 19 or 20 missiles from Iran surrounding the plane, coming down around the runways at Ben Gurion. About 15 of the missiles were exploded in the air by the anti-missile defense system, and another 5 or so dropped into what turned out to be open fields with no harm done. And of course, in true Israeli fashion, I've told this story before, we went back to the gate, the plane rolled back to the gate. I personally don't understand why we didn't just take off. I mean, it was over. We went back to the gate, sat there in the terminal for 2 hours while the alarms were screaming and gave everybody a migraine headache. And then we get back on the plane and calmly went to Athens and arrived 3 hours late to Athens. And that was, just another day in Israel.
So we were talking earlier about how, some of the media that doesn't like this war and doesn't like, the countries that are fighting this war, or the countries that are fighting this war and should fight it, really are trying to demoralize both the troops and the people against this war, and presenting things not as they are. Now, you and I have a battle in 10 minutes, so I don't want to demoralize you for that, but I am going to show you some AOC.
Go ahead.
Daniel.
Iran was in some way sort of intended to distract Americans from the Epstein files?
Well, listen, I think we're seeing this pattern, right? Trump has impulsively went in on Venezuela. He impulsively went in on Iran. There was no exit and no end game for either of these situations. It led to increased global instability everywhere he goes, and every time he's done that, it has been consistent with a spike or a revelation in what is happening with the Epstein files. I don't think that coincidence is something to dismiss off the cuff. I think that he feels existentially tied to it, and I actually think that it is one reason that he must be removed from office, because if the Epstein files has such a hold on President Trump and this administration that they are willing to plunge us and risk world war in order to save themselves politically, that is a person, the definition of someone that cannot make objective decisions for the American people.
All All right, maybe we should offer as a membership level, like access to the Zoom chat here, because people are missing out. But Michael, yeah, your thoughts on AOC's comments there?
She's an idiot. I mean, she's always been an idiot. I don't know quite why people elected her other than to get one of their friends who's a young idiot into office. I love how this whole Democrat notion of increase, and this is, by the way, it's the same with Starmer and Macron and all of those people who talk about increasing global instability. We are annihilating the largest sponsor of terror in the world, and that increases global instability. And it just flows out as a nice catchphrase from all of them. It's the same crap over and over. Yeah, you're right. It would be better to let Iran get nuclear weapons and continue to build big missiles. So then we can have people like you telling us that it's really a shame that Iran can shoot us and we can't do anything about it. So we have to give them more and more money all the time. Second point, what is she talking about that Venezuela spiked anything? Venezuela spiked a reduction in oil being sent and sold to China. That's what it did. It increased the amount of oil going to the US. And by the way, the refineries, my understanding is that the refineries are largely US refineries in Venezuela that were taken over by the state because, and she loves this because she's a statist, right? She's a communist, the government should take over everything kind of person. They just assumed that the ownership of these American oil companies, and they've been, and of course they don't produce much oil anymore because they don't know what they're doing. They don't have education, and they don't deal with anybody who argues. So you end up in a very Ayn Randian Atlas Shrugged situation of taking out all the engineers and the people that are competent and end up with industries that collapse. Oh, what Trump did in Venezuela is phenomenal, and he did it without a single U.S. casualty. The number of casualties that are involved so far in this current war is astonishing. I'm also pretty sure that her friend Bill Clinton, because I think they have to be friends, because Bill was a Democrat, said that Trump wasn't involved in the Epstein situation. But it doesn't really matter. One thing has nothing to do with the other, nothing at all. And the main point is that she's really an idiot. And I don't understand how anybody thinks she's leading or making life better for anyone. Show me one thing she's done since she was elected that life has gotten better for New Yorkers, other than getting Mamdani in there, which of course is going to lead to all sorts of utopian changes in New York, not the least of which will be increased crime and increased pollution, and we will see.
Well, as you know, I don't like calling people with bad ideas idiots because it lets them off the hook morally, but I make an exception for AOC because she's not bright. And it surprises me because the Democratic Party as a political machine is good. It's well-oiled. It's better than the Republican Party in knowing how not to let a Bernie Sanders, for example, get the nomination, even if it looks like, people want to vote for him. Like they know how to keep such people outside of like the mainstream of the party. So it baffles me that she is so front and center, pushing stuff that, again, like, this is the left coming together with that half of the Republican Party that is represented by the Tucker Carlsons of the world, who just told us, I don't know if you caught this, but told us that this war is Chabad basically forced it on us so that we can rebuild the Temple Mount. So why she's front and center, I don't know. Somebody in the chat suggests, I think, an answer by saying she's kind of hot. We need to talk off air. I don't know what. Look, what are you comparing to? Other people in Congress, maybe. Okay, but yeah, I really wouldn't go that far. And again, even a 10, which she is not, who opens their mouth and sounds like that, goes down to like a 3 immediately. So
one thing two people should remember: the pictures of her partying in Miami during COVID. Now, she strongly supported the crazy lockdown policies in New York. She loves everything that the government tells you what to do. That's what she loves. She thinks she's smarter than everyone. She thinks the party is smarter than everyone and that people are idiots. And she just needs to create this boogeyman out there, mostly called Trump. And people are going to follow her.
And you took issue with her point about global instability. You know what global stability is that these people would refer to? October 6th. And
Yes.
also October 8th if Israel doesn't fight back.
Right.
Global instability is the West ever recognizing a threat or responding to a threat having been materialized. So it is
Well said. I think that's super important. We should stay on that a minute, Razi. I think that the notion that weeds don't grow is a nutty notion. And the assumption in October 6th was the weeds that were Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Syria, and so on, and Iran itself were not going to grow, is of course typical politician doublespeak, because the politicians all know what's going on. And they really assume that their people around them are just stupid. They really do. They treat us like we're idiots. And they give us these half-baked stories and these hysteria, just like she told us we couldn't party during COVID because we're all going to die of the virus, and went down to Miami with no mask on because in Florida, the governor decided we're done with this crap at a time when we really were done with this crap, the mask crap, which didn't really work anyway. And it was rules for thee, not for me. And this is the same kind of crap that she's spewing now, because her base basically wants to hold hands, sing kumbaya, and pretend that bad people are not out there.
All right, we are joined now by Jim Brown, but we can't see you, Jim. So if you want to fix that, and while you work on fixing that, and before we start, because we did tell people 8 p.m. UK time is when the debate will start, so I don't want to start it earlier, but you are a former Air Force pilot, so I wanted to ask you about what you're seeing, these videos that are coming out from the Israeli Air Force, from the American Air Force. What any thoughts, impressions? What are you and generally, what are your thoughts so far about this war?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm having trouble with the video, and I hope I don't have to just be a blank screen, but can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay. I think, first, it's been a long time since I was in that milieu, many years. But I am impressed with the technology, the new airplanes, all that stuff. I'm much more impressed with the coordination of air power with the intelligence. I mean, that has just been executed brilliantly, as far as I can tell. And I think a lot of it has to do, I guess, a lot of it has to do with Israeli intelligence, but also US intelligence. I mean, both I think are pretty competent. This strategy that the forces are using is very impressive to me everywhere I look. I'm looking for a hole in it and I don't see it. Just to give you one example, so I am pretty sure that the U.S. is constrained in the number of missiles, Patriot missiles and air-to-air missiles that it has. I am very sure that we can't make them near as fast as, say, Russia does. But the whole strategy here is designed to work around that. In other words, you crush the command and control by killing all the leaders, and you overwhelm at the very beginning using both Israeli and U.S. Air Force and Navy to suppress all the launch sites. So then it doesn't matter that they have thousands and thousands of missiles, which they do, scattered around and inventoried. If they can't command and control them, they can't launch them. Obviously, they're useless. And I think this is probably designed to get this done early in the campaign so that you don't have to rely on trading attrition of trading missile strike for missile strike. Then the other thing is using these weapons first. We have now, if we have complete air superiority and suppression of air defense, well, you bring in the B-52s and the gravity bombs, what we used to call the dumb bombs, which really aren't so dumb anymore, but the gravity bombs. And if you have control of the sky, and we have, I mean, almost literally unlimited quantities of that stuff, and you can just drop that all day long for weeks and months if you want. So I just am very impressed with the strategy, and the coordinated tactics. That would be my best comment there.
Well,
Jim, I think that's what they said they were doing now. That was one reason they were so nuts about having not only air superiority but pretty much free reign, right?
Yeah.
Because then you're not sitting duck at all. I think they said they achieved it yesterday late evening. I think pretty much they could go anywhere they wanted anytime.
Yeah.
Interesting point. Yep.
Yeah, and I think we really are benefiting from the fact that they're not, again, it still baffles me that they're not shooting everything at Americans and Israelis. They're shooting at everybody, which I'm grateful for. But yeah, it makes it easier. And if we're running out of interceptor missiles, maybe don't waste them on like Qatar and Saudi Arabia. But that's just my advice. I don't think it's going to be taken. Nikos is about to join, and Jim, do you want to try logging out and back in so we can see you during the debate?
I'll try. Yeah, I'll go ahead and try.
All right.
You're a lot more scary when we can see you, Jim.
Okay.
Okay. Michael, any other thoughts while we await Nikos and the return of Jim?
I think nothing to add at this point. I think it'll come up during the debate, where I think probably the debate's going to end up with what's the goals of this mission, because that will define the length of time.
Yeah, and once our opponents show up, maybe it's all just all these technical difficulties are just an excuse. We'll see. Let's see if they show up. Okay, yeah. Some of the stuff that scares me is when I see Trump talking about I want to be involved in finding the replacement. The replacement needs to be not from anybody anywhere near this current regime. That's and I hope
You may be scared, but that you know Donald Trump. He's going to be involved. He will be involved, I'm afraid.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, in the replacement, yes. But if it can be not anybody, even the 1000th in command in the current regime is not
agreed.
legitimate. So that's what scares me. If he's involved in, is it the Kurds? Is it the opposition? That I don't care. But
I think he agrees with what you just said. That he doesn't.
He did say that Khamenei's son is unacceptable to him as a replacement.
Correct.
So that's
Yes.
good. All right. We are joined by Nikos. Nikos, do you want to show your face, or do you already know that this debate is lost?
Yeah, sorry, people. My setup is absolutely messy. Give me 1 minute. Can I go second?
Yeah, I was gonna let you go. You can go second from your team. I'm not gonna let our team go first. So Jim Brown will go first, then Michael, then Nikos, then me. But Jim Brown is also having technical difficulties. People, I think we see what's going on here. But all right.
What I like, Razi, is the way you balance things well. You've got the dark hair, beard guys who could easily pass for terrorists themselves, you and Nikos here, and you guys will see Jim, who's generally clean cut, about where I am, and I like how you balance that really well.
Well, I don't think Nikos is too pale to pass as a terrorist, but for me this works in Londonistan. I have yet to be targeted, so
right.
And also, I like it, although this is an unpopular opinion because nobody else agrees with me. But it's my face, people. So
It what?
I'm saying nobody else agrees with me, but it's my face, so I get to choose what's on it.
You get to choose, yeah. Well, your wife has to approve, right?
Well, sometimes. Jim, your face is well, we can see it now, although
I don't know why I'm unable to get video. It might be because I'm not sure why, but anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Hold it.
Hey, guys, I think I fixed mine. I think can you see me or
yes, we
hear
can
me
now
now?
see Nikos.
Both.
I can't see Jim.
I can't see Jim. We can see and hear Nikos. That was the both.
That lovely photo there is the best I'm going to do. Hi, Nikos.
Okay.
Hi, Jim.
All right.
Hi. Okay, now I can see all you people. Hi, Michael. Hi, Razi. Hi, Jim.
Hello.
Okay, now I can.
Hey.
And
all
you
right,
can
Nikos,
all
you
hear
already
me.
asked to go second from your team, so the order has already been established. Jim will go first, Michael second, Nikos third. I will go last.
Because if you want Jim to wait and fix his issues, now I think my issues are fixed. I'm good to go.
I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm having a problem that I don't understand, so I apologize, but
Daniel suggests that you turn on your camera even if we don't see you, because the picture is only seen by those of us on the Zoom call and not the people on YouTube. Whereas if you turn on your camera when you don't see you, we'll see your name at least and a gray box.
Okay. FaceTime HD camera. Oh, that's
And let me just say, we are debating essentially whether or not this war will be won as quickly and decisively as all of us want it to be won. Oh, we now see Jim Brown as well. And by the way, I, of course, know that Jim and Nikos are both hoping they're wrong and want this to be won quickly and decisively. Yeah, we are all hoping that, and Michael and I will try to show that that is the case. But ultimately, it will be on Trump and Bibi to show that it is the case. So there's no clock here. I assume we all kind of, we're all friends. We'll go as long as we go. If anybody goes too long, somebody can clear their throat and in protest.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, you go first.
Okay, so I actually wasn't that well informed about the topic here, but I can see both sides. So I'm just going to take the pessimistic view here. So one thing I have learned, which I believe is true, I can't personally verify it, is that the Iranian system, the command and control, has been designed to be redundant, so that you can start killing off the heads, but there's a lot of redundancy in the many tens of thousands of IRGC soldiers who are working. And I suspect that these people are highly motivated religiously, therefore ideologically. And I think they know that losing means death or imprisonment, either at the hands of their own, whoever ends up taking over in the country, if there is a regime change, or in a battle, if there is one. I mean, they are in very dire straits. The senior leadership would probably rather die than spend the rest of their lives in an Israeli or U.S. prison. So I think they are highly motivated. I think their command structure is redundant. I think we're seeing that it's fairly dispersed because, you keep decapitating the leadership and they keep firing off missiles, even though it seems a bit sporadic and disorganized. And finally, I think they probably have a great deal of control in the country. I mean, we all know we have. I say we all know because there's a lot we don't know about Iran, but the impression I have is that IRGC has a pretty strong iron grip in the country. The populace is largely disarmed. I do see a potential vulnerability between the non-religious army, I can't remember what they're called, and the IRGC, because there are two fairly separate organizations there, to my understanding. That's a point of leverage. But if you're not willing to go in boots on the ground, and I don't think we should be willing to, then that sets it up for a long slog, a long struggle. And finally, I do take Trump at his word when he says he doesn't want boots on the ground. I don't think he wants to institute a quote, he would like to, but I don't think one of his goals is to institute a better government, or what some people call nation building. He would be satisfied with control, like Venezuela. You don't have to invade. You don't have to control the government. If you can exert control, in this case, in Venezuela's case, by leverage on the oil trade, maybe you can do something similar with Iran. I keep thinking, if you just, and I don't want to make this simplistic, but if you just invade and occupy Karg Island, you can probably control a lot here and probably get, I don't know, a lot of what you want out of this war. I do think Trump is only after his objectives, which are no nukes, no further support of, financial support of terrorism, and no missiles pointed at the U.S. and Israel. So I think that can possibly be done, but that's going to take a long time. But I think the limited objective means you can probably sustain this kind of thing for a long time. You don't have to go in. You don't have to waste troops. Any road I see, there's a good possibility of a long, drawn out sort of stalemate situation. And about the only thing I see that would make it end quickly has to come internally from Iran, from some kind of a takeover, a coup, an uprising, change of control, and so forth. Okay, I've said enough, I think.
Michael.
Yeah, look, I think we're aligned in some of this stuff. I think it all also depends on your definition of winning versus kind of maintenance. Right. So let's take the more optimistic case that there will be an internal revolt and that they'll take over. I mean, it is pretty remarkable that 30-ish thousand, and we've seen numbers that are higher and lower and so on, people were actually killed. I mean, that's a lot of people to kill who also were unarmed. And it strikes me that if they think that the IRGC is in deep trouble, there's got to be pockets of these folks who will attack army bases and so on. I mean, there have been abandoned army bases we've seen pictures of, go in and get some of the arms and start to actually have armed revolts. And maybe that's the way it starts, but I don't know, and I'm not privy to it. What I think we all can be certain of is that Mossad and CIA, plus or minus Navy SEALs or other special operations groups, are on the ground inside of Iran. We know that. They were on there. I mean, don't forget the last war, Mossad set up a whole drone manufacturing plant in Tehran and was able to use its own sort of Israeli-made drones inside Tehran to blow up local targets. So what we don't know is this whole next wave of internal strife that will occur, and hopefully internal revolt. And I think that's most likely to be the best way to have a more definitive solution. If I can go back, that's the most optimistic outcome. And I don't think that's going to take a long time, because it's either going to kind of happen or we're going to end up in part 2 here, which again, I don't think, depending on how you call a success. I mean, if we can actively suppress their nuclear program, which we did a little bit, and we got to finish the job. We've blown up a lot of their missiles and a ton of their launchers. And we have actually enforced sanctions. That's the other remarkable thing, the fact that almost all of Iran's money was being was coming in from China selling oil against the sanctions. Well, guess what, Donald? You had tough sanctions on Iran, but you weren't enforcing them. And now we are enforcing them. That's why we have such a fleet. They don't have a navy left. So if you say that if we do that by 90 to 95%, and sort of like cancer, when somebody has residual disease, you got to keep them on maintenance therapy, which means periodic zapping with various kinds of treatments to knock out the few tumor cells that have decided to grow. That might need to happen at a very limited extent. But I would call the 95% reduction as victory. And I would say, hey, until we completely eradicate the disease, kind of like HIV, we don't cure anybody of HIV anymore, but people have a normal lifespan because we keep them on really good suppressive therapy. I don't particularly want Americans to have to go bombing or Israelis to have to go bombing periodically, but Israel has to go bombing periodically all the time. And it wouldn't be bad if we have to go bombing in Tehran, and we know how to do that. And the other thing that's clearly going to happen after this is the amount of satellite imagery and other ways to look at what's going on is going to be, 10 times what it was, maybe even more. So the kinetics of what has happened here, and Jim was talking about it before we started the debate as an actual pilot, it is astonishing. I mean, the pictures, at least we're seeing in Israel, and I think the Israeli Air Force is a bit more forthcoming with imagery than the American. It is absolutely breathtaking. The kind of kinetic, the speed and the amount of flights that have gone in, the coordination, the fact that there haven't been any apparent mission disruptions with at least catastrophes where airplanes hit each other is truly unprecedented, I think. So I think we're going to see an end. Just the number of missiles that have come into Tel Aviv is declining every day by half. You can all joke around if you want to tell me that half, if you multiply 1/2 times itself infinitely, you never get to zero. That's true, but that's okay, because eventually you get so close to zero that it's functionally zero. And I think that's going to happen. I am very hopeful that there is this alluded to second phase, which keeps being referred to vaguely. And I hope that involves the Iranian people. I would love to see the Persians rejoin civilization and begin to contribute to it instead of detracting from it.
Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Thank you, Gail, for the super chat. Nikos.
I feel slightly better now that I've heard Michael. All these are good scenarios. But here's the thing. So in Europe, in the sport that we call football and some people call soccer, sometimes there are these knockout games where one team is happy with 2 results, whereas the other team is desperate only for 1 result. So sometimes you're good with a win or with a draw, but the other team is desperate only for a victory. Iran here is actually going for 3 results. Not just win, they don't expect to win, not just a draw. Even if they lose, but they somehow stay in power, the Islamists have won. Remember that after the Iran-Iraq war, Iran was absolutely devastated. 2 decades later, because the world was paying attention to other things, they were a regional significant power and they were doing all the evil that they've been doing. The United States, as you said, is going for 2 results, regime change or take out the nuclear deal. But I think for Israel, this is not good enough. Only one result is good, and this is regime change. So you have this imbalance. For Iran, not losing big is winning. Whereas for Israel, anything but a big victory is, at the end of the day, a long-term, perhaps, defeat. The second thing, air campaigns, so no boots on the ground, air campaigns do not bring regime changes. Air campaigns are often not enough even to win a war, or at least to win it fast. So I'm old enough to remember, guys, the 1999 bombings of Serbia by NATO. And it took Milosevic 78 days to capitulate to the NATO bombing campaign. And he didn't even lose power, at least not then. And there are more examples where air campaigns by themselves, no matter how devastating they are not a game changer. For example, remember World War II. Germany basically had no air defense. the same as Iran. And already from 1943, the Allies were brutal. They were actually destroying German cities. In the summer of 1943, they destroyed 60% or something of Hamburg. They killed 40,000 people. And yet Germany lasted for 2 more years. So air campaign by itself does not win wars. Third, if we know one thing about Iran, it is that Iran is very good at fighting futile wars and not surrendering. Again, remember the Iran-Iraq war. Within 20 months, the Iranians had managed to pull Iraqis out of Iran. And yet they continue fighting for 6 more years. For what? For things like their spiritual honor. They thought they are on the way to the sacred town of Karbala. So they were fighting a war that was absolutely unwinnable. At some point, when they had no ammunition, they would send these human wave attacks, where they would literally send people without weapons as meat grinder. And yet again, they did not give up. And here's why all this matters and is relevant for today. All the people today in Iran who are 55 to 60 years old, those who sit in serious positions, they grew up with that experience, the unwinnable war, the never-ending unwinnable war, which for them, however, shaped the way they view the world. For them, this endless sacrifice was the biggest triumph, the biggest glory of their lives, and they would be happy to continue it again. Fourth thing, shorter point, the logistics, of course, they do not look great for Iran, but they also do not look great for the West either. Because what you have is Iran is sending cheap drones, but these cheap drones are intercepted by expensive interceptors. So in this tango, the advantage is with the side that sends cheap material rather than with the side that has to spend a lot of money to intercept. And I'm not even getting to the question of does the West need these interceptors also for the next battle, probably with Taiwan? I'm not much of an expert on this. I won't say more on that. Last but not least, regimes do not fall when the power that opposes them is strong enough. Regimes fall when the elites give up of any hope. And we haven't seen any sign that there are significant ruptures within the regime. The people on the ground, people who are brave enough and they want to fight, they cannot communicate with each other. The internet is down. We hear rumors, of course, we cannot verify that the regime is literally killing people merely for using Starlink. So the idea that any time now there is going to be a revolt is not clear. So to sum up, yes, this is the most important battle the West has fought since World War II. This is a moral war. This is a civilizational war. At the same time, I'm less optimistic than I was a few days ago when I was overtaken by the emotion that, yeah, finally we're dealing with this very important battle. And I don't have the solution of what would make this war end fast, but the way the West is fighting this war at the moment, there's a good chance it's going to last for a long time, and then it's a battle of will. And I'm not convinced that the will of, particularly of the United States, is stronger for the will of death of the Iranians.
It always feels weird when I agree with Nikos on something, but the last point we agree on. Thank you, Mary Aline, for the super chat. So first of all, I have to make clear that my point is we can and should win this quickly and decisively. Will we is a different question, but it's not a can and should in the same way that, Israel could have and should have turned Gaza into a parking lot on October 8th or October 7th at night. I'm looking at the past 5 days. I'm looking at both the military action and the rhetoric, and I'm specifically looking at the rhetoric from the administration. I've never heard stuff like this, not even after 9/11. There were some fighting words after 9/11 mixed between, Islam is a religion of peace, picking of the easiest possible target, starting the war by dropping food and medicine. The Hegseth press conference, was it yesterday or the day before? I mentioned this on the show. I found almost zero flaw, and he was talking for a while, and I don't expect that from I don't expect to find zero flaw in somebody's speech, but he, made it clear there's not going to be nation building, and that's not part of the goal. So the question is also what what counts as victory. So, and I think there's a range there. There's a threshold at which you get to something that counts as victory, and there's of course the ideal, which is a free Iran, that's a friend to the West and all that. And I hope that can be achieved. But to me, the threshold, the entry point to the victory territory is Syria. Syria today. Syria today is run by Al Qaeda, vile human beings who, might be worse than Assad as people, but as a threat to specifically Israel, but anybody else, that threat is non-existent because Syria has no offensive weapons capabilities because Israel destroyed them as soon as Assad fell. So, um, can we change the regime from the air? No, we don't have to change the regime. We need to topple this particular regime or really make them incapable of fighting and governing. Now, in terms of ground troops, first of all, Trump, and I'm very glad that he said it, has not ruled out a ground operation and absolutely shouldn't because it tells the enemy, just stand your ground, maybe underground, and it'll pass. That's what saying no ground troops says. But we do have ground troops, and they're not just the Iranian opposition on the ground. It is also, potentially the Kurds that we heard about yesterday, potentially invading, and whoever else it might be, can do whatever they do on the ground while we are continuing to bombard them from the air. So I have more to say, but I'm gonna pass it on. But I do think again, victory is possible if Pete Hegseth's the spirit of his statement yesterday is going to be U.S. policy, and can continue to be U.S. policy because it has been over the past 6 days, then victory is guaranteed. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Jim.
I wanted to ask Nico, your premise, Nico, seemed to rest on the strength of the religious belief, on the strength and the embeddedness sort of the idea of the Islamic ideology in Iran. So I think is there not two? There's several Irans, right? In a sense, my understanding is that the roughly half the country, sort of the rural kind of country, part of the country is very religious, dedicated to their local imam and so forth. In the cities, it's different. You have, those who are loyal to the regime and probably religious, but you also have those who are more cosmopolitan, the Persians that Michael was describing, the more educated and I guess you would say reasonable people. So do you think that a complete victory to it's hard to define it. Complete victory to me means a regime change that is friendly to the West. Okay. So or at least cooperative with the West. So do you think that, Nico, that that eventuality has to involve control of the mosques and the imams? Because it seems unlikely to me you're going to convert the ideology of the people in any reasonable amount of time. You're not. That is embedded with them. You're not going to change the way they think. So it would seem that the only hope of a real friendly country, friendly to the West, would be if you convert the imams somehow to be friendly to the West. Now, having said that, I'll just add, I think Donald Trump would be satisfied with sort of a North Korea isolated situation. Not a North Korea with nukes, but an isolated country run by maybe some internal fanatics that has basically had its teeth removed. So it doesn't have so victory to Donald Trump. I can't speak for him, but the way I understand the U.S. strategy is that you need control. This is part of an America First strategy. Make no mistake. Yes, we want to help Israel and all that, but this is all about America first. And he would be happy with removing threats to America, even if that means, leaving vicious dictators in place. I think he has no intention of, what we used to call nation building. So
yeah, what Jim said is the reason why I'm so troubled. That indeed, there is no good scenario in which the Persians, so to speak, overrun the regime. They have no guns, so the only possible good scenario is, for any reasons of bribe or for any possible reasons, there is some split within the regime. The only split that would make sense is, let's say, the parts of the IRGC or parts of the Basids, they realize they care more about their lives than they care about becoming martyrs. Have we seen something like that? No, we haven't seen it yet. So at the moment, it's in the case of the scenario. A second scenario would be a split, let's say, urban versus rural. So you have some type of civil war that eventually makes Iran much, much weaker. That is a possibility. But the most important thing that Jim said is the last thing, that Israel and America don't see necessarily eye to eye on what is a victory. So Trump in the past has taken victories that were victories of prestige, that then he can say, look, I got this deal, or I deposed this dictator. But you and me and the gentleman in the group here, we know that on the long term, they were not victories. Maybe the situation is that the only realistic, the as good as it gets, is indeed a much weakened Iran. But these ideas that we had, and again, I was part of it, of this enthusiasm, Ocon 2028 is going to be in Tehran. This is probably not happening. That's why I'm just trying to make some expectations management here.
First of all, we said Spark 2027. I don't know why you're giving it to Ocon. We're gonna do it first, or we're gonna die trying.
We know. We have some good security friends, Razi. Me and you in the UK, right? Some good Greek guys, so they can be good.
Yeah. Thank you, Ex Nihilo, for becoming a member of the Ayn Rand Center UK YouTube channel. Thank you, Marilyn, for the super chat. Marilyn asks, does Trump know what he wants? He has changed his supposed goals for the war with Iran multiple times. Michael?
Let me address that real quick. I'm not aware that he's changed his goals at all for the war. I think what he wants is what Jim and Nikos said, which are three things primarily: that there's no nuclear, no missiles, and no funding of external terror. He would love, he says, and I think he truly would love, the Persians to rejoin civilization. But he's not stupid. I mean, he didn't look at Afghanistan and Iraq, not to mention Korea and Vietnam. Let's not forget, we've had a long track record of screwing up. Basically, we've done nothing right on nation building since World War II, when we did a good job. And he isn't going to do it. Now, so I don't think he's changed his mind. And frankly, the Israelis are ecstatic with what is going on. And of course, they would like to have a good Tehran that is free, and Iran entering the Abraham Accords, if I could be so ridiculously optimistic. And so, of course, they would. But they are very happy with a very weakened Iran. They are annoyed enough with Trump because obviously the Gaza peace deal was half-assed, and part two is baloney. And guess what? Hamas is not disarming itself. Big shock. That said, the Persians are different people. The one thing I strongly disagree with Nikos on, and in the sense that I think there are elements here that we're not aware of. And I agree with you that at the moment, the people in Iran are not we'll call them the Persians for lack of a better distinction. The people who want a much more free, free Iran are. Well, sorry, folks. It's just giving. I've got an alert. I'm okay. I can stay here for a little bit. They're not. They're not armed right now. But we know, like I said, that there are CIA and Mossad people, and we have no idea what's going on behind the scenes, and who's arming whom, and which weapons are going to fall into where, and so on. And then you've got this potential for the Kurds to come in across the border with Iraq and start to fight. And who knows if that's a conduit for whatever. There's just a lot that can happen now. It's a lot of chaos. That said, the IRGC was 200,000 strong. Israel's bragging they killed 1,000 of them. That's great, but that's that is not going to cut it, boys. But I think we're making amazing progress, and I think that there's a lot more that's going to come in a short time. And as long as the sustained air campaign, relentless, and the destruction of the entire Navy. And don't forget the last bit of this, and then I'll close on my part. The economy in Iran was already in free fall. If you truly shut down the ability to sell oil to China, I don't understand how they're going to fund this country. The country, apparently 70% of the country did not have 24-hour-a-day electricity. And you all know that the water supply in Tehran itself is depleted by 90%. Luckily, they had rains right when they were thinking of actually moving people out of Tehran, because people were literally going to be without water. And that, of course, is a great way to foment people to decide, I'm either going to kill the people who are going to shoot me or they're going to shoot me, but I can't live. So I think there's a lot more at play, and I think we've left out a little bit the economic pressures on this country.
Not to mention inflation of 20% a month or something.
Absolutely. And the real was like 1.6 million or something to a dollar. And when it crossed 1.3, that was supposed to be the death spiral, and it probably is the death spiral.
All right, before I go to Nikos, can I just point out, Michael hasn't had a siren all day. Now during the debate, the Iranians are shooting, leaving it a 2-on-1 match. Coincidence? We report, you decide. Nikos.
Yeah, but shall we let Michael go so that he's safe?
Well,
no, I have nowhere to go yet. This is the pre-alarm, just to be clear. This is we might get an alarm.
Oh, okay.
This is not you have an alarm, but I will probably duck out and take it from the missile room. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, just one last pessimistic scenario from me so that I don't leave anyone depressed for the night. So, we talk about, we take the teeth out of Iran. What if in 2 years in the United States, there is not anymore the Trump government? What if you have a populist Democrat who, as part of taking the worst people from the left and the worst people from the right, is vocally anti-Israeli? We saw this, for example, with Newsom. He's strategically placing himself in a position where he's going to capitalize on all this anti-Israel element. So what if 6 years from now, or God save us, 10 years from now, the United States have an administration which is not necessarily negative, neutral to negative to Israel. They forget the sanctions to Iran, and if the rest of the axis of evil stays as it is, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, Iran is strong again, or this time with a nuclear capability and with the memory of a war which for them will be a triumph. Because if they suffer so much and yet they survive, they're going to look back at it and say, God is by our side. We had our martyrs, but it shows that God is by our side, and the last battle will be ours. Again, they don't have to win. They just have to keep fighting and to keep imposing pain to people who want to live. So that's the problem here. That's the imbalance. That for them, the good life is not the point. So yeah, that's why I'm a bit worried with the idea that, we're going to be okay with them for years. You don't know what the situation is going to be in the US in a few years. You don't know what the situation in Europe is going to be. What if you have more people like Sanchez in Spain? I don't think we will, because I think the populist right, who's going to be on the rise in Europe for obvious reasons, with Islam, immigration, and so on. But it's a possibility. So it's not good to delay victory till some point in the future, because some point in the future, the situation might be worse than now.
All right.
I have a possible answer to that, and I only say possible because I agree we have to keep that possibility in mind, and it's very possible. But I would say two things. First of all, I think we always have to keep in mind the bigger context that this is what we're seeing here. This campaign against Iran is part of a much larger strategy, and I would urge everyone to read the National Security Strategy of the United States of America, published November 2025. It's easy to find, easy to download. And if you read it, 28 pages, you will see how this fits into the strategy. Central to that strategy is isolating China, isolating and not neutering, but limiting and confining China's influence, both economic and military power. And this is, as you see with the oil, both in Venezuela and here, this is a big part of what is happening here. Now, the reason that's a possible answer to Nikos's question is that is true for all administrations, and even the Biden administration, as feckless as they were, was weakly moving in that direction. They understand that China is a threat. They understand that the United States cannot fight a war right now without China's factories, which is a terrible position to be in, and nobody can, live with that for very long. So that could be a mitigation to a potential Democrat, presidency, administration.
Okay.
The other thing is,
yeah,
the second thing is that just due to Iran's stupidity, they are now alienating the rest of the Gulf states. And even if the United States fails in its resolve 3 years from now because of an administration change, maybe Saudi Arabia and Oman and UAE and even Turkey will be interested enough in maintaining peace and proper oil flow through the strait and so forth, that they will keep Iran subdued. So in other words, we might have a better coalition on the other side of this, however it ends, that might help keep Iran contained. So that would be my only hope to your question, Nico.
Kind of off topic, but Linda Cordair in the chat says that Trump has fired Kristi Noem. Okay, we'll deal with that later, but a couple of points I want to... Oh, Daniel says they talked about this when I was not here, so good.
So just to jump in.
One quick interjection. There was just a missile interception. We never got a siren. It was you guys didn't hear it because I had my headphones, my AirPods on, but pretty cool. A little bit daunting when you first hear it, but we're kind of immune to it now, but it's pretty amazing technology.
I read that some missiles have been shot down by U.S. space-based laser missile killers, and I didn't even know those were deployed and active yet.
Yeah, we had. Well, my understanding is there's two types. There's some U.S. ones, and there's some Israeli ones. The Israeli ones tend to work on the smaller missiles that come from Lebanon. It's very hard to shoot down a 54-foot missile right now with the current laser, but it does get to some of that economic imbalance that you all mentioned, because it used to cost $100,000 to shoot down a missile because you had to shoot 2 anti-missiles. Now it's $1. So that we've got to get it to be better. So anyway,
people, I'm going to bring in Daniel to moderate this if we don't get a hold of ourselves. Nikos, a point that you made that I agree with completely is the danger of a bad person in whether it's a Democrat or JD Vance or a JD Vance like person turning on Israel, all the more reason that this should be done now. As much of it should be done now as possible. And all the more reason, by the way, that Israel, unfortunately, it took Biden's, pro-Hamas, in effect, approach after October 7th for Israel to realize this, but Israel is now investing heavily on having its own weapons manufacturing abilities. And look, we see what Israel is doing with what it has. Israel was winning in June in spectacular fashion, unimaginable to Israeli intelligence that told Netanyahu that thousands of Israelis would die during that war. But we have to do it now, because if we don't do it now, we do it now and it's thousands. We do it in the future, it's all of us. So that didn't happen. 24 people lost their lives in the last war. In this war, Iran is really not doing as well as they did offensively. They're definitely not doing anywhere near as well as they did last time defensively, and they didn't do well last time defensively. So Iran is really being battered and will cease to exist if the regime will cease to exist if this is done right. And again, the threat of bad people taking over in the U.S., I think it's the way the culture and politics is going it's pretty much a certainty. And that's something the U.S. should fear more than it should fear Iran, and more than it should fear anybody else. And by the way, part of it is we're allowing evil countries that we're pretending are not evil because we want to trade with them to control so much in the West, including their influence in universities, their influence in the media, and so on. And yeah, that issue, if that's not dealt with, then the long-term problem, is not going to be solved. And I'm talking specifically about Qatar, but there are other countries that are doing this, including Saudi Arabia, by the way. Jim, you made a point that also scares me because I agree with it. You said Trump wants or would be comfortable with something. You mentioned North Korea. I think he'd be comfortable. I think he wants something like Venezuela. I mean, where he's completely in control. He has no control over North Korea because they have nuclear weapons. And like that.
But they're contained because they can't launch against the U.S. I believe if they had that capability, he would wipe that out. But I'm sorry, to your point, yeah.
Possibly, but they're already at a point where, a war with North Korea now, would mean, could mean the end of South Korea. Like even with conventional weapons, it could mean the end of South Korea because they have loads of those just aimed at Seoul and ready to be fired. So, but yeah, the Venezuela possibility terrifies me. And one of the recent things I've seen in the last hours from Trump is again him saying, I want to be involved in picking the next leader. I'm not happy with the son of the Shah, or the son of the Ayatollah. And yeah, that scares me because that sounds like he could be okay with some remnants of this regime, and that should not be okay. Civil war, any sad possibility, other in between, let's say, the regime remaining, any part of the regime remaining, and the kind of Iran that we'd like to see, anything there is acceptable. But if he actually is going to be okay with that, and look, I can imagine him being okay with that. That is unfortunately snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Thank you, Ginger, for the super chat. Ginger says, I agree with Razi. Thank you. I agree with your agreement with me. I'm so afraid that Trump will chicken out and quit too soon. Well, look, I'm afraid of that, but aside from things like I want to pick the next leader, most of his rhetoric has been just what I want from a leader in war over the past 6 days. But again, the person I'm the biggest fan of so far is Hegseth after that beautiful statement yesterday. Jim.
Oh, I didn't really have anything to add, except I think I made my point that we really ought to always keep the context of the U.S. strategy. It's been very illuminating to me to read the White House and the Defense Department's policies and then watch them execute, which they are doing to plan. all the way through the cabinet. And the reason I am happy about this is whether the strategy is precisely right or not. It is the most focused I have seen in my life, except since the Cold War. You know, I grew up in the 50s and early 60s, duck and cover, and the strategy was deterrence at all costs against the Soviet Union, nuclear deterrence. That was a focused strategy. But since then, especially since Vietnam, there's been no focus. This is focused. It may not get the result we want, especially in the government of Iran, but this administration has a plan. And I just think it's very unfortunate. I'm not a big Trump fan, but I think it's unfortunate that Trump derangement syndrome, which is, I think, a real thing, gets in the way of people understanding that this is a cohesive strategy. Maybe not perfectly executed, but read the documents. It's well laid out. I mean, everything. Greenland, Venezuela, metals, NATO, Iran. I mean, it's very well articulated. It's not retreat to Fortress America, but it's America first.
Michael.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I didn't read the whole thing, but it is a profoundly beautiful document. And it starts, I think, with cutting off, especially illicit, or what we would call in the West, illegal trade of oil to China. And that is really the critical thing. Remember, China wasn't paying market prices for the oil they were getting from Iran. So I really think one thing that we all tend to overlook is this economic situation, as I mentioned before, that Iran is in. But the notion that we are going to beat a country that is 4 times bigger than we are, that is China, which is really what Trump is trying to do, that America is going to stay in front. And we're not going to do it with numbers. We're going to do it with brains and strategy. And we're going to start with the most important engine of everything, which is the energy policy, because you can't do anything without energy. Despite the fact that Jimmy Carter had us saving energy, that was the way we were going to succeed, was conserving. And a lot of the Biden policies, of course, were all about we're somehow going to conserve ourselves for success, and all these sorts of ridiculous strategies. I would just add that the best way to kill the America First program is to elect someone like a Democrat, today's Democrat, who doesn't like the country and doesn't like the notion that this country believes that what it was founded on and what it stands for, which is life, liberty, property rights, and the pursuit of happiness, which align beautifully with reason, purpose, and self-esteem. The current Democratic Party in America does not align itself with any of that. On the contrary. And that is one sure way to undo all of the great things that are happening today. But I think that Donald Trump, with this, again, I go back and I say victory to me will be the 3 things we talked about: the missiles, the nuclear, and the stopping of the terrorist funding, which means cutting off their lifeline for revenue, which means oil cutoff. And that has the double effect. And probably the primary effect, the goal is to stop China from getting oil. But the nice knock-on effect is that Iran goes bankrupt.
Nikos.
Yeah, I'll just finish with something positive, that in the big picture in the last years, for the first time, we realized that there is something as us, as the West, right? For the first time, we see these wars as interconnected. And the big picture is the West is winning, or at least it's not losing as we thought. I remember 10 years ago, people saying, oh, there's Putin and China, but battlefield after battlefield, we, as the West, we are winning. In Ukraine, I said that for Iran, anything but a big defeat is a victory. Ukraine is standing strong, right? Who expected that? This created a whole consciousness that, hey, it's us versus them. Us who believe in things like, living a good life, living a free life. we are standing up and we are winning. After October 7, we were also depressed. Now we saw that we are actually winning. We, the West, the civilization, we are winning. We are winning from everywhere, from Lebanon to to Gaza to now to Iran. We are winning, and this can give us more self-confidence that they are. We can stand up to them. Like how ridiculous it is that we're even thinking whether we have enough interceptive capacity for a two-front war in Iran and Taiwan. In 10 years, this should never be a question. The question should be, it's beyond any doubt that we can deal with any of these thuggish regimes in all fronts at the same time, and they should be afraid of us. And as Michael said, strangle them through economics. These countries, most of them, they are at the level they are because of how we help them. I mean, read the fourth of Frank Dikötter's book on the history of China, on how China getting to the World Trade Organization and how it's the West who boosted China to where it is today. It's not the Chinese miracle or anything. So we in the West, we are the best, we are the strongest, and we're slowly understanding it. And we cannot yet win wars as fast and as decisively as we could. But this consciousness that we are something which is good, and we are not the same as these guys, this is for me the silver lining of the last many years, since let's say the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and then the other battle, the other front in the civilization battle, which is Israel.
Okay, Nikos, before I reply to some of these points, I will take a short commercial break and remind people, as we discussed a couple of days ago, you are embarking on a career as an independent intellectual. You have your own YouTube channel. You are planning to do a lot more. We're planning to do a lot together. Do you want to tell people where they can find you now and what they should look forward to in the near future? And then I will go to Michael because...
Well, yeah, no, I don't have something very... soon I will have my own channel, maybe also my own Patreon. But for now, just, if you appreciate good content, keep consuming good content and appreciating good content. And if you like it, share it with your friends, and that's it.
You already have your own channel, Nikos. I don't know.
What?
You already have your own channel, but the Patreon is coming soon.
The YouTube channel. Well, I post the usual stuff that people get from me, like commentary based on ideas and based on history, and trying to combine intellectual accuracy, but in a way also that it has appeal to new audiences and people find something to think, and reaching audiences that we haven't reached yet.
Okay, now it really is 2-on-1 because there is another siren. I'm not going to make the same joke I did about the previous missile, but as we talked earlier, in the name, in the words of George W. Bush, fool me once, shame on you. If you fool me, can't get fooled again. So it's my favorite, Nikos. I don't know what's your favorite W-ism, but no, actually, this is my second favorite. I sent you my favorite a couple of days ago.
My favorite was, I tell you something. My favorite George Bush moment was talking about the West, right? Remember that speech he gave in the ruins of 9/11? I don't remember why. Actually, that's super corny and super cheesy. I remember showing this clip to my students when I was a leftist or kind of transitioning. I don't remember in what context. I think something on terrorism, whatever. I would get goosebumps. I would get teary eyes, where he stands together with the fire brigade guy and he's with a megaphone. It was so powerful. And, back then, the typical leftists, this guy's stupid. This, sometimes the power of the image and the power of the moment, the gravitas of the moment, if you have anything inside you which is not dark, black emptiness in your soul, you have to get moved. So that's my favorite Bush moment, in the ruins of World Trade with the firefighters.
I like that moment as well, but it all went downhill from there. Thank you, Mary Aline, for the super chat. Mary Aline says, Republicans don't align with life, liberty, and the pursuit either. Not even close. Consider ICE, Trump's attempts to remove judges who offend him, etc. So look, here's my take on U.S. politics, which is there are three parties, two of them within the Republican Party. And if I rank them from bad to absolute unimaginable evil. It is the less bad part of the Republican Party, then the Democrats, and then the J.D. Vance wing of the Republicans, which is what terrifies me more than anything else. So yeah, and that one party cannot continue to exist. So it's either going to somehow implode. Maybe just one side won't be as ideological and would give in, and I'm afraid that's going to be the good guys. If you see Ben Shapiro's fantastic speech at Turning Point USA, he still won't criticize Vance, even though he knows what Vance is. Like, Vance then spoke and talked about a big tent, and the big tent there specifically was a reference to Nazis. So, like, specifically, who are you talking about if you talk about a big tent in the context of Ben Shapiro's talk? So I'm
Well,
terrified.
to be fair, he was talking about Tucker, not he was saying he's the elephant in the room.
Did you see earlier on this video, on this live stream, we showed a Tucker video showing how this war was orchestrated by Chabad in order to rebuild the Temple Mount. So look, Tucker is promoting anti-Semitic propaganda funded probably by Qatar, but it doesn't matter if you are funded by Qatar or if you're doing this just out of the evil of your heart. Like, Tucker is a real danger, and he is BFFs with J.D. Vance. That is a terrifying future. And another reason why I look at Hegseth yesterday, and I don't know much about him, and I'm thinking if he does become president, we might need a constitutional amendment banning presidents from starting WhatsApp groups. But his the resolve and the strength of his statement yesterday. Again, look, I'm going to say just generally about Trump, and I disagree with the TDS, because everybody I've heard talk about Trump derangement syndrome says that about any criticism of Trump. Now, I have seen people who are against this war, even though they're against Iran, because they don't trust Trump. And that really bothers me, because, come on, he's doing a lot of bad things, and viewers of this channel know that we cover all those things and we don't hold back our criticism of him. But if the bad things are the reason for you not supporting the good things, that makes no sense. Now, something else I've been saying in the last few days is, if I were to make a list of bad things presidents have done in my lifetime, Trump would take up a bunch of those spots. But if I was to make a list of the good things, what Trump is doing now takes the top spot, and with nothing coming close to it. So look, the bad things Trump is doing are bad things that politicians have been doing, and it has been deteriorating president after president after president, pretty much since Reagan, and it wasn't great before. And Trump is turning up the volume on that in a dangerous way. But this is unprecedented, at least since World War II. So we need to put that in this context. Look, it's in politics more than anywhere else. Just the fact that somebody is bad does not mean that the alternative isn't just as bad potentially. And I don't know that it will be. We'll see who the nominees are in 2028. I'm terrified by what we're going to see. But yeah, Jim.
On that sad note, I'll have to soon make a leave because it's late here.
This was
Just also remember
a 2-hour debate, people.
What? No, I thought it's a 30-minute debate, not a 2 hour.
I'm just
also remember today,
the people want to hear from you, and you haven't been on this channel in years. So
that's not even accurate. I was doing the New Year's episodes every year. Anyway, today is the birthday of Stalin's death. So this is also a reminder that no evil lasts forever. Obviously it's not that he died. Obviously he died at some point. He
First
died
of all,
in
because it's the anniversary of Stalin's death. We earlier today, not the birthday of Stalin's death. Earlier we were showing a clip of Candace saying things, attempting to say things. So yeah, now they're gonna make a clip of you.
Well, I'm always happy to be clippable. Yeah. Anyway, the anniversary of his death. And he dies in 53. By 56, even the communists have denounced them and they're taking down his statues. If you would tell this to someone in 19, not even in 56, in 55, they would say you're absolutely crazy. This is unimaginable. This is like the Catholic Church taking down the Pope or something. So yeah, evil does not last forever. So with that happy note, I will say good night to Razi and good afternoon to Jim. And many thanks, many thanks to our
Jim,
viewers.
Good to talk to you, Nico.
Thank you. Yes, Razi?
See you soon, Nikos. And yeah, hopefully you'll join us again for these streams. As I keep saying, we are here throughout the day, every single day, for people who would rather not follow this war from the demoralizing left-wing media or the blind, obedient right-wing media, but actually from a rational, but unapologetically pro-Israel, pro-America stance that we are taking. And by the way, in that context, I just have to say, somebody in the chat says, Starmer is getting the UK more involved. No, we do not. Look, if you look at the 6 days of this, even if you agree with Nikos and Jim, it's not going to be as easy as it looks. What is missing is definitely not the spinelessness of the British Prime Minister. So please stay out of this, Britain. We don't need your help, and you are just going to ruin it. This is almost as bad as France getting involved. But yeah.
And that's a silver lining, right? That Starmer is ridiculed internationally. I never like when Trump is attacking people like personally, but Starmer deserves everything bad. Remember, this guy recognized the Palestinian state. If you recognize the Palestinian state after October 7th, anything that comes your way politically, I will never feel sad of you. So get humiliated, get defeated. You deserve every single thing. Everyone who... Yes.
He didn't just recognize the Palestinian state. A bunch of countries recognized it, and Macron, tried to be the leader of that and so on. Starmer waited to see how it works out for those first few countries. He's that spineless. And again, I said this earlier. Starmer would be pro-Israel if this was if it was popular.
Oh yeah. I don't think he's genuinely evil. Like he's just that second hand.
Well, he's evil in a different way. He's not.
And by the way, for any idiot who will say, "Oh, Palestinians, you don't care about Palestinians," me opposing a Palestinian state as a Palestinian would be today means I care about any innocent Palestinian more than all the bunch of you who are out in the streets celebrating the murderers and the torturers of any innocent Palestinian. So supporting a Palestinian state means you don't care about all the subjects who will suffer under such a state. So with this little rant, which I will say goodbye and all the best to your effort, and I hope people are appreciating it, are tuning in, are supporting, because this is not free. And yeah, all the best.
Thanks, Nikos.
Nice, Nikos.
Jim, I agree completely with Nikos. I don't like it when Trump talks about leaders, and I've been enjoying it in recent days. Specifically, I'm thinking, what is he saying about Starmer that isn't true? He's not Churchill, check. Loser, check. Spineless, all true. Everything he said about the Spanish. Now, if policy-wise, I'm putting that aside. We've been talking about the Spanish Prime Minister, really one of the worst human beings on this planet. One of the statements he made, he's obviously the most pro-Palestinian, which means anti-Israel. He doesn't actually care about the Palestinians, but he made a statement at some point. I wish Spain could stop the genocide, but we don't have a nuclear weapon. We don't have a nuclear bomb. What does that mean? We know what it means, and it's really saying the quiet part out loud.
I mean, it sounds like a horrible, undercover threat, but just in general, Razi, living in Europe must be really. I mean, a lot of people are upset by Trump and quote Trumpism, but living in Europe right now, I would find troubling that leadership in Europe in general. I mean, Starmer is openly pandering to Sharia law. It looks like to me, openly pandering to, the Islamic population, and therefore he forgets entirely what used to be this special relationship with the USA. The German Eurocrats are maybe a little better, but not much. Spain you just went over. The only country that seems to have hit bottom and maybe deserves a little bit of credit now is Italy. As I see, I mean, the Nordic countries, I mean, I don't know where they are. And in terms of, supporting any kind of an alliance with the USA, they like to blame it on Trump, but it was falling apart anyway, and he just called their bluff. I mean, this is a very troubling. I think it's probably the weakness of Europe to me is probably the biggest worldwide political problem today.
Okay,
It's
I have something to say
sleeping,
about.
but it's it's very troubling to me.
I completely agree with you. I have something to say about that, but before that, Daniel, I don't know. I'm guessing Jim doesn't spend that much time on Instagram, so let's show him this clip of from Puppet Regime, which we've shown earlier today. But this is what happens on day-long streams. Sometimes you see a very good piece of internet virality more than once. Do you have it ready?
Well, you're right. I'm not on Instagram, but
well, check this out.
Baby, we got a problem. We might have to stop the war.
What? But we've already been...
I know, man, I know, but something happened that we did not anticipate.
Well, how? We've infiltrated every single aspect of...
Because they waited days to do it, man. Days. They really caught us napping this time.
Pull yourself together, Donald. Talk to me.
I don't know how to say this, BB, but there's been a statement of utmost concern from the Europeans.
Those bottle caps better be attached to the missiles, Donald.
They're like, Monsieur President, you violated the Ayatollah's data privacy.
Your aircraft carriers are rated C- for energy efficiency.
I'm screaming. Boy, we could go on for weeks like this.
Oh, we will.
Weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and...
Yeah, I love that because everything they're making fun of bottle caps. By the way, I'm not going to say how I have these, but there is actually a European regulation now that the bottle caps have to be attached in a way that you can break it, but it's uncomfortable. You have to break it basically. Water spills everywhere if you don't do it correctly. So yeah, Daniel says you're no longer in the EU, but yeah, these are the only bottles that I've seen that where the cap isn't attached, and yeah. The data privacy stuff, we've all been subjected to it. And the energy rating is also a thing. So absolutely love that clip. Now on the point you made on criticism of Trump and what he's doing internally compared to Europe. Now, for me, my criticism is also very much because he is the president of the United States. If somebody in France said we're imposing tariffs, we're opening a government drugstore so it's going to be cheap, we're going to ruin the credit card industry, we're going to ban corporations from owning residential real estate, I wouldn't even blink. I wouldn't click the story because it's not even interesting and it's not surprising. I think I'm expecting more from the U.S. and again, like president after president from both parties, I think has taken the U.S. into the wrong direction. And yeah, your thoughts on that?
I just he's whether you agree with him point by point or not. What I've grown to see is that his policies are consistent with his point of view. You mentioned tariffs right there. Okay, I don't like tariffs. They're a tax. I don't get any more exercised about tariffs than I do any other tax. They happen to be a tax on a certain class of people, importers. Consumers pay the price just like they do on a sales tax. He's trying to deflect, income taxes with new taxes. To him, this is good politics. I mean, I am not so concerned. I'm concerned about the moral status of politicians, but they're all immoral. They don't get, I mean, I don't want to rant about this, but I haven't seen what I consider a really morally upright president in my 77 years of life. I have not seen one. The nature of politics prevents it from happening. At least the nature of the kind of politics we have today. I suspect it's related to the mixed economy. So I don't get so exercised about any particular policy. Some are way worse than others, and tariffs are not high up on my list of horribleness. They're not good, but they're not high up on the list of horribleness. Censorship is high up on my list of horribleness.
Well, I don't think Trump is a friend of the First Amendment, but I don't think the other side are friends of the First Amendment, which is really, again, a sad state of affairs. And like I said, there are three parties, and one of the two Republican parties might be on the side of free speech if the J.D. Vance movement is the one that actually ends up taking over that party. The future is bleak. Thank you, Christian.
Let me push back on that. I'm not a particular fan of J.D. Vance, but Donald Trump had lunch with and cultivated friendships with some pretty bad people. What's that guy Nick? Somebody's some kind of a right wing.
Nick Fuentes. Maybe
Nick
Daniel
Fuentes. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Not a good guy. And Donald Trump had, possibly cultivated, his vote and his support. Definitely had lunch with him. I mean, like I say, Tucker Carlson I used to respect his abilities as a reporter, even though I thought his content was questionable. But a couple of years ago, he seemed to just go off the rails. I knew it was happening when I thought it was happening when he started talking about aliens and, they're real and the government's conspiring to withhold this information from us and all that. This is a genuinely deranged point of view. So it's not that, given that happened, it's not surprising that his derangement progressed. Same thing happened to Candace Owens, and she's really deranged. So I don't know what happens to these people, and I don't consider Vance deranged. He's quite articulate and quite intelligent. Maybe we'll have to wait and see how this development with Tucker Carlson develops.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think he was ever like rational. I wasn't impressed with him, particularly back when he was on Crossfire on CNN. But even on Fox, I remember, the moment I remember, and we had a show about this. This was in the early days of the Daily Objective, was when he went after Amazon for exploiting its workers, like using actual Marxist language. My only explanation for that is Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, which at the time at least was very left wing. And yeah, Tucker, people are allowed to be left wing, and you don't have to like it, but using Marxist language is not how you fight the left. As for Candace, also, I think Candace, was a race baiter to begin with. She was on the left, and then she went to the right as a token black person. Like, this was how she presented herself. Like, look, I'm, a black woman. They say all conservatives are white men. That you don't need to answer. You don't need to answer such accusations if they're invalid. So but yeah, where she's gone is next level. And Daniel, actually, if you have any clips from those people, we could watch them after Pedro Sanchez. But I do want to get to the super chat. Thank you, Christian, for the super chat. This was a while ago, but he says, I agree with everything Razi just said. I would add that this mirrors my stance towards Hegseth. I completely reject his Christian nationalism, but I love that he orders things like taking down a ship in international waters. The way Hegseth has been handling this has absolutely been super impressive, and let's hope it continues. Okay, Jim, do you need to leave right now?
Yeah, I can stay on a few more minutes, but I'm not sure I'm adding much to the conversation at this point, and I do have other things I need to do.
Okay, I just want to show you one clip, and then
Yeah.
we'll let you go. Daniel, let's see the Prime Minister of Spain saying the quiet part out loud.
España, como saben, no tiene bombas nucleares, tampoco tiene portaaviones ni grandes reservas de petróleo. Nosotros solos no podemos detener la ofensiva israelí, pero eso no significa que no vayamos a dejar de intentarlo, porque hay causas por las que merece la pena luchar, aunque no esté en nuestras únicas manos ganarlas.
Yeah, what does it mean we don't have nuclear weapons?
I'm going to guess what he's referring to is we're not part of the club that has influence, but he's not thinking, a level below that. What does it mean to be part of that club? What does it actually mean to have nuclear weapons? You don't have them unless you're willing to use them. And so he's saying the threat, when you just read past those glib words, that's a very threatening statement. And we would, if I had nuclear weapons, I'd stop Israel. Really? I mean, not even China says that.
Well, China has nuclear weapons, so they
They're
probably know
not
better.
and they're not jumping into they're being pretty, and as does Russia. They're both being pretty quiet about this conflict, which is another interesting question of why they are. But
Well, I'll tell you why they are, because for the first time, the West, specifically America, is showing strength militarily in action. I mean, it's not empty rhetoric, it's strong rhetoric backed by strong action that like Nico said, or was it Nico's? One of us said, we haven't seen since World War II, at least in terms of the intensity. And again, we're 6 days in. I'm still worried that this is going to somehow stop because I'm used to everything up until these 6 days, from my entire life and before. But yeah, Russia and China, Russia was sure it would take over Ukraine in a few days, and that didn't work out. And China, I'm sure, is waiting for the moment, and it looks like that moment might not come as quickly as they hope. If the West actually has these capabilities and has the testicular fortitude to use them.
capabilities are in question because of the limits on the numbers. My understanding is our manufacturing ability for weapons like Patriot missiles is very limited, and so this is a problem. I think it's very clear we can't run this war and a Ukraine war and a war in the South China Sea all at the same time. Can't do that. So I mean, I wouldn't discount the idea either that there are back channel communications with China going on all the time. China needs oil. China needs access to American markets. We need Chinese uh, uh, rare earths and other things, access to many of the things that they make. I suspect they don't want to upset that status quo, and this is not worth it to them. I know they get a lot of oil from Iran. They'll make it up from Russia pretty easy, I think.
Well,
So I'm saying China does not have a big enough dog in this hunt to try to get involved halfway around the world where they can't really project power anyway.
All right, Jim, you are more pessimistic than I am, and I was
I'm a realist
I
when it
was
comes to politics.
I was super pessimistic after October 7th. Like with it, the title of the show we did, one of the shows we did on October 9th, 2023, the Daily Objective was why Israel can't win. And the only reason it couldn't win was because it didn't have that moral backbone. And I thought that 2 days in, because there was still a Gaza. That was my issue. How after the biggest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, nothing was done immediately to completely flatten the place. I still to this day don't understand. But there was a turning point. I think it's June 2024. We talked to Adam Mossoff on this channel. I think he thinks it's like May 2024. We have a disagreement on when exactly it was, but a moment when Israel, and we saw it with a few things, went guns a-blazing when they had the opportunity to rescue 4 hostages and killed reportedly hundreds of people. And I look at that and I say, good, good. All these people are protecting the hostage takers and making sure the hostages aren't rescued with their bodies. Well, that's the price. And then killed Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, which was unprecedented for Israel. Then did what it did in Lebanon with the pagers, the walkie-talkies, took out level by level from kind of lower middle management or command to high up, really changed things around. And by the way, I actually wanted to make this point earlier, Jim, on your first point about the morale, and you mentioned that the Iranians are religious and they're ideological, and when Israel finally started fighting back against Hezbollah in September 2024, the pagers was the first thing that happened, and it was thousands of kind of low level commanders, and then like a level or so above were the walkie-talkies the next day, and then Israel targeted individually the leaders, and it got to the point where this war started, and they only managed to recruit like 20 or 30% of the reserve soldiers because they were so demoralized because uh, Nasrallah made a speech earlier in the year saying, "What are you worrying about Mossad agents? This is the Mossad agent in your pocket, your phone." And so they stopped using phones. They started using pagers, and
Yeah.
like they exploded in their pocket. The Mossad was literally in their pockets exploding. The next day, this is a paranoid culture already that thinks that the trees and the rocks will tell them when the Jews are hiding behind them. So getting to this point, like the paranoia and the fear was unimaginable. Here, Israel, within the first minute of this, killed dozens of leaders, including the supreme leader. They're taking out rocket launcher by rocket launcher. I don't know how motivated rocket launchers are. There's things you say ideologically, like we love death more than you love life, and then when it actually comes to the test, I'm not sure people will fully live by that or die by that.
Well, that all may be true. Wouldn't you say, though, that in general, a strongly held morality, even if evil, will outlast an apathetic moral position, even if it's a good one? And so I can't speak for the Israelis, but I don't think that there's strong moral conviction on the part of Donald Trump because there's no strong moral conviction on the part of the United States citizens who elected him to go in and save Iran from itself.
Well, so Trump's
So,
reason.
that to me, I don't want to put words in Nikos's mouth, but I think that is basically what he was saying, kind of boiled down to a tight statement. It is, if the mullahs hold the moral high ground in Iran, it's going to be very hard to dislodge them.
I agree, but we can kill them, and I think we can
Right.
keep killing them.
A lot to kill.
Yeah,
Could be done, possibly.
I hope so.
Anyway, I better run. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, Jim. And yeah, since it is gonna be me solo for the rest of this show, Daniel, do you have some clips for me to go through and analyze?
Razi, before I go, let me just do a quick advertisement for anyone who's watching. If you want to know how these world events apply to your personal financial survival, that's what I try to talk about. Try to look at world events as if they are not from a moral point of view, really, because you have to look at world events as a storm coming or as weather coming that you can't do anything about, and then react accordingly. That's the way to, as I see it, to maintain your wealth or grow your wealth. you can't you can't be too ideological other than be committed to the idea that making money is good for you. So um, that's a very simplistic summary, but I try to be completely objective and analytical, and obviously that's an impossible bill to fill. But I'll look at things from all sides, weigh it, and try to see how it fits into your financial future, and then you take appropriate action too. And most of what we're doing on Hard Money Jim is we are trying to figure out how to defend yourself against the onslaught of government policy, which is more and more designed to drain your wealth so that they can pay back their unpayable debts. All right, with that, I'll leave and thank you. I enjoyed it very much.
Wait, so Daniel will put the link to the YouTube channel. Is there a book that you recommend people read if they want to?
Funny you should ask. It's called A Black Hole in Economics, Money Creation and Its Consequences. It's available on Amazon, not expensive. It's either in Kindle format or in this paperback. And I have a YouTube channel, and which just got monetized, by the way. And then, of course, that money's going to go to you and to my producer. And I also have a Substack blog.
Well, those links are being put in the chat one by one as we speak. Thank you, Jim. I hope you join us again. We are, as I mentioned, live every day for as many hours as we can go, for as long as this goes. Jim, if you are correct and it'll take a long time, that just means we're going to be spending a lot of time live. So I hope you join us again soon.
Well, I love what you're doing, Razi, and keep at it. And I will come back soon and join you.
Great. Thanks.
Take care. Bye.
And thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Okay, let's Daniel, do you have any short clip or well, can you tell me what you have? And in the meantime, I will look at the news, and of course, we haven't. I don't think we've done a news update for a while, and it is war coverage. So let's. Okay. Yeah, there is. Well, we know this because we saw Michael Kaufman having to leave, but there is there have been missile after missile from Iran to the center of Israel. It appears that it is one of those missiles with an exploding warhead that explodes, kind of not explodes, but kind of separates in the air into multiple warheads. So. That is, of course, we don't have any news so far of anybody injured in those, which is very good news. And yeah, no news is good news on the defensive front in a war. And on the offensive front, the news is also good news. Well, except one bit of news. I will also say the one of the headlines here on Ynet, an Israeli news website, is that the song that will represent Israel in Eurovision 2026 has been selected. By the way, of course, several countries, including, unsurprisingly, Spain, are boycotting the Eurovision Song Contest because the Jewish state is allowed to participate after October 7th. That is unacceptable to some people and to some leaders. Yeah, what I see as unfortunate news is, you know what? I'm looking more closely here, and maybe it's not that bad. So we reported earlier, this is before we went live, there was an announcement by the IDF spokesman in Arabic telling the people in 4 neighborhoods in the Dahia quarter of Beirut, the Hezbollah stronghold, to evacuate. Something I don't remember ever hearing before in past conflicts. And there was a lot of panic. Everybody was leaving. I am, of course, questioning why that is, that we are letting the actual targets leave, because yeah, maybe there are innocents there, but there are definitely not innocents who are saved by these announcements. So, but it is being reported that there are waves of bombings in Dahia quarter, which is good news. I will repeat some of the other news. The IDF says that we have destroyed 60% of the launchers, and we are moving to the next stage. Also, 2 Israeli soldiers have been injured in southern Lebanon. That is unfortunately something that is part of a war effort and a ground operation. So far, nobody has been killed on Israel's side in Lebanon, so that's good news. And again, Lebanon is really getting what they have been deserving for decades. It looks like they're finally getting it, and it looks like they're getting it more. It doesn't look like it's about to stop like it was stopped by Biden in 2024, who saved them from annihilation, saved Hezbollah from annihilation. It looks like Israel is also there to stay in the south of Lebanon. I don't know for how long, but remember, Israel actually occupied parts of South Lebanon from 1982, from the war in 1982 until the year 2000, when Ehud Barak unilaterally evacuated. There was a whole debacle. We might actually talk about how that was done, how Israel betrayed its friends in South Lebanon, because it had some friends. Now South Lebanon is all Hezbollah. It's all terrorists, and the innocent civilians are terrorist families. Um, but yeah, that was a major screw up by Ehud Barak, who generally really did an amazing job in a year and 8 months as prime minister, screwing up a tremendous amount. Like, you wouldn't believe, if you just didn't know how long he was in power, just saw the list of things he massively screwed up. You would think he'd been around for longer than Netanyahu. Okay, Daniel. I think that's the news for now. Let us now see a video of somebody telling us why Jews are evil, why the war is being lost, or whatever it is you wanna show me.
Why do we want to end on a sad note? I have White House propaganda and I have George Bushisms.
Oh, well, we can do those. Well, part of it is because when I'm doing a solo, there's only so much I can talk, without feedback and without somebody else. And when I read the chat, I can maybe respond to some of that, but it's also time consuming. But actually, and time consuming, and it's gonna have like moments of dead air time, which I know is not good for ratings. But Davy Boy mentions or elaborates on what I was saying, and he says at the time there was a pro-Israel South Lebanese army. Yeah, maybe I will talk about that a little bit, and then we'll watch some clips. So there was a pro-Israel South Lebanese army, and part of Israel's withdrawal unilaterally, without even a agreement, a deal, a peace deal, some crap to sell to Israelis about how Hezbollah actually really loves us now, unilaterally taking the troops out and letting Hezbollah basically get right to the border with Israel. They also brought to Israel the South Lebanese army, which was fighting with them and could not sustain the fight on their own. So that was, of course, the right thing to do. But the treatment of them was far from sufficient. Now, culturally, the differences are vast, and as always, just because you have a common enemy doesn't mean you have anything else in common. And as Davy Boy says, uh, hundreds of Lebanese later fled to Israel. Okay, I was actually going to say there were many of the South Lebanese army that actually went back to Lebanon knowing they were going to be tried for treason. So yeah, Israel, it's very difficult to have allies in such a region and know exactly how to treat them. But what we can know from the South Lebanese army is how not to treat your allies. Thank you, Christian, for the super chat. Christian says, go listen to Barbod. Hope you like it as much as I do. He died like a rat. Oh yeah, he absolutely died like a rat. And it's very enjoyable to see the end of the Ayatollah And yeah, that is something that we should celebrate. You know, Daniel, I was thinking about it. We had so many. Our most watched video on this channel was back in 2024 when the president of Iran, what's his name? I can't remember his name.
Pezeshkian?
No, Pezeshkian is the current one. The person who was president who died in a helicopter accident. No, it was probably an accident, but you know, we don't know. Yeah, so the following day we did an episode titled Iranian President Meets 72 Virgins, and we had a nice thumbnail, and that was that did well. And we've done Meets 72 Virgins a few times since about people who were killed. I can't believe we haven't done anything about Khamenei, but again, we've done this is our 6th show of the war, and they've all been kind of day-long shows, so there's a limit to what we can do, but we are stretching ourselves to the max here. Okay, let's see a video.
What do you want to see?
Surprise me, and not with Alex Jones.
You want to see good stuff or bad stuff?
Good stuff, then bad stuff, then good stuff.
Okay, give me a second.
All right. While we wait, Bonnie says, I really enjoyed Jim's talk at last October's Irreplaceable Spark Conference. Yes, that was great. And by the way, you can watch that again, and anybody who has missed it can watch it for the first time by becoming a member, an Inner Circle member, or upgrading your YouTube memberships to membership to Inner Circle. You'll get that talk. You'll get all the other talks. Alex Epstein, Leonard Peikoff, who else was there? Mark Pellegrino, Jonathan Honig, and many others, people from this channel. So yeah, make sure you you check those out. And of course, after you check those out, book your tickets by the end of this month if you want early bird prices to the Irreplaceable Spark Conference 2, October 17th, 18th in Austin, Texas. Ready? Okay, wait. I want to send you some of this stuff I saw in a video that instead of the Trump stuff is Marco Rubio. But yeah, we can see some of that bombing again. So did you get what I just sent you? And can you play that?
Yes, in a bit.
All right. If it takes a while, we can play something else in between. Okay, here it is.
I'm on fire.
Fireball.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but I don't care what y'all say. Cause as the world turns, y'all boys gonna learn that the shit go right here. don't play.
We can watch it on a loop, but we did promise something bad after some good stuff, so let's see what you have in line.
No more. And he gave up the attempt. By the way, just a few months later, Emperor Julian the Apostate was killed. You know what he was killed doing? Invading Iran. Literally invading Iran in 363. Yeah, he was killed doing that. No more.
I was expecting more, Daniel. I don't know what that is. I don't know what's going except a cackle, which I'm used to. We need James Valiant for historical stuff, but the Jews did it. I'm assuming is the argument. But yeah, I don't know what to make of that. Daniel, do you have some of the bad guys saying some more words that are not about Jews of your?
I'm not magic.
What?
How am I supposed to get them not talking about Jews? Oh, here you go. I found something.
All right.
Here for being mean. Enjoy Mersheimer.
But the idea that a country like Iran, which is no threat to the United States, or a country like Venezuela, which is no
Iran
threat
is
to
no threat to the United States.
should. No, it's not. Why is it a threat to the United States?
Well, maybe because the Ayatollah has repeatedly threatened the United States publicly.
He can repeatedly threaten the United States till he's blue in the face. Who cares? The question is, does he have the military capability to do harm to us?
Well, he's
okay. All right. I've been asked not to use like the word retarded, but really, what kind of argument? What is he? Does he understand, first of all, that they have military capabilities that are a threat to the U.S. Forces and interests in that region, but also that they're building a nuclear bomb and that they have death to America in their official government slogan? And the kids, as we'll hear tomorrow when we have somebody who was born in Iran and lived there for her first few years, you know, this is what they had to say every morning: death to America, death to Israel. That's not a threat. They've killed Americans from the beginning of the regime to today and in between. So yeah, it really is sad when Piers Morgan is the one pushing back against that kind of stuff. But of course, you know, we know what this is. Okay, let's watch some more of that, Danny.
If it wasn't for the...
But what they have done, they funneled a huge amount of money into propping up terrorist organizations all around the Middle East, all of whom are wedded to the obliteration of Israel, which is America's main ally in the region, and has a lot of mutual interests. Now, you may not like it, but that's the reality. And so, yes, they represent a threat to one of America's main allies and to Americans who live in Israel, for example, to American service people who work with Israelis. Of course they do.
But you're making the argument that they're not a threat to the United States, they're a threat to Israel. And because we're joined at the hip with Israel, anything that's a threat to Israel is a threat to the United States. I don't buy that argument. I'm an American firster. I care about the U.S. national interest. And it is not in our national interest to have this conflictual relationship with Iran. And if it weren't for the fact that the Israelis have so much power in the United States and insist that we keep Iran as an adversary, we would otherwise have good relations with the Iranians.
Okay. First of all, that's not how you pronounce Jews, but we know what you're doing. Yeah, so Muslims only want to kill Americans because America is supporting the only Jewish state on the planet. Not, because that's kind of a thing that Muslims do, and especially, and the more civilized you are, the more likely they are to want to kill you because they have to kill infidels. And they kill each other all the time. Remember, Iran is firing at all these Arab countries, Arab Muslim countries, not by accident. These aren't misfired Hamas rockets. We go back to Yemen. Yemen is an amazing story. I recommend people looking into Yemen. We are not the experts, but there are experts that you should listen to and understand just how many armies there are fighting each other, how many tribes there are, and how they live. They live like people who are primitive and just want to kill. They don't want to live, they want to kill. So these countries all look like that, with the exception of countries where the West came in, discovered oil, the countries took it over. The West said, "Fine, it's your land. We can't do anything," and then the West is buying it from them, and they're using that money to build nice things that uh, make short-term thinking Westerners attracted to these countries. That's Other than that, they all look like shitholes, and fundamentally they all are shithole countries, even the ones with the tallest skyscrapers in the world. Let's watch some more.
He finished.
All right. Well, then show me somebody else. If you know what you while you're looking for somebody else from the left, although I was going to wrap up with this. Actually, no. Keep looking. I want to end on a positive note, and I don't want the last thing we see to be whoever Daniel surprises me with, which could be even with Alex Jones being off the list, could be somebody, really, really, yeah. Let Daniel surprise me.
All right, I'm not sure if we have watched this, but let's see.
Heavily by the pro-Israel crowd and the Israel First crowd, and then the bots. There are many, many bots on X that are part of an operation, and then there are many, many live humans on X who actually get $7,000 a tweet. People have come out and admitted it from the Israelis to troll anybody who deviates from the party line. And so, I want the audience to understand that this is happening, and it's an effort by a foreign country to silence the views of American about American foreign policy heavily by the
who is silencing Megyn Kelly? She has millions of subscribers. She keeps telling us how popular. It's very weird that these people talk about the same thing and say do two different things. Because Megyn Kelly was telling us at AmFest, at the Turning Point USA conference, a day after Ben Shapiro called her out for being a part of this anti-Semitic cancer that's growing within the Republican Party and the conservative movement. Her response was, I'm the popular girl. Who are you to, throw me out of the club or whatever it is? Which, of course, he wasn't. He was calling her out on who she is. He was criticizing her on her decision. She was talking about how popular she is. If you look at her tweets where she argues with people and she attacks them, it's not a criticism of their views. It's always, I'm popular, but she's being not allowed to say what she wants to say. Is Candace not allowed to say? These people, I remember this, from when the Democrats were in power, and they were definitely doing bad things in influencing social media, kind of forcing social media's hand in many ways to remove stuff that the Democrats didn't like, as far, at least according to what some of these the people from these companies have said. But I was seeing people on Facebook saying I'm being censored on Facebook, and I'm thinking, do you understand, first of all, what censorship means? Facebook can't censor you. And also that if I see your post saying you're not allowed to post this, it reflects badly on you, not on whoever you're telling me is doing something bad. Okay, you know what, Daniel? Let me go to just check on the news last time, because things do change very, very quickly in war, and I don't want to shut down the stream before right when we get breaking news. So let's make sure we have. Actually, no, I don't want. The last clip I want, Daniel, is the one from the shelter. So do you want to play W?
What?
You said you had a George W. Bush clip.
Oh, no, but I have one thing else first. Well, I have Bushisms. It's like 7 minutes long in total. I mean, we
No,
can play.
no 7 minute long clips. Okay, yeah, whatever you have, and then let's.
You wanted a clip? You wanted a clip? Here you have a clip.
I mean, honestly, the only real battle in the world today that I see worth fighting is fucking, exterminating Israel. I mean, I would sign up tomorrow and go fucking put boots on the ground and go fucking kill Israelis. That would be a great day for me. I would fucking sign up on the fucking draft waiver wherever. Give me a fucking give me a rifle and send me the fuck over there. I truly believe that the majority of that country is evil and they're perpetuating a genocide. They've been operating apartheid. They're suppressing those Palestinians. They're attacking their neighbors. They're operating like terrorists. They're fucking arrogant, ungrateful bastards, and they need to be wiped off the fucking map. So,
Dan Bilzerian, thanks. It's always a pleasure having you on. And yeah, man, you don't self-censor for sure. I mean that's what being American's all about, right? Is standing up against tyranny and fighting for what you believe to be right.
Okay, yeah. Do we need to explain that all he's standing for is tyranny? That this low life. By the way, why are you talking a big game about doing something that you can actually do? Like you can actually go and take up arms. Go right now to Iran. You have a way to get there. Get on one of the private jets that you're on your Instagram with. Go. I'm sure they'll give you a rifle. Go fight. Go. I would love to see that. I don't want them to have more soldiers, but I will make an exception in Dan Bilzerian's case. I would love to see him try to fight with a rifle against Israel and the F-35s. That's going to be a beautiful battle, and I really hope the image. I know there's a limit to how good the images can be from planes, but yeah, maybe drop a camera right before the bomb so we can see it together. All right, people, I don't have any major updates.
What do you mean? What about Trump
And
calling?
Messi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, do you have a video of that? If you have a video of that, we can show it. I don't. That sounds like a good video without me seeing it. Yeah. He's
I have a
hosting. Oh, did
picture.
Inter Miami win the MLS? I don't follow the MLS, but I'm guessing if he's hosting them, they must have won.
Oh, I have a video.
Great. That I want to watch.
Today, we're thrilled to host the 2025 MLS Cup champions, Inter Miami. Great job. And it's my distinct privilege to say what no American president has ever had the chance to say before. Welcome to the White House, Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi is, my son said, Dad, do you know who's going to be there today? I said, no, I got a lot of things going on. He said, Messi. I said, really? He's a big fan. He's a big fan of yours. He thinks you're just a great person, and I think you got to meet him. Today, we're thrilled to host.
All right. Yeah. Do we have? I know Daniel, we're kind of trying to get those clips as we go along, but yeah, if you have a clip of him saying the things that I'm reading a Hebrew translation of and would rather hear in his voice, please go ahead and get that. And in the meantime, there's the kind of stories that aren't the major, dropped bombs dropped here and there kind of stuff is okay. This is interesting. So there's a report in Israel that Iran has so far launched 80% fewer missiles than Israel expected. This is specifically at Israel. Now, I'm thinking this is in part because they're also shooting them in a bunch of other directions, but also, those launchers are gone. Look, they're degrading their offensive capabilities is a huge part. Even if Jim Brown and Nikos are right, and this will take a while, it will take a while of kind of what Israel was doing in Syria that I mentioned earlier. Like destroying those stockpiles took a while. This is going to take much longer. Iran is much bigger and stronger than Syria ever was. But it's going to be kind of done without anybody standing in the way. So it's going to be done if there is the resolve on the American side mostly. I think there's the resolve on the Israeli side, and if Trump isn't looking at somebody who's agreeing to kind of meet him halfway Venezuela style and kind of be his semi puppet as long as they keep are still allowed to oppress their people and can maybe quietly do things that once Trump is gone they can regain power. No part of this regime can stay. No part of Hezbollah can stay, and no part of the Houthis can stay. We don't have to wait for them to launch something. We have to go after them now because they have launched enough. They've killed people, and they are a target that needs to be removed. Not even in the sense of remove the source and then let them die out, but no, just remove them as a military threat right now. Okay. Do you have a clip?
What? Trump?
Trump saying something relevant.
I think so.
Great.
Operation in the country of Iran. The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually. We're destroying more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour, knocking them out like nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launcher gets hit. They don't know what's happening. But we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. Their Navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days. That's a lot of ships. Their anti-aircraft weapons are gone. So they have no air force. They have no air defense. All of their airplanes are gone. Their communications are gone. Missiles are gone. Launches are gone. About 60% and 64% respectively. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I said, what's left? But they're tough.
Yeah, I like that. I like that statement. I love the fact that these football players are in the background, like being, presumably not too comfortable. But yeah, it's war. That is the leader, and this leader is doing the right thing in this war, and this is what is relevant at this moment. When other things are relevant, we will go back to them. And hopefully they don't become, hopefully Trump really changes, sees the difference. And I think part of it will be if Iranians actually do create something that is significantly better and stable, he might actually, it might help him move him in the right direction. And again, if it makes Hegseth and Rubio look good and look like alternatives to JD Vance, that is all the better. Okay, people, I think we are not going to have any more news updates in the coming minutes, and I will at some point have to go home, have dinner, and go to sleep. But of course, we want to leave on a positive note. That was positive, but this is going to be more positive. If you haven't seen this, we've shown it a couple of times. I think we're going to show this every day or something. something like it, because there's more similar stuff. This is from a couple of nights ago. In a bomb shelter, while ballistic missiles are raining down on people. This is how the people of Israel responded in the holiday of Purim, which is why people are in fancy dress. We will leave you with that, and we will see you tomorrow, the following day, and every day throughout the day until the total victory. See you then.